The man in front of Shen Yitong was exactly the type she used to admire. He had fair skin, dressed with care, spoke gently, and the Parker pen in his chest pocket and the Rolex on his wrist both shone with quiet elegance. Yet, no matter how hard she tried, Shen Yitong couldn't stop thinking of Gu Huaijing. Unkempt, bold, and rebellious. He had been gone for 10 years. They had spent 5 years together. 5 years during which she often found fault with him. But after his death, she had spent 10 long years missing him. When she finally came back to her senses from her wandering thoughts, Shen Yitong knew this blind date should end. She stood up and said softly, "I'm sorry. You're a good person. It's just me." Disappointment flickered across the man's face, but he still paid the bill and said goodbye politely. Shen Yitong went to the restroom. When she came out, she noticed a light rain falling outside and suddenly remembered that she had left her umbrella in the private room. She turned back to get it. With a crash, a white porcelain plate slipped from a waitress's hands. Shen Yitong turned her head and froze. The woman's face looked strangely familiar. The waitress quickly lowered her head and apologized.
"I'm sorry."
Shen Yitong hesitated, then asked, "Zhong Liue? You work here?" Zhong Liue had been her friend when they were young, though not a close one. Both had been spoiled daughters from wealthy families, proud, willful, and unwilling to give in to each other. But now, there was no trace of the elegant young lady Zhong Liue once was. Hard years had left deep marks on her, making her seem like someone from another time. Shen Yitong knew that she could have ended up the same way, if not for Gu Huaijing. Even after his death, he had left her the title of a hero's widow, shielding her from hardship and giving her a peaceful life. Clearly, Zhong Liue had no wish to talk. "Sorry, we're not allowed to chat with customers during work hours." "Oh, then I won't keep you." Shen Yitong picked up her umbrella and hurried away, not daring to look back. She didn't want to imagine what her life might have been like without Gu Huaijing. Perhaps she wouldn't have survived those years at all. Maybe it was because she had thought of Gu Huaijing too many times that day, but that night, she dreamed of him again. Dark clouds pressed down heavily, waves roared, bullets flew, and the world was filled with the color of blood. A young soldier, his face covered in dirt and blood, handed her a badge from a military cap. "Sister-in-law, I'm sorry. Captain Gu. He's gone." It felt like a sharp blade had cut through her heart. The pain was so strong she couldn't breathe. Shen Yitong clutched her chest, gasping soundlessly, like a fish stranded on the sand. She was awakened by someone roughly patting her face. A man's impatient voice sounded beside her. "Wake up. What's wrong now?" A rough hand wiped away the tears on her cheeks. The calluses on his palm brushed against her soft skin, leaving a faint sting. Gu Huaijing's voice seemed to come from far away, yet it was clear in her ears. "If you're unhappy, just say it. Don't cry all the time like I've done something terrible to you. I didn't force you to come with the army. If you really don't want to stay here, I'll buy you a ticket tomorrow and send you home. If you want a divorce, that's fine too. I'll explain everything to my parents." He spoke on his own, not realizing how deeply his words shook Shen Yitong's heart. She suddenly opened her eyes. Through a blur of tears, under the dim yellow light, a face both familiar and distant appeared before her. 10 years. For 10 years, she had never seen his face clearly in her dreams. She had almost forgotten what he looked like. Only now did she realize that his face had always been carved deep in her heart. 10 years. Why did you only appear clearly tonight? Forget it. I'm done here, Gu Huaijing muttered, pulling his hand back impatiently and starting to stand. Suddenly, Shen Yitong grabbed his arm. Her voice was soft and slightly hoarse, carrying a trace of affection. "Gu Huaijing, are you even human?" He almost laughed in disbelief. "If I'm not human, what else could I be, a ghost?" "It's fine even if you are," she whispered. Shen Yitong reached out her hands toward him. "Gu Huaijing, please hold me." The woman before him was covered in sweat, her hair sticking to her fair skin. Her eyelids were slightly swollen, and tears had soaked half the pillow. Even in such a disheveled state, she was still breathtakingly beautiful. All the resentment in Gu Huaizheng's heart disappeared, leaving only tenderness and concern. He looked at her in disbelief. "Are you really asking me to hold you?" Shin Yitong glared at him. This man was so annoying. Even in her dreams, he still spoke so harshly. After all these years, he hadn't changed at all. Gu Huaizheng hesitated, then gently pulled her into his arms. Instead of pushing him away, she held onto his neck tightly, pressing close to him. Feeling her warmth and closeness, Gu Huaizheng's heart raced. He blew out the oil lamp and said softly, "Remember, you came to me first. Don't be angry with me tomorrow. Forget it. Even if you are, I won't care. Let's cherish the moment while we can. Shinitong, even if I spend my whole life with you, I'll have no regrets." Shinitong's quiet sobs lasted through the night. Exhausted, she felt as if she had just closed her eyes when a familiar but long-forgotten morning bugle sounded. What a long dream this was. Why couldn't she wake up? With her eyes still closed, Shen Yitong listened to the sound, remembering the days she once disliked but now missed deeply. Suddenly, a teasing voice came from beside her. "You're already awake, so why pretend to sleep? I saw your eyes moving. What's wrong? Feeling shy after being so affectionate last night?" A shadow leaned over her, and a low, warm voice whispered by her ear. "You liked it too, didn't you?" Shin Yitong's eyes flew open. The shadow quickly moved back, and she finally saw Gu Huaizheng's familiar, exasperating face. Shin Yitong was so shocked that she blurted out, "Why are you still here?" Gu Huaizheng pouted. "This is my home. Why wouldn't I be here?" Was she still dreaming? Suddenly, Shin Yitong grabbed his arm and bit down hard. "Ow! Are you trying to hurt your own husband?" Gu Huaizheng's arm was strong and firm. When he tensed his muscles, Shin Yitong's bite didn't hurt him at all. Instead, her own teeth began to ache. She glared at him angrily. To Gu Huaizheng, she looked like an angry little kitten, her bright eyes full of life and charm. He relaxed his arm and said with a smile, "All right, go ahead and bite. Just don't stay mad afterward, okay?" So Shan Yitong bit down again, as if trying to use the real, solid feeling to make sure he was truly there. Gu Huaizheng winced from the pain but still teased, "I sweated a lot last night and didn't take a shower. Aren't you afraid I'm dirty?" Shen Yitong froze, unable to continue. Fuming, she grabbed the pillow behind her and threw it hard at him. "Go away." Gu Huaizheng caught the pillow with a grin and leaned forward to place it behind her. He could have done it from the side, but instead, he reached both arms around her, as if wrapping her in an embrace. The warmth and closeness made her stiffen, not daring to move. After fixing the pillow, Gu Huaizheng suddenly gave her a quick, light kiss on the lips, then immediately stepped back several paces. Before she could get angry, he quickly said, "I brush my teeth." Shin Yitong covered her mouth, her cheeks flushed red, her chest rising and falling with emotion. This man was truly impossible, always making her so angry she could hardly stand it. He was only nice in dreams. No, even in dreams he wasn't nice. He was too much, too overwhelming for her to handle. If she hadn't thought it was just a dream, if she hadn't longed so much for a warm, steady embrace, she would never have let him treat her that way. Just then, Gu Huaizheng, who had already turned to leave, looked back and spoke gently, "You were tired last night. Sleep a bit more. I've brought breakfast. It's in the pot, kept warm with hot water. Eat when you wake up. And the bedsheet. Leave it for now. I'll wash it when I get back." Shin Yitong pulled the blanket over her head, not wanting to say another word. Gu Huaizheng laughed as he walked out the door. After a long while, the room grew completely quiet. Shin Yitong sat up, looking around at the familiar room, the bed, and the deep blue sea beneath the bright morning sky outside the window. White seagulls flew gracefully over the sea. She suddenly understood. She had been reborn. She was back to the time not long after she had married Gu Huaizheng, when she had followed him to the island, disliked everything around her, and was most impatient with him. The marriage between Shen Yitong and Gu Huaizheng had been arranged by the Shin family. The Shin family had been merchants for generations and were once very wealthy. During the war years, they donated most of their fortune to support the revolution, earning the title of Red Capitalists and ensuring the family's safety. Shin Yitong's grandfather had once saved Gu Huaijing's grandfather's life, and the Shin family had a life-saving bond with the Gu family. The Gu family was not ungrateful, but the Shin family was also very proper. They never used that favor to seek any benefit. It wasn't until last year, when grandfather Shin was gravely ill, that he worried most about his beloved granddaughter, Shin Yitong. So, he used that old favor to ask the Gu family to let Shin Yitong marry into their family, hoping she would be cared for all her life. Grandfather Gu, moved to tears, promised that as long as the Gu family existed, Shin Yitong would never suffer. Only then did grandfather Shin pass away peacefully. Old General Gu Taizhan had spent his life in the army, earning countless honors. He had 3 sons and 2 daughters, but only his eldest son, Gu Mingshu, and youngest daughter, Gu Mingjun, survived. Gu Mingshu had twin sons, Gu Huaijuan and Gu Huaijing. Gu Huaijuan was already married, so the only suitable match for Shin Yitong was Gu Huaijing, who was 3 years older than her. Later facts proved that grandfather Shin, who had always been wise and farsighted, had made the best decision for her by arranging this marriage. Unfortunately, Shin Yitong hadn't understood it then. She looked down on the arranged marriage, thinking her grandfather had become old-fashioned, still believing in outdated traditions. She had studied at a church school and received a modern education. She was skilled in piano, painting, and horseback riding, and fluent in English, French, and German. She longed for a romantic, free love. To her, marriage should be a careful choice between 2 people who understood and respected each other, shared ideals and interests, and saw each other as lifelong companions. How could 2 strangers be forced to live together just because of their elders' wishes? Mother Zhou Yuni advised her, "The Gu family has a good reputation and strong values. Haven't you always liked men like Huaijun, gentle and refined? Since he's so outstanding, his twin brother can't be too bad either. Why not meet him first and see for yourself? Your grandfather always adored you. If you truly don't like him, I'm sure your grandfather in heaven wouldn't blame you." In her past life, Shin Yitong's greatest regret was listening to her mother and agreeing to meet Gu Huaijing. Shin Yitong already knew Gu Huaijuan. Their families had known each other for years. Although her grandfather kept some distance to avoid gossip, they still maintained contact. Gu Huaijuan was indeed excellent. He liked wearing clean white shirts, was polite, and spoke with grace. When Shin Yitong first began to understand love, she had briefly admired this gentle older brother. But a young girl's feelings are like clouds, gone with the wind. After Gu Huaijuan fell in love and got married, he became nothing more than a kind older brother to her. As for his twin brother, Gu Huaijing, Shin Yitong had once asked her mother why she had never seen him. Her mother couldn't say for sure, only that Gu Huaijing had been sent to the countryside to live with his grandfather when he was about 7 or 8. At that time, young Shin Yitong had felt indignant for him, thinking his parents were being unfair. But later, she learned that he had brought it upon himself. He was truly hard to describe. In the end, persuaded by her mother, Shin Yitong agreed to meet Gu Huaijing. What she didn't know was that, at that very moment, Mr. and Mrs. Gu were also feeling troubled. Mr. and Mrs. Gu didn't dislike Shin Yitong. On the contrary, they had watched her grow up, a delicate, doll-like girl, and genuinely liked her. They simply felt their younger son wasn't good enough for her. She was gentle and lovely, someone to be cherished, while he was wild and rough around the edges. The thought of pairing them felt like putting a flower in the mud. At 14, Gu Huaijing had been sent by his grandfather to a military camp, where he grew up among tough men, learning to survive through hardship. He had taken part in several important battles at a young age, had seen blood, and survived through life-and-death situations. That fierce aura of his. What if it scared the young lady? What made things worse was that when he got a call from home, he said bluntly, "I won't marry her. You agreed to it, not me. Whoever made the promise can marry her themselves. Or let my brother divorce and marry her instead. It's none of my business." Was that something a person should even say? The Gu family couldn't easily explain this to the Shun family. If they did, the Shuns would surely think the Gus were looking down on them and making excuses to break off the engagement. Father Gu had mentioned to Father Shin that his younger son hadn't grown up with them, had spent years in the army, and was wild and hard to control. Father Shin thought he was just being modest. But the old master of the Gu family was stubborn. He had promised his benefactor that he would fulfill this marriage arrangement, and if he failed, he would never rest in peace. So the old master forced his son, Gu Mingxiu, to send a telegram to his grandson, Gu Huaijing, saying that the old man was gravely ill and wanted to see him one last time. When Gu Huaijing received the telegram, he was doubtful, but didn't dare delay. He rushed home immediately. When he arrived, he found the old man perfectly healthy. It had all been a trick to get him home for a matchmaking meeting. Furious, he was about to leave, but the old master waved his cane and ordered the guards to lock him up. Then, under the pretense of celebrating the old man's birthday, the Gu family invited the Shin family over. Gu Mingxiu and his wife knew well that even if they could keep Huaijing at home, they couldn't control his heart or his words. They met the Shin family with a sense of resignation, ready to let things fall apart. They wanted the Shuns to see that it wasn't their unwillingness to form the marriage bond. It was simply that their son was too unruly and unfit. They had already decided that if things didn't work out, they would officially take Shin Yitang as their goddaughter and later find her a good match from a respectable family, treating her as their own daughter and ensuring she married with honor. They would protect her for life as her family. But unexpectedly, things took a turn. Gu Huaijing was locked in a room on the second floor. His brother brought him a brand new white shirt and neatly pressed military trousers. Mother said the Shin family will be here soon. Change into these and come downstairs to greet the guests. Gu Huaijing scoffed and grabbed his clothes, ready to throw them out the window. But just then, he saw the Shin family entering. He froze on the spot. A delicate young girl in a light blue dress stood there, her creamy skin glowing under the sunlight. She suddenly looked up, her bright eyes shining so beautifully that even the stars would seem dim in comparison. That single glance struck straight into Gu Huaijing's heart. Only one thought filled his mind. This is the woman I want for the rest of my life. Who is she? Gu Huaijing asked. Gu Huaijuan gave a short laugh. You never planned to get married, so why do you care who she is? She's the youngest daughter of the Shin family? Why didn't anyone tell me she's so beautiful? What? So if she's pretty you want her, and if she's not, you don't. Do you think the Shin family's daughter is something you can just pick and choose? Gu Huaijuan cared for Shin Yitang like a younger sister, and seeing his reckless brother act this way made him angry. But then he noticed Gu Huaijing changing into the clothes he had brought for him. Several scars marked his body, one of them still new, the skin faintly pink where it had just healed. Remembering how his brother had spent years fighting on the battlefield to protect their country, Gu Huaijuan's anger softened. The Shin family's young daughter is still very young, he said. Try to be gentle and don't scare her. Downstairs, their mother, Lin Wangshu, was warmly chatting with Shin Yitang when she suddenly saw her two sons coming down the stairs, both dressed in crisp, white shirts. For a moment, she thought she was seeing double. She blinked and looked again. No mistake, it really was her two sons, walking down gracefully side by side. Normally, the brothers didn't look that much alike. Though their faces were similar, their temperaments were completely different. Gu Huaijuan was calm, quiet, and refined. Gu Huaijing was a little taller, stronger, and much darker-skinned. His presence was bold and untamed, as if he feared nothing in the world. But before coming home this time, Gu Huaijing had been badly injured, so badly he almost didn't make it back. After 3 months of recovery in bed, his once sun-darkened skin had turned pale again, and he had grown noticeably thinner. Wearing a white shirt, he seemed to have hidden his wild side, looking unexpectedly gentle and refined, almost like a young gentleman. That whole evening, Lin Wangshu watched his younger son with a mix of surprise and amusement as he pretended to be calm and polite. He no longer ate in a hurry or made noise while drinking soup. Even when he spoke, his words were polite and thoughtful. Was he possessed by his older brother? No. What on earth had his brother told him to make him change so much? But when Lin Wangshu noticed the way his son looked at the young Miss Shin, everything became clear. So this is what they mean by a hero can't resist a beautiful lady. The Shin family seemed very pleased with Gu Huaijing. Shin Yitong's father, Shin Jixing, praised him endlessly, calling him talented and full of promise. Lin Wangshu and his wife could only cover their faces in embarrassment. Instead of feeling relieved, they became even more nervous. What if, after the two families became related, the Shin family discovered Gu Huaijing's true nature? Would they think they had been deceived? 3 months later, when Shin Yitong met Gu Huaijing again on a remote island, she was completely shocked. The man in front of her looked nothing like the one she had met before. Was this really the same Gu Huaijing? In truth, Shin Yitong had never planned to marry so soon. Although Shin Yitong had a good impression of Gu Huaijing that night, she believed they should spend more time getting to know each other and build a deeper bond before marriage. But life is full of unexpected turns. The Zhong family, another wealthy household like the Shuns, got into trouble because someone in their family had carelessly said something inappropriate. As a result, the entire family was to be sent away. That included Zhong Liue, Shin Yitong's close childhood friend. Worse still, the family members were sent to different places. Shin Yitong heard that Zhong Liue was being sent to a remote island where even electricity hadn't reached, and the local fishermen still lived in very primitive conditions. On the day Zhong Liue left, she cried so hard she could barely breathe. Shin Yitong was terrified. Her father, Shin Jixing, had heard some troubling rumors and began to worry that their family might face the same fate. So they quickly went to discuss it with the Gu family, hoping to arrange the young couple's marriage as soon as possible. That way, even if something happened to the Shin family, it wouldn't affect Shin Yitong after she was married. The Gu family immediately sent a telegram asking Gu Huaijing to come back for the wedding. But Gu Huaijing was away on a secret mission and couldn't be reached. Shin Yitong's fear of being sent away outweighed her wish for a romantic wedding. So, following the advice of both families, the Gu family helped her and Gu Huaijing complete the marriage registration. Then they invited close relatives and friends to a small dinner to announce the marriage. And just like that, she became Gu Huaijing's wife. At first, Shin Yitong didn't think much of it. One reason was that she didn't really feel like she was married yet. Another was that the Gu parents promised her that when Gu Huaijing returned, they would hold a lively wedding celebration for them. Just when Shin Yitong thought she could continue living comfortably at home, a sudden piece of news changed everything. Her father, Shin Jixing, told her she had to go live with Gu Huaijing on the island where he served. Shin Yitong cried and argued, asking her father, "If you send me there, how is that different from being sent away?" But Shin Jixing was firm. Of course it's different. If you were sent to some poor, remote place, what good could come of it? At least with Huaijing, you'll be safe and cared for. The Gu family actually preferred that Shin Yitong stay with them as their daughter-in-law instead of going to the island to endure hardship. They thought it would be fine if Gu Huaijing took more leave to visit home, and after a few years, he could retire from service. That was how most military couples living apart managed their lives. But Shin Jixing was determined. Since Tang Dang is already married to Huaijing, she should live with him. It's not right for a young couple to be apart. So, Shin Yitong's brother, Shin Yanshu, and Gu Huaijing's brother, Gu Huaijuan, traveled a long way to her and her many boxes of luggage to Chongmen Island, where Gu Huaijing was stationed. History later proved that Shin Jixing's decision was a wise one. In those turbulent times, the military base on Chongmen Island was like a peaceful haven, protecting Shin Yitong's safety and calm life. At that time, Shin Yitong didn't understand anything. It was fine on the train. Her family had arranged a private first-class cabin for her. But once she got on the ship, things were different. The sea was rough, the ferry rocked hard, and Shin Yitong felt sick from the moment she boarded until she got off. By the time the trip ended, she was so weak she could barely stand. When she finally stepped onto solid ground, she saw a man as dark as charcoal waiting to pick her up. Her vision went black, and she swayed backward. Shin Yenshu quickly caught her. Tangdang, what's wrong? Leaning weakly in her brother's arms, Shin Yitong whispered, Brother, I think I just had a nightmare. Back then, Gu Huaijing and Chongmen Island really did feel like a nightmare. Pulling her gaze back from the distant sea, Shin Yitong also pulled herself out of her thoughts. She turned over and got out of bed.
Ah!
She gasped softly. That man. Was he made of iron? Her whole body ached as if her bones had been taken apart and put back together again. She told herself she couldn't let that happen again. Last night. It was only because she thought it was a dream she might never have again that she had allowed him to be so close, again and again. Opening the door, she walked through the familiar yet strange living room, stepping onto the clean stone path that led toward the small restroom in the corner of the yard. Thinking of the restroom made her both annoyed and amused, remembering the first time she came here. Gu Huaijing had brought her to this courtyard, which the army had just assigned to him because she was joining him. Before she could even unpack, she had anxiously searched around the house. At that time, Gu Huaijing had smiled proudly.
Nice house, right?
The previous officer just moved out, and I managed to get it. We're really lucky. Look, from this window, you can see the sea. The view's great, and since it's on higher ground, it's not too damp. Shen Yitong stopped, hesitating as she looked at him. Gu Huaijing was still grinning. Do you like it? If anything's missing, just tell me. I'll find a way to fix it. Shen Yitong pressed her lips together and asked carefully, Where's the bathroom? The bathroom? Oh, you mean the toilet? There isn't one inside. It's outside, I'll show you. Outside? Shin Yitong frowned. Was it a public one? She had used public toilets before, at school, for example. When traveling far from home, like this trip to the island, she had used the ones on trains and ferries too. Sometimes they were so dirty that it was hard to bear. So whenever she went out, she tried to drink as little water as possible, avoiding the toilet if she could. But this time was different. This was where she would be living for a long time. Did that mean she would have to use a public toilet every day? Every morning after waking up, every night before bed, would she have to face that awful smell and filth again and again? Could a person really live without drinking water or using the toilet? At that moment, Shen Yitong still held on to a bit of hope. This was a military family compound, a place where people were supposed to be well-mannered. Maybe the public toilets here would be cleaner? That hope completely disappeared when Gu Huaijing pointed out a small, yellowish building in the distance. Just then, someone came out from behind the toilet, carrying 2 buckets on a pole. As the person passed by, she caught a glimpse of what was inside. Dirty waste, with small white worms wriggling on the surface.
Ugh.
Shen Yitong gagged, turned around, and ran back without caring about the strange looks from others. She grabbed her brother, who was untying the ropes around a box.
Brother, stop.
I'm not staying here. I want to leave, right now. Please, take me away. Shan Yenshu turned in confusion, just as Gu Huaijing hurried back, equally puzzled. Both asked at the same time, what happened? Covering her face, Shin Yitong burst into tears. What did I do wrong? Why did you bring me here? I've already suffered so much to get here, and now I just wanted to use the toilet, just the toilet. Shen Yenshu looked at Gu Huaijing, who sighed helplessly. She probably thinks the public toilet is too dirty. Shen Yenshu understood. He felt sorry for his sister, but, remembering their father's instructions before they left, he forced himself to stay firm. Stop making a fuss. It's just a public toilet. If others can use it, why can't you? Shin Yitong stared at him in disbelief, shocked that those words came from her brother. Just a public toilet? Go see for yourself. There's nowhere to even step, and it's crawling with white bugs. It's disgusting. Shen Yenshu tried to stay patient. Tangdang, the island's conditions aren't great, but since you're here, you need to learn to adapt. I can adapt. I'll never get used to this place. I want to go home. Right now. Shin Yitong grabbed the rope from her brother's hand, trying to tie up her luggage again. The rough rope rubbed her palms painfully. Shen Yitong. Shin Yenshu said seriously. You're married now. You can't keep acting like a child. Gu Huaijuan stepped in to calm things down. Yenshu, Tangding has never been to a place like this. It's normal for her to feel uncomfortable. Talk to her gently. She had already felt embarrassed enough on the boat, getting sick in front of Brother Gu. Now, being scolded by her own brother over something as awkward as the restroom, she felt she had lost all her dignity. Ignoring everyone, she rushed into a random room and slammed the door shut. The three men looked at each other helplessly. Shen Yenshu sighed and knocked on the door. Tang, open up.
No.
Not unless you promise to take me home right now.
Don't be stubborn.
Going home isn't possible. Please open the door first. We can talk about everything calmly, all right? He paused, then added, Didn't you say you needed the restroom? You should at least take care of that first. At that, Shen Yitong grew even more upset. I don't care. Just leave me alone. Gu Huaijing quietly walked over, pulled Shen Yenshu aside, and handed him something. It's my fault for not thinking ahead. Let her use this for now. It was a brand new chamber pot, a common household item. Sometimes, when people needed to go at night, they couldn't walk to the public restroom in the dark, so they used this instead. In the morning, they would empty it or even use the water for the garden, practical and convenient. Shen Yenshu looked at it, unsure what to do. Others might not know his sister's personality, but he did. She always wanted people to see her as graceful and refined. If anyone found out she had to use something like this, she would be mortified. Would she ever agree to it? Seeing his hesitation, Gu Huaijing pulled him outside and pointed toward the window of the room. Go in from there and talk to her. In the afternoon, Shen Yenshu knocked on the window. Tangdang, it's your brother. Shen Yitong was squatting in the corner of the room, ignoring him completely. Shen Yenshu tried to open the window. Luckily, it wasn't locked.
Tang, use this.
Don't make yourself uncomfortable. I came alone. No one knows, and no one will laugh at you. Shen Yitong hesitated for a while, then finally gave in. You have to promise not to tell anyone. I swear. Shen Yenshu helped Shen Yitong clean up the mess. After a long time, Shen Yitong slowly came out of the room, pretending nothing had happened. But she found that only Shen Yenshu was there. Brother, where are the others?
They went out a while ago, he said.
I brought you the basin after they left, and I've already cleaned and put it back. No one will find out. Shen Yitong finally felt relieved. Gu Huaijing and his brother had gone to get bricks and cement. When they came back, they worked through the night, digging a pit and building a small private toilet in the corner of the yard with the help of his brother-in-law. That was the one Shen Yitong used now. The toilet was clean and had no bad smell. Ever since it was built, no matter how tense things got between them, as long as Gu Huaijing was home, he would carry a big bucket of clean water every night to wash the stone floor until it was spotless. He would also carefully sprinkle lime powder around to keep insects away. If not for that toilet, Shen Yitong thought, she probably wouldn't have stayed on the island. In the yard, the water for washing her face was already prepared, covered with a lid so it wouldn't get dusty. To be fair, at the beginning, Gu Huaijing really tried hard to please her. There was no running water in the yard, and she disliked using water drawn from the outside well because it didn't stay clean for long. So, he had a new well dug in the yard and got up early every morning to draw fresh water for her. She also disliked the dirt in the yard, dusty on sunny days and muddy when it rained. So Gu Huaijing laid stone slabs on the ground and, just as she wanted, used smooth pebbles from the beach to make a winding stone path. When she was in a good mood, she would sometimes go with him to pick things up. At those times, he was especially happy, running around with excitement and trying hard to tell jokes to make her laugh. She didn't know how to cook and didn't want to learn, so he went to the cafeteria 3 times a day to bring food back for her. Others often said that Captain Gu hadn't married a wife. He had brought home someone he had to serve like a queen. But no matter how much he liked her, his warmth couldn't melt her coldness, no matter how hard he tried. Back then, Shen Yitong didn't feel grateful for all that Gu Huaijing did for her. She believed that all the hardships she suffered were caused by him. She disliked the way he made noise while eating, and how he would lie on the bed still sweaty after training. She disliked that he didn't understand poetry or art, and couldn't talk with her about literature. She disliked that he wasn't gentle or considerate, and that he often acted too roughly, making her uncomfortable. Finally, one night when Shin Yitong once again made him sleep on the floor, Gu Huaijing had enough. "I'm done trying," he said. The more she disliked something, the more he did it on purpose. He would eat and drink loudly in front of her, deliberately come close to her while still sweaty, and even go to bed without washing up, just to see her get angry and drive him away. Thinking of this, Shin Yitong clenched her teeth. Maybe it had just been too long. How could she have forgotten that this man could be so annoying? He really got off easy last night. Shin Yitong walked into the kitchen and lifted the lid of the pot. Inside was the breakfast Gu Huaijing had brought her from the cafeteria, kept warm in a bowl of hot water. 2 buns, 1 egg, and a bowl of millet porridge. She touched it. It was still a little warm, not completely cold yet. So she brought it to the table and ate slowly, 1 small bite at a time. Then the bugle sounded again. It was lunchtime already. She hadn't realized she had been lost in thought for so long. Living in the military compound had its advantages. Everything was organized by the sound of the bugle. There was 1 for waking up, 1 for meals, and 1 for lights out at night. When the lights out signal sounded, the electricity was cut off, and if you wanted to read, you had to light a dim kerosene lamp. The lunch bell rang, and Shin Yitong immediately knew it was time to eat. Thinking that Gu Huaijing might come back soon, her heart began to beat a little faster. Sure enough, before long, Gu Huaijing appeared in front of her, carrying a lunchbox and covered in sweat. "Why did you get up so late? Breakfast must be cold by now." "Don't eat that. Have this instead. It's fresh." Shin Yitong was slowly drinking her porridge. Hearing him, she looked up at him quietly. Gu Huaijing quickly said, all right, it's my fault. I made you tired. You should rest well." He was being unusually gentle today. Shin Yitong gave him another look. I'll wash my hands, he said, running to the well. He filled a bucket of water and washed his hands, face, and feet noisily, splashing water everywhere. Alive, full of energy, that was Gu Huaijing. Shin Yitong tried hard to keep from smiling. Seeing her still looking at him, Gu Huaijing said, "No need to change clothes, right? I still have training this afternoon. If I change too often, you'll have to wash them all." "Who told you to change? Stop talking so much and come eat," Shin Yitong said with a hint of annoyance. Gu Huaijing listened carefully, making sure she wasn't upset, then happily ran over. A few drops of water splashed onto Shin Yitong. Before she could frown, Gu Huaijing quickly grabbed a towel to wipe them off. "You actually know how to be considerate," Shin Yitong said. So all those times he didn't wash his hands or face and just ate messily, he must have done it on purpose to tease her. Gu Huaijing grinned. "If you're always as gentle as you were last night, I'll be as considerate as you want me to be." Shin Yitong's face changed. "You really have a way with unpleasant words. I'm just talking about spending time with my own wife."
"What's unpleasant about that?"
Shin Yitong stood up to leave, but Gu Huaijing quickly pulled her back. All right, I'll stop. Let's eat first." She tried to pull her hand away, but he happened to let go at the same time. Her hand swung too hard and accidentally hit his face with a sharp sound. He didn't seem to feel much pain, but her palm quickly turned red. Gu Huaijing's expression changed at once. "Can't you just be nice to me for once? Can't you comfort me properly?" Gu Huaijing grew angry too and grabbed her hands. "I'm not good to you? I've already given you everything I can. How am I not good to you?" "You're hurting me," Shin Yitong said softly. He quickly loosened his grip, and she threw herself into his arms, holding him tightly as she cried uncontrollably. You really aren't good to me. You always argue with me and make me upset. You should be fair when you talk. You've disliked me for so long that whatever I do seems wrong. How could I still dare to show my feelings? Her warm tears soaked through his clothes, and his chest felt hot too. He felt the warmth and trust in her embrace. Unable to resist, he gently kissed her cheek and then her lips. When she didn't push him away, he deepened the kiss. They only stopped when both were out of breath, their hearts racing. Gu Huaijing then lifted her into his arms and started walking toward the bedroom. Shen Yitong suddenly realized what he was thinking and quickly pushed him. What are you doing? It's broad daylight. Who knows what's gotten into you today? If you change your mind later, I'll lose my chance, he said with a teasing smile. Shen Yitong blushed. No, stop it. I'm still tired from last night. Gu Huaijing finally stopped, gave her a few more quick kisses, and gently rubbed her hair before letting her go. Fine, but I'll remember this, he said with a grin. By the time they finally sat down to eat, the food had already gone cold. In the afternoon, Shen Yitong took a comfortable nap. When she woke up, the sun was setting, and the amber-colored waves in the distance scattered the twilight into countless shimmering scales, like a vivid oil painting. In this grand and beautiful scene, Shen Yitong suddenly felt her heart open and light. The feeling that had been floating in the air finally became real. Yes, she was back. Back to the time she regretted the most. This time, she would no longer complain about fate. She would cherish every beautiful moment and the person who had always been so kind to her. So, when Gu Huaijing returned, what he saw was the gentle, radiant smile on Shen Yitong's face. For a moment, his heartbeat quickened like the sound of drums before a charge. Oh no, this was dangerous. He really might lose himself because of her. He took a deep breath and calmed down before walking in as if nothing had happened. Well now, what's going on here? He teased, glancing at the sky. The sun didn't rise from the west, did it? Shen Yitong gave him a sideways look. I'm just happy. Is that not allowed? Her eyes sparkled, making his heart tremble. What made you so happy? Tell me. It was rare to see her in such a good mood. Gu Huaijing felt a wave of relief and almost wanted to hug her. He reached out but quickly pulled his hand back. Forget it. He was covered in sweat. Better not ruin this peaceful moment. I'll go get dinner. I heard the cafeteria is serving braised pork tonight. Gu Huaijing grabbed his lunchbox and hurried out, afraid that if he stayed any longer, his emotions would get the better of him. Shen Yitong watched him with amusement and faintly heard someone outside teasing, Captain Gu, off to get dinner again? Your wife's here. Why isn't she cooking for you? Then came Gu Huaijing's annoyed voice. I like cafeteria food. What's it to you? After a short silence, there were whispers that weren't exactly quiet. Sigh. Poor Captain Gu. He got married, but it's like he brought home a queen. She doesn't take care of him at all. He's the one taking care of her. What can you do? She's a rich young lady. She's never had to do chores in her life. I really don't understand what the Gu family is thinking. With Commander Gu's background, looks, and status, he could marry any good girl he wants. Why would they let him marry the daughter of a former capitalist family? Just then, Shen Yitong opened the courtyard gate with a bright smile. Well, I can't help it. My background may not be great, but I'm just lucky. My husband is handsome, comes from a good family, and has a bright future. You can be jealous all you want, but it won't change anything. After saying that, she turned gracefully and walked back into the house, leaving the gossiping women outside fuming. How can she be like that? I don't believe Commander Gu can put up with her for long. If she keeps acting like this, she'll lose such a good man sooner or later. Without Commander Gu protecting her, let's see what that capitalist's daughter can do. In her previous life, Shen Yitong hadn't been well-liked. In the entire military compound, she hardly had a single friend. Back then, she had been in poor spirits and had become withdrawn. No matter what others said about her, she shut her door and ignored them, earning a reputation for being proud, cold, and unsociable. Of course, in this life, she had no intention of lowering herself to please others. She simply couldn't understand how some people could spend their whole lives revolving around their husbands, children, and kitchen, finding their only joy in gossiping about others. But she suddenly realized that letting go of her restraint and talking back directly actually felt quite satisfying. After dinner, Gu Huaijing washed the dishes and heated some water for Shin Yitang to take a bath. She was very particular about cleanliness. She had to bathe every day, and her long, silky hair was washed every 2 or 3 days. To make her more comfortable, Gu Huaijing had even converted one of the rooms into a small bathroom with proper drainage. Shin Yitang stayed inside for over an hour before finally coming out, her whole body carrying a light, pleasant fragrance. She sat on a wicker chair in the courtyard to dry her hair, lifting the loose sleeves and pant legs of her silk pajamas as she applied lotion to her arms and legs. Her smooth, fair skin, soft as milk, was the result of such careful care. When Gu Huaijing first discovered how particular she was, he had been quite surprised. While others were reluctant to even use face cream, she used it generously on her whole body, without hesitation. When she first moved in, she brought a big box filled with her daily necessities. There was shampoo for washing her hair, soap for her face and body, hair oil for care, and different creams and lotions for various parts of her body. Gu Huaijing had never even heard of such things before, let alone known where to buy them. As expected of a young lady from a wealthy family, even though her family had fallen on hard times, her way of living was still far beyond what ordinary people could imagine. He still remembered when she first arrived and was unpacking her luggage. A curious neighbor came over to watch. Seeing the box full of items, the woman was so shocked that she couldn't close her mouth. So many things. You'll never finish them in a lifetime. Are you planning to sell them? A capitalist's nature never changes? Shin Yitang gave a small laugh. This isn't much. I just brought extra because I was afraid I couldn't buy them here. They'll be gone soon enough. Her words instantly created a huge gap between her and the working people. The neighbors secretly observed her for a long time afterward. When she confirmed that Shin Yitang wasn't selling anything, she finally believed that all those things were really for her own use. What a spoiled capitalist. Gu Huaijing tried to distract himself with random thoughts, but the image of her fair arms and legs kept appearing in his mind. He was sure she was doing it on purpose. Usually, she was so careful around him, always applying her lotions in the bathroom and never letting him see. But today, she was sitting there with her arms and legs uncovered. How could that not be intentional? Humph. He told himself he was a man of principle, a true revolutionary. He wouldn't be swayed by such harmless temptations. He quietly turned his head and wiped his nose. Thankfully, he managed to keep his composure. Shin Yitang waited for a while, but Gu Huaijing still didn't go to take a bath. Instead, he kept pretending to be busy. She suddenly realized he was waiting for her to say something first. She wanted to see how long he could hold out. But in the end, she softened. She had decided to treat him a little better, so she gave him a bit of face. In a gentle voice, she said, "Why haven't you gone to take your bath yet?" Gu Huaijing replied with a teasing smile, "Will you let me? If you let me sleep here, I'll wash up. If not, I won't. I'm not like you, a spoiled young lady who needs to bathe every day." Shin Yitang's fists tightened. What kind of person was this? So rude. She sneered. Looks like you plan to sleep on the floor forever and never use the bed again. In that case, why not just stay in the barracks and not come back at all? Some people were just impossible. She was angry, yet he came closer. So if I wash up properly, you'll let me sleep on the bed? Shin Yitang glared at him. Too late. You missed your chance. That teasing look in her eyes gave Gu Huaijing new courage. He jumped up. Fine. I'll go wash right now and come back spotless. Shin Yitang turned away, smiling quietly. When her hair was dry, she went back to her room. The sheets and quilt were freshly changed, carrying the scent of sunshine. Soon, Gu Huaijing came back, still cool from his shower, and jumped onto the bed, leaning against her playfully. Shin Yitang, still uneasy from the night before, quickly pushed him away. Go away. Don't touch me. We're just sleeping tonight. You're the one who told me to take a shower, Gu Huaijing protested. I told you to wash up and go to bed, not to do anything else. Gu Huaijing turned his back to her, sulking. His steady breathing made the bed move slightly. Shin Yitong looked at his strong back and the faint scars across it, and her heart softened. She moved closer, gently wrapping an arm around his waist. How many lonely nights had she fallen asleep just by remembering this warm, solid embrace? Gu Huaijing stiffened and pushed her hand away. Don't tease me. Shin Yitong put her hand back. I want to. I just want to hold you. Gu Huaijing turned over, pinning her beneath him. If that's what you want, then don't blame me. Shin Yitong frowned. Why do you always think about that kind of thing? Can't we just hug and talk? No, because you're too beautiful, too sweet, too soft. When I see you, I can't think of anything else.
You.
Shin Yitong tried to scold him, but he silenced her with a kiss. When she finally caught her breath, she muttered, just this once. The next morning, Shin Yitong still couldn't get up and didn't even hear the wake-up call. What an infuriating man. After her anger faded, she suddenly thought of a serious problem after these past 2 nights. Could she be pregnant? In her previous life, she and Gu Huaijing never had a child. Back then, because she was always unwilling, they didn't spend much time together. She had been unhappy with life on the island and naturally didn't want to have a child with him. So every time things reached a certain point, she would urge him to stop. In this life, although her feelings for Gu Huaijing had changed and she had begun to understand the closeness between a man and a woman, she still resisted the idea of having a child deep down. First, she had just returned from 15 years in the future and hadn't yet adapted to life on the island. Having a baby now would only make things more difficult. She didn't have the confidence to be a good mother or to take care of a child properly. Second, she couldn't shake off the shadow of Gu Huaijing's sacrifice. Now that she had a second chance at life, she hoped he could change his fate this time, to live well and for a long time. But there was so little she could do. He was a soldier with his own duty, and she couldn't stop him from going to battle. What if he still ended up like before? Shin Yitong admitted she was selfish. She didn't dare to face the responsibility of raising a child alone. Would a child growing up without a father blame her for bringing them into this world? If that were the case, it might be better not to have one, at least not now. Maybe she would change her mind someday, but who could say? For now, she chose to follow her heart. This time, she decided to talk to Gu Huaijing properly. In her previous life, they had argued about this. He had always thought that her refusal to have a child meant she disliked or rejected him. If he had remembered that before he died, his heart must have been filled with cold despair. So this time, she didn't want to hurt him again. The bond between a man and a woman was truly mysterious. Even though they had been married for 5 years in their past life, there had always been a bit of distance between them. After spending the past 2 days growing closer, they had become more relaxed and affectionate with each other. That evening, after dinner, Gu Huaijing didn't need any reminder. He carried the hot water to the bathroom for Shin Yitong, then went to the well in the yard to wash himself. When he came out, Shin Yitong naturally leaned into his arms. Gu Huaijing looked surprised. So early? Then he put on a teasing expression. Well, I guess that's fine. He quickly pulled her close and kissed her. This man really took every chance he got. Shin Yitong was both annoyed and amused. Can't you think about something else for once?
She said.
Gu Huaijing looked wronged.
You started it. I just wanted to talk to you.
Shin Yitong stepped back, keeping a meter between them. Fine, from now on I'll talk to you, from this far away. Gu Huaijing rubbed his nose and grinned, reaching out to take her hand. No need, I think this distance is just right. Shin Yitong sighed. I want to discuss something with you. Go ahead. Even if you want the moon, I'll find a way to get it for you. She leaned forward and gave him a quick kiss on the cheek. Promise me you won't get upset after I say it. Gu Huaijing tightened his hold and pulled her into his arms. One kiss isn't enough. I need a little more. He kissed her deeply, his arms strong around her. Shin Itan could feel his emotions rising, and she worried he might lose control. Fortunately, he stopped himself, breathing heavily beside her ear. "All right, tell me." With her arms around his neck, Shin Yitong said softly, "Gu Huaijing, I don't want to have children." His body stiffened, and his voice turned cooler.
Why?
Shin Yitong thought, if they weren't still holding each other, he would probably already be angry. "I just feel like I can't even take good care of myself yet. If we had a child, I wouldn't know how to manage." "You wouldn't want our home to become chaotic and affect our relationship, right?" Gu Huaijing sneered. "With your spoiled attitude, you'll never learn to take care of yourself." Shen Yitong got angry and tried to twist his arm, but he was too strong. Instead, she hurt her own hand. "Yes, I'm a useless young lady. Too bad you were unlucky enough to marry me. So, what do you want me to do? Sleep on the floor again tonight?" "No, as long as you take a bath. I like it when you hold me while we sleep." "You mean just sleeping and talking under the blanket? That's boring. Do you know there's something called a safety item?" Shin Yitong whispered in his ear, blushing. "What's that?" Gu Huaijing looked confused. In their past life, Shin Yitong hadn't known either. But now, after living 15 more years, she knew a lot more. It's something that helps prevent pregnancy. If you use it during that kind of time, you won't have a baby. She couldn't bring herself to explain further. In truth, she had only heard about it and never seen or used one. "There's really something like that?" Gu Huaijing was surprised. "You think that's a good thing?" Shin Yitong was also surprised. She had heard that many men didn't like using it. Of course it's good. Look at some people, they keep having children one after another. Do you think they really want that many? They just don't have a choice. Shin Yitong frowned at his crude words. "Can you speak more politely?" Her father and mother were both refined people, and her elder brother was a true gentleman. How did they end up with someone like Gu Huaijing? Gu Huaijing looked puzzled. "How do you even know about this thing?" "I'm a rich young lady. Is it strange that I know more than you?" He felt she was looking down on him, but couldn't prove it. "Then tell me, Miss Capitalist, where can I get one?" "How would I know? You're the one who should figure it out."
Where am I supposed to ask about that?
Gu Huaijing thought for a moment. He was sure no one around him would know either. In the military camp, a group of men chatted after lights out, and their conversations were far from what any woman could imagine. If that thing really existed, there was no way he hadn't heard of it. Besides, going around asking about such a thing would be so embarrassing. He had just gotten married and didn't even have children yet. He had never heard of any married couple who didn't want to have children quickly, and the more they had, the prouder they were. Although he didn't really understand what was so great about having kids. He had been a mischievous child himself and knew exactly how troublesome kids could be. Shin Yitong said, "I don't care, just find a way yourself." "What if I can't get it?" "As long as you can get that thing, you can use it however you want. But if you can't, then we'll just talk under the blanket from now on." What a cunning woman, using this to control him. Yet he willingly let her do it. "Fine, I'll figure something out." After all, she said that if he managed to get it, he could do whatever he wanted. When that time came, he wouldn't hold back. Shin Yitong smiled happily. "Thank you, you're so nice." Only now you realize I'm nice?" "What about everything I did before?" "You were nice before too, just not when you were teasing me on purpose." "So, tonight." "No way. The last 2 nights were already risky. We can't take any more chances. If you can't hold back, then hurry up and find that thing." Gu Huaijing was clearly unhappy. Shin Yitong laughed. "Regretting it already? If I'd known, I wouldn't have taken a bath tonight."
Who says that?
"Can't I just like being clean? Besides," Gu Huaijing leaned closer with a grin, "if we can't do the real thing, I can still ask for a little affection, right?" After some playful moments, Shen Yitong wrapped her arms around Gu Huaijing's neck and asked, "Do you really mean it when you say you don't want children, or are you just saying that to please me?" "Of course I mean it. You think I want kids? All they do is cry all day. It's exhausting. Taking care of you already wears me out. If we had a child too, I'd never get a break. Besides, I just started enjoying proper meals with meat. If you got pregnant, I'd have to go back to eating plain food. That would be torture. This man really had a way with words, never anything sweet to say. Shen Yitong said, "What if I never have children? I've heard giving birth is dangerous, and I'm scared." Gu Huaijing replied, "Then don't. As long as you stay this good to me, why would we need children? You're not worried about continuing the family line?" She asked. "That's my brother's job. We look almost the same anyway, his children would be just like mine." Hearing that, Shen Yitong got upset. "You still dare to say that? You and your brother are nothing alike."
I was fooled by your act back then.
Gu Huaijing said sourly, "Humph, you shallow woman. You only like my brother because he looks gentle. Let me tell you, he and his wife are doing great, so stop dreaming." Shen Yitong hit him lightly. "You're the one dreaming.
How can you talk like that?"
You're such a..." Gu Huaijing laughed and took her hand, placing it on his chest. "Go on, hit me here." Shen Yitong was speechless. She ignored him. Her hand hurt more than he did. Last night, Gu Huaijing had simply held her and slept quietly. Because of that, Shen Yitong rested well. So she woke up early today. She sat by the window where she could see the sea and read for a while, then suddenly felt she should do something. Since Gu Huaijing had agreed not to have children, she thought she should treat him better in return. How do most women show care for their husbands? By washing clothes and cooking? That made sense. He trained hard all day, still worried about her meals, and even washed his own clothes when he got home. No wonder others might think she was being unfair. She herself felt it was a bit too much. Besides, she would have to learn to do these things sooner or later. In her past life, Shen Yitong had wanted to hire a housekeeper. Gu Huaijing had said that when he lived in the countryside with his grandfather, a distant aunt named Li Jinping took care of him. Li Jinping had a hard life. Her husband and child had passed away from illness, and her only daughter was married and living elsewhere. She now lived alone in the countryside. Gu Huaijing suggested bringing his aunt to live with them. She could help with housework, and they could also take care of her in her old age. At that time, it was common for people to ask relatives from the countryside for help instead of hiring strangers. Gu Huaijing had thought that once his aunt arrived, he could finally relax, but he didn't expect that would be the beginning of a nightmare. Li Jinping was indeed hardworking, but her hygiene habits were far from what Miss Shen could tolerate. She often forgot to flush the toilet, carried a sour smell, yet insisted she was clean, and only bathed every few days. After coming back from outside, she would start cooking without washing her hands, and she even used the dirty rag from the stove to wipe the dishes. Because of these things, Shen Yitong often quarreled with Gu Huaijing. She asked him to talk to Li Jinping and help her change these bad habits. At first, he did. But after a few times, Gu Huaijing began to think Shen Yitong was being too picky. After all, many people lived like that all their lives without any problem. One day, before dinner, when Shen Yitong was rinsing a bowl that had been wiped with the dirty rag, Li Jinping suddenly started crying in front of Gu Huaijing. She cried and said she couldn't stay in this house anymore and wanted to go back to her hometown. Shen Yitong finally lost her patience and had the fiercest argument with Gu Huaijing they had ever had. While they were busy arguing, they didn't notice that Li Jinping had run outside to the yard, sitting on the ground and crying loudly, slapping her legs. A crowd soon gathered to watch. The more people came, the louder she cried, accusing Shen Yitong of acting like a spoiled rich lady and bullying a hardworking woman like her. She probably thought, as she used to in the countryside, that public pressure would force Shen Yitong to give in. But she didn't realize that many of the onlookers' faces had already changed. In the end, Gu Huaijing gave in and sent his aunt back to her hometown. No one expected that someone would report the incident to the authorities, accusing Gu Huaijing and Shen Yitong of hiring a maid, exploiting a worker, and even mistreating her. Fortunately, Gu Huaijing's superior valued him highly and suppressed the matter despite opposition. Even so, his career was still affected. Most obviously, he lost a very important chance for promotion. If he had been promoted, he wouldn't have needed to take part in the mission that later cost him his life. This became a lasting regret for Shen Yitong, who always felt that her stubbornness and desire for comfort had ruined Gu Huaijing's future. In this lifetime, she would never let Gu Huaijing bring Li Jinping over again, and she would make sure that what happened before would never happen once more. So, many things she could only learn to do by herself. In the past, Shen Yitang had thought that without someone taking care of her daily needs, she wouldn't be able to live. But in fact, after Gu Huaijing passed away in her previous life, she still managed to live well on her own. However, she truly didn't know how to cook. After his death, the organization arranged a job for her as a middle school teacher to take care of her. There was a cafeteria at work, and she had eaten there for many years until she grew tired of it. So this time, she decided to learn how to be a good wife, starting with cooking. Shen Yitang walked into the kitchen, completely unsure where to begin. Maybe she should ask someone for help? The people living nearby were all families of military officers, and most of them cooked at home. Anyone she asked would probably be good at it. But Shen Yitang couldn't bring herself to do that. When she first arrived on the island, her proud and distant attitude, along with her picky behavior, had made her the target of gossip. She held a grudge and stopped talking to those nosy neighbors she didn't respect. Now, to suddenly humble herself and ask them for advice, she just couldn't do it. She took a deep breath. Why should she ask others anyway? Couldn't she just teach herself? She was smart. She could play the piano, paint, and speak 3 languages fluently. How hard could cooking be? What should she do first? Oh, right. You can't cook without ingredients. The kitchen was empty, so she needed to buy groceries. There was a supply store in the military district that sold everything one might need. Since she had never cooked at home, she lacked all the basics: pots, bowls, grains, and seasonings. The only thing she had plenty of was firewood, because they needed it to heat water for bathing. Gu Huaijing had bought a large supply from nearby villagers, and it was stacked in the shed beside the kitchen. Thinking about what she needed to buy, Shen Yitang picked up a basket and headed out. Then she noticed that the gate of the neighboring yard was wide open, and someone was moving things inside. When she looked closer, she saw the yard filled with all sorts of household items. It turned out a new family had just moved in. Shen Yitang suddenly remembered that in her previous life, not long after she joined the army base, a new family had moved in next door. The man was the commander of the 2nd Regiment, named Liao Mingcheng, and his wife was Jiang Shuang. The couple had been quite friendly. At first, Jiang Shuang often brought over homemade food, buns, dumplings, and other dishes to build a good relationship with her neighbors. But back then, Shen Yitang had no interest in socializing with anyone. After sensing her distant attitude a few times, Jiang Shuang wisely stopped coming by. In this life, however, Shen Yitang decided to make Jiang Shuang her first step toward building social connections. Just as she was thinking about how to greet her naturally without seeming too deliberate, a young woman came out of the house. She was dressed like an ordinary farm wife, wearing a simple homespun top with a slanted collar, an apron around her waist, and a scarf tied over her hair. It was indeed Jiang Shuang. Shen Yitang forced a small smile, and Jiang Shuang looked at her in surprise, her eyes full of admiration. Of course, today Shen Yitang was wearing one of her old dresses from her days as a young lady, paired with white lambskin heels. Her long wavy hair was half tied back with a sparkling crystal hair clip. On this island, her outfit looked completely out of place. Jiang Shuang walked up to her, suddenly looking a bit shy. She brushed her hair back and wiped her hands on her apron several times before asking, "You are?" Shen Yitang smiled and said, "I live next door. My name is Shen Yitang. My husband's surname is Gu. Did you just move in?" Jiang Shuang's face lit up. "Oh, so you're Commander Gu's wife. My husband, Liao, mentioned you two before."
No wonder.
Her husband had once said that Commander Gu's wife was a rich young lady who always dressed up beautifully and didn't do much housework, leaving everything to her husband. Realizing she almost said too much, Jiang Shuang gave an awkward smile. "Your outfit is really lovely. Our place is still a mess since we just moved in, so I won't invite you in for tea yet. Once we're settled, please come by." Shen Yitang lifted the basket in her hand. I was just heading out to buy some groceries. Would you like to come with me to the supply store? It would be a good chance to ask what she should buy. Otherwise, she really wouldn't know where to start. Jiang Shuang was pleasantly surprised. Sure. I just got here and don't know much. It's great that you can show me around. Shin Yitong forced a smile. Actually, I haven't been here long either. I'm still not familiar with many things. Let's go take a look together. A little boy, covered in dirt, came running over. Mom, where are you going? I want to go too. Go on, don't make trouble. Go find your dad. Shin Yitong tried to stay calm. This is your son? He's really cute. Oh dear. She really didn't like children, especially messy and mischievous ones. Jiang Shuang smiled. That's right, he's a handful. Let's go, don't worry about him. She turned and shouted, Old Liao, I'm going to the supply store with the young lady next door. Clean up the house and keep an eye on the boy. Commander Liao poked his head out and answered, nodding politely at Shin Yitong. Shin Yitong looked at him and suddenly understood what it meant when people said Gu Huaijing was the youngest officer at his level. Her Gu Huaijing really was young and capable. Even though he was tanned like a dark egg, he still looked bright and healthy, much better than the others with wrinkled faces. Jiang Shuang soon realized she couldn't count on this young lady from a wealthy family to help her get familiar with the military compound. It was already impressive that she managed to find a supply store without getting lost. But those wide, confused eyes and her shy questions were just too adorable. How could she be as cold and proud as old Liao had said? She was clearly very sweet, so much that Jiang Shuang almost wanted to pinch her cheek. And it wasn't like she did nothing all day. She was even thinking about cooking for her husband. She just didn't know how yet. So, what if she couldn't cook? She came from a good family, and now she was willing to learn. Jiang Shuang patiently helped Shin Yitong buy rice, flour, oil, salt, sauces, meat, and vegetables. Goodness, even vegetables cost money here. Our yard is big enough. Let's plant some later. Then we can eat fresh ones anytime without wasting money. Jiang Shuang really thought spending money on vegetables was unnecessary. Shin Yitong. Her yard was paved with stones, with only a small flower bed surrounded by bricks near the wall. Gu Huaijing said it was left for her to plant flowers. Jiang Shuang patted her head. Oh, I spoke too much. You probably don't know how to plant flowers, right? That's okay, I can teach you. Shin Yitong smiled and said, all right, let's do that later. They bought quite a few things. Luckily, Jiang Shuang helped carry everything home. As soon as they entered her yard, Jiang Shuang's eyes lit up. Wow, your yard is so clean, but since it's all paved like this, you can't grow vegetables. That's a pity. She stepped onto the stone path. This path is well made. Truly, people from the city have better taste. When you pave the road, others do too, but theirs don't look as nice as yours. Later, let's ask old Liao to pave one for us so we won't step mud into the house when it rains. But our yard can't be paved like this. We need to grow vegetables. Shin Yitong could only smile politely. At first, she was worried about how to get along with these rural military wives. Fortunately, Jiang Shuang was a chatterbox, so she didn't have to think too much. Jiang Shuang helped carry the bought items into the kitchen. Seeing her empty and unprepared, she couldn't help but worry. Can you cook? Shin Yitong blushed. I haven't cooked before. I just want to try learning. It won't be easy to learn in just a short time. Shin Yitong suddenly had an idea. Sister Shuang, your family just moved in, right? The kitchen probably isn't organized yet. Why don't you come over for lunch today? She felt a bit shy, but I would need your help to cook. I want to learn too. Jiang Shuang happily agreed. That's fine. Once we've tidied up, I'll invite you and Captain Gu over for a meal. Later, when Gu Huaijing returned at noon, he was shocked to see smoke rising from his kitchen chimney. He could hear women talking and laughing inside. He hesitated at the door, then stepped in, but after a moment of doubt, he looked around carefully. Was he really in the right house? Is anyone home? The usually cold and proud woman cheerfully came out, wearing an apron. Her slim waist looked even more striking with the apron tight around her. Gu Huaijing's gaze darkened a little. Huizheng, you're back? Shun Yitong said gently. Is the sun coming from the west today? How could Gu Huizheng deserve such gentle kindness from Shin Yitong? Why you this is? A loud, cheerful voice nearby interrupted. Is Commander Gu back? Wait a moment, dinner will be ready soon. What's going on? Gu Huizheng felt even more confused. Shin Yitong explained. Sister Shuang is from the neighboring Liao family, who just moved in. I asked her to teach me how to cook and they'll eat with us too. You learning to cook? Why do you want to learn? Gu Huizheng couldn't believe it. How could such a good thing happen to him? A man's dream is a warm home with his wife and children and coming home to hot, tasty meals every day. But since marrying Shin Yitong, Gu Huizheng hadn't had that dream anymore. He used to hope she would cook for him. Yet now, that seemed as unlikely as wishing for world peace. Recently, her attitude had changed a lot. She was willing to get close to him, and he was just thankful to heaven for that. Now, she says she wants to learn to cook? Shin Yitong smiled even more gently. Since we're married, we should enjoy life properly. Eating in the cafeteria all the time isn't good, Jiang Shuang said. Commander Gu, please call our old Liao over. Dinner is ready. That noon, Gu Huizheng finally ate a home-cooked meal at his own house, not from the cafeteria. Liao, the head of the neighboring family, looked a bit nervous in front of Shin Yitong, even eating more quietly. But he still ate with a smack of his lips. He, Jiang Shuang, their 5 or 6-year-old child, all ate with a little noise. Gu Huizheng was worried Shin Yitong might be upset, so he secretly looked at her several times. Seeing her smile happily as usual, he relaxed. Jiang Shuang was a diligent person. After finishing her meal, she cleaned up the dishes, washed everything, and tidied up the kitchen before leaving. As soon as the person left, Gu Huizheng eagerly grabbed Shin Yitong's hand. You've worked hard. Let me see, are you hurt? Are you tired? Shin Yitong pulled her hand back. Tired? It's all Sister Shuang's doing. I was just watching and learning. Did you learn it? Yes, I did. Making a meal isn't that hard, Shin Yitong said confidently. Gu Huizheng looked at her and kept smiling foolishly. Shin Yitong felt a bit uncomfortable from his smile and pushed him. What are you doing? But Gu Huizheng held her tight. You just said you want to live a good life with me. Living a good life. Those simple words, when spoken, felt as sweet as honey, touching the heart deeply. Living a good life means just living. Why are you touching me? Shin Yitong frowned. Let me go. You're all sweaty and stinky. I'll go wash up, Gu Huizheng said immediately, starting to take off his clothes. He revealed his strong chest. Shin Yitong wasn't as bold as him and quickly turned away. Can you be a bit more modest? I'm a man. I don't need to be modest in front of my wife. While speaking, he even took off his pants, leaving only his shorts. He strode to the water well in the yard, fetched water, and rinsed himself. Shin Yitong said, In the middle of the day, what are you washing? We have training this afternoon. You're just wasting clothes. Hee hee, I like it. After I wash, I'll nap with you. I don't need you to keep me company, but I want to be with you, Gu Huizheng said, lathering himself with soap. After rinsing from head to toe with a bucket of water, he felt fresh and clean. When Shin Yitong returned to the room, he had already dried himself, put on a clean pair of shorts, and jumped onto the bed. He hugged Shin Yitong. Smell this, I'm clean now. Shin Yitong turned her head. I don't want to, but he firmly pressed her head against his chest. Tang Tang, I'm really happy. Her heart softened, and she no longer resisted, softly leaning against his chest. In the cool mist, there was the smell of soap and his unique, fresh, and pleasant scent. Her delicate fingers poked at his firm, elastic chest muscles. What are you so happy about? Are you willing to live a good life with me, to cook for me, and to interact with people who eat with us for my sake? So, you also want to live a good life? I thought. Shin Yitong hesitated to speak. What did you think? Gu Huizheng asked. I thought your mind was only on those kinds of things. Those things are important too. If you're willing to sleep with me every day, even if you still do nothing like before and always get angry and ignore me, I will still treat you well. Shin Yitong. This person always has a way of ruining a perfect atmosphere. Did you get the thing I asked you to get? Gu Huaijing stiffened. Not yet. Then what are you doing now? Gu Huaijing looked wronged. It's not entirely in my control. Then stay away from me. I tell you, without that thing, I won't let you succeed. In the end, you'll be the one suffering. I won't. I'd rather suffocate myself than let go of you. Let me snuggle. Go do your own thing. Don't worry about me. In the hot summer, a tall, well-built man hugging her so tightly and openly showing his presence. Shin Yitong simply couldn't fall asleep. If you keep this up, I won't cook for you tonight. Gu Huaijing. I can eat at the cafeteria too. He clearly knew what was more important in his heart. Shin Yitong really wanted to open his mind and see if it was all just silly thoughts. Fortunately, he was still trustworthy and more importantly, it was only lunch break. Gu Huaijing couldn't lie down for long before he had to get up for work. Before leaving, he leaned on the bed and kissed her several times. Wait for me to come back. Shin Yitong ignored him, closed her eyes for a while, then slowly got up. She read a bit, then brought in the clothes that had been drying outside. She looked at the time and decided to cook. Then she realized that having the idea was one thing and being able to do it was another. She had thought it was easy when she watched Sister Shuang do it at noon, something she could do with her hands. But when she actually tried, she found it so difficult. Nothing listened to her commands. When the workday ended, Gu Huaijing ran out quickly, not even noticing others calling him. Commander Gu, aren't you going to the cafeteria for dinner today? No, I'm not, Gu Huaijing said happily. My wife is cooking at home. She said she would prepare dinner tonight. Finally, in his lifetime, he could eat a meal made by his wife. Don't ask. Asking is happiness. It's just food your wife made, not like you've never eaten before. Haha, Commander Gu, you really haven't eaten her cooking yet. Could it be that Commander Gu has a new wife? With a wealthy family like his, can she really cook? A few officers living nearby walked and joked. Suddenly, water splashed at their feet. I tell you, you big men, why are your mouths so busy? A woman carrying a water bucket glared at them, deliberately splashing water at their feet. Why judge others with old-fashioned views? Can't people learn to improve? That young woman looks a bit unfamiliar. Who is she? Colonel Yao scratched his head awkwardly. That's my wife, just moved here from the countryside with the army. She doesn't know much. Don't mind her. Humph. Only you guys understand. You're so knowledgeable. Zhang Shuang snorted loudly and carried her water steadily away. Shun Jiame said she would cook tonight, but who knows if she actually did. He planned to go check later. Gu Huaijing, panting, returned home. He pushed open the gate with great anticipation, but he didn't see the usual rising smoke or the delicious aroma of food he dreamed of. Instead, there was only a graceful, beautiful woman sitting calmly under the grape arbor in the yard, on a woven chair. She held a book in one hand and a delicate white porcelain teacup from Jingdezhen in the other. She sipped tea while reading. The setting sun shone on her long, flowing hair, casually draped over her shoulders, shining like tiny bits of gold. Time seemed so peaceful. It was as if countless stars suddenly burst into Gu Huaijing's heart. He stared blankly, unable to look away. It felt like a dream. He didn't dare make a sound, afraid of disturbing this beautiful moment. But Shen Yitong still heard him come back. She casually looked up at him with a lazy glance, setting down her teacup. You're back? I'm hungry. Go get some dinner. Okay, I'll go right now. With cooking? Who says you have to cook just because you got married? Such a little fairy, mentioning the kitchen in front of her, is almost like an insult. Zhang Shuang was carrying water home when she looked inside the yard and poked her head in. Shin's girl, is dinner ready? Do you want me to come help? Shin Yitong looked up and smiled slightly. No need. Thank you, Sister Shuang. We're not cooking tonight. My husband went to the cafeteria for food. Zhang Shuang looked confused. Didn't you say you'd cook tonight? But it's hot now. Raw meat and vegetables can spoil easily. They'll go bad by tomorrow. If you don't want to cook, just bring the ingredients over to my place. We can cook and eat together. Why go to the cafeteria? Shen Yitong's face stiffened a little, but she forced a smile. No need, sister. You go ahead and busy yourself. Alright, I'll head back then. Still lots of work at home. Zhang Shuang carried her water and strolled away. Gu Huizheng felt something was off. He went into the kitchen and looked around. The strange feeling grew stronger. Although everything seemed normal on the surface, with his years of military experience, he was very alert and examined everything carefully. Something was definitely wrong. Gu Huizheng reached out and wiped the stove with his finger, then looked at the stove and lifted the lid of the pot. He sniffed carefully. There was still a smoky, burnt smell in the air. Back in the yard, a bamboo drying rack held the dress Shin Yitong wore at noon. Gu Huizheng's sharp eyes immediately saw 2 grayish stains on the hem of the dress, stains that hadn't been washed out. He walked over to her, gently pinched a strand of her hair near her cheek with his fingertips and twirled it. Her hair was damp. "Did you wash your hair?" Gu Huizheng asked. "Since I didn't come back to boil water for you, how could I wash it?" Shen Yitong looked a bit impatient. "If you want to wash, just wash it. It's so hot. The water heats up in the sun." She didn't want to wash her hair with cold water either, but her face and hair were covered in black dust. Would she leave it like that for him to see? Miss Shen, who carried heavy burdens, would never allow herself to appear unkempt in front of others. There was also an incident where she almost set the kitchen on fire while cooking. Such a shameful event. She would never allow anyone to know about it, not even her husband. Gu Huizheng wanted to say something, but Shen Yitong shot him a sharp look. "What are you hesitating for? Are you going to get the food or not?" That look made Gu Huizheng feel weak. I'll go now." He happily grabbed the lunchbox and left. He couldn't help but find it amusing inside. Forget it, since she wanted to save face and wouldn't admit it, he wouldn't expose her. Whether she cooked or not didn't really matter. A girl like her should be kept in a safe, protected environment, like a delicate flower. Since he had brought such a delicate flower home, he should take good care of her. Maybe he could learn to cook himself. If she got tired of eating at the cafeteria, he could cook for her instead. "Hey, Commander Gu, isn't your wife the one cooking today? What are you doing here? Could it be that your young lady refuses to cook for you again? Look, marrying a wife isn't just about looks. The most important thing is kindness. We men work hard outside, and coming home to a warm meal is what matters most." "Humph," Gu Huizheng scoffed. "You rough guys don't understand how precious my wife is. There's a saying, something about how bugs in summer don't realize how cold winter can be. I should ask my wife about it later. My wife is educated and knows everything." Shen Yitong sat at the dining table, hesitating for a moment before picking up her chopsticks. She ate slowly. Gu Huizheng saw she wasn't picking much food and looked worried. "Don't you like the food? The weather is too hot. I don't have much appetite," Shen Yitong said casually. "Wait a moment." Gu Huizheng suddenly grabbed her wrist. "Let me see your hand." "What's wrong?" "I'm fine. Let go quickly." Shen Yitong struggled hard to free herself. Suddenly, her eyes turned red, and tears started falling. Gu Huizheng gently opened her curled hand. On her smooth, delicate fingers, the tips of her index and middle fingers had bright red blisters that looked very alarming. If this injury had happened to Gu Huizheng himself, it wouldn't matter much. But I don't know why, when it appeared on Shen Yitong's hand, it made him feel heartbroken. He was so worried that his voice unconsciously grew louder. "Why didn't you tell me it was this bad?" Shen Yitong, with tears in her voice, said, "It hurts so much, and you're still mad at me." "I'm not mad," Gu Huizheng said quickly. Usually, he was decisive, but right now, he didn't know what to do. He instinctively leaned over to her wound, wanting to on it. Shen Yitong got anxious. "Gu Huizheng, if you dare put spit on my wound, you're done for." Gu Huizheng smiled bitterly. She was remembering when she first came here, and she was bitten by a mosquito, swelling up badly. He casually put some saliva on it to help. Now he knew her personality well, and he definitely wouldn't do that again in front of her. "Fool!" Gu Huizheng couldn't help but ruffle her hair, and then got up and walked away. "Gu Huizheng," Shen Yitong glared at him angrily. "I just washed my hair." She didn't know if her hands had oil, but she was messing with her hair anyway. Gu Huizheng found some ointment and cotton swabs from the drawer, then sat beside her. "Hand out. Let me put some medicine on it. Be gentle, it hurts. Now you realize it hurts? When you're cleaning the kitchen, destroying evidence, doing laundry, or washing your hair, why didn't you cry then? Gu Huizheng. You shouldn't hit someone in the face or criticize them without revealing their flaws, right? After finishing her medicine, Gu Huizheng suddenly grabbed her firmly and lifted her onto his lap. Shen Yitang let out a low cry. What are you doing? Gu Huizheng held her with one arm, gently took her small hand, examined it carefully, then pressed his lips to it and kissed it solemnly. He looked up and said seriously, "Don't do this anymore. I don't care if you cook for me or not. If you get hurt again, I will feel heartbroken." Hearing him speak so seriously and sweetly for the first time made Shen Yitang feel a bit uncomfortable. She frowned. "Let me down quickly. You haven't taken a shower, and you smell terrible." Gu Huizheng laughed loudly, not letting go, and deliberately rubbed his chin against her neck. "I'm going to make you smell nice. Don't move. I'll feed you." He picked up chopsticks, took some food, and held it near her lips. Shen Yitang refused to eat. What do I look like? If she didn't eat, he wouldn't leave. He just stood there, with a strong grip like iron clamps, holding her waist tightly, making her unable to move. Shen Yitang had no choice but to open her mouth and eat. With each bite of food, Gu Huizheng felt happy. "Your hand was hurt while you were cooking for me. It's right that I feed you." Shen Yitang. "Captain Gu, Shen's girl." Zhang Shuang's cheerful voice came as the courtyard gate was pushed open. The two people holding food looked at Zhang Shuang, who was carrying a basket. It seemed no one here had the habit of knocking before entering someone else's house. "Well, I brought some dried vegetables from the countryside. They're tender. I thought you might want to try some." Shen Yitang was so embarrassed she didn't want to see anyone. Gu Huizheng said casually, "Thank you, sister-in-law. Just leave it there. Is there anything else?" "Oh, no. You eat slowly. I'll go now." Zhang Shuang hurriedly placed the basket on the table in the yard. A few pieces fell out, but she didn't bother to pick them up. She quickly ran out. Suddenly, she turned back and closed the courtyard gate. That was when she finally let out a breath. Wow, these young couple really know how to have fun. Feeling flustered, Zhang Shuang returned home with her face still red. Her husband, Liao Mingcheng, was sitting at the table, eating roasted peanuts and sipping small wine. "Back so soon? Did they ignore you?" "I told you, the young lady doesn't look down on folks like us from the countryside. You should stop bothering her." Zhang Shuang rolled her eyes. "Who said she's ignoring me? She's just eating. I have good sense." I didn't want to disturb her. Then Zhang Shuang suddenly got excited. "Do you know how they eat at their house?" Liao Mingcheng said, "Just eat like this." "How else would you eat?" "No, I'll show you." Zhang Shuang walked over, pulled open Liao Mingcheng's arm, then sat down heavily on his lap. Liao Mingcheng was surprised. "What are you doing, woman? In broad daylight, aren't you ashamed?" Zhang Shuang grabbed his hand. "Quick, put some peanuts in my mouth." Liao Mingcheng threw down his chopsticks. "Are you crazy? Want me to feed you? Why don't you just fly to the sky?" Zhang Shuang snorted. That's why Leader Gu could marry a beautiful wife, but you can't." I spit on that. "I don't care for such a wife." "Wait, do you mean that's how they eat at their house?" "Exactly. They sit close together. One bite for you, one for me." "So intimate," Liao Mingcheng snorted. "Decadent bourgeois style." Suddenly, he felt a chill and got goosebumps. He quickly pushed Zhang Shuang away. "Stay away from me. Don't try that with me." Zhang Shuang pouted. "If you have the guts, don't touch me tonight when you're in bed." Meanwhile, in the neighboring yard, "Gu Huizheng, you just used my chopsticks to eat. It's okay. I don't mind." "I mind you. You're so picky, like we haven't kissed before." They finally finished a meal that was sticky and hard to eat. Gu Huizheng naturally took on the chores of washing dishes and tidying up. Shen Yitang had already taken a bath before he returned, but she felt dirty being held by Gu Huizheng, who hadn't bathed. She asked him to boil water so she could wash again. Gu Huizheng used her injured hand as an excuse and stubbornly insisted on helping her wash. Shen Yitang looked at him in confusion. "You see, you can't eat it, but you're still craving it. Aren't you asking for trouble? Mind your own business." I like it. Actually, Gu Huaijing wanted to say that even if he couldn't really eat it, there were many ways to satisfy his craving. But seeing her cold and dignified expression, he pinched his nose and couldn't bring himself to say it. Forget it. She finally started to treat him a bit better. If he annoyed her and she refused to let him get close, that wouldn't be good. There would be more time later. When the right moment came, he would say it. Jiang Shuang didn't expect Shen Yitang to come looking for her, and she arrived just as Jiang Shuang was about to cook. She didn't say what she wanted to talk about, but awkwardly tried to make small talk, struggling to find topics. Clearly, she wasn't good at this kind of family gossip. Jiang Shuang felt exhausted just watching her. Jiang Shuang suddenly remembered what her husband told her this morning. He said they would have special training today and go out to sea, so he wouldn't be home for lunch. Captain Gu probably wouldn't come back either. She heard that their family usually ate meals brought back from the canteen by Captain Gu. Could it be that she didn't have lunch and wanted to come over to eat? No big deal. Just tell her earlier. Jiang Shuang cheerfully said, Sister Shen Yitang, Captain Gu won't be back for lunch today. Eating alone must be boring. Come join us, just the two of us. But Shen Yitang kept waving her hands. No, my husband left me some food for lunch. How could Gu Huizhen let her go hungry? This morning, he specially prepared cold noodles for her, with finely sliced cucumber, soy sauce, and vinegar, making it sour and very appetizing. He used well water to rinse it in a bucket, cool and refreshing, perfect for hot days. Oh, Captain Gu is so thoughtful, she praised. Complimenting a man for being thoughtful felt a bit awkward, though. Since she refused, Jiang Shuang didn't dare to insist further. Last night, her squad leader Liao Mingqing warned her not to be too eager and to avoid sticking her face into others' cold shoulders, and not to casually invite others to eat. Of course, others mainly refer to Shen Yitang, the wealthy young lady from Captain Gu's family. To avoid offending anyone, Liao Mingqing even gave her an example. He said that when Shen Yitang first arrived on the island, someone in the unit had a celebration and invited everyone to eat in the canteen. Gu Huizhen took Shen Yitang along. During the meal, everyone picked up their chopsticks and ate, but she, the wealthy young lady, kept taking out her handkerchief to wipe her bowls and chopsticks repeatedly. Was she criticizing the canteen staff? Did she think their dishes weren't clean? This made Wu Shirong, who was responsible for washing dishes, angry. She scolded for 3 days in the canteen. Even the host of the celebration felt embarrassed. So, Liao Mingqing specifically told her not to make a fuss over this. Jiang Shuang actually thought Shen Yitang wasn't as cold and aloof as others said. She seemed easy to get along with. As for the dishwashing thing, she could understand. Maybe her family used to have good living conditions and paid more attention to such details. Does she not understand that the people in the cafeteria are rough and careless? They just rinse the dishes quickly, so they are not very clean. They are probably greasy to the touch. No one complains or shows dislike. They just wipe their hands with their own handkerchief. Some people like to judge others with their fixed views. Even if she is a wealthy young lady, she has married a revolutionary soldier. Does that mean she can't learn and improve? Prejudice in people's hearts is like a big mountain. Since she isn't here just to eat for free, why is she here? Maybe she's bored and looking for something to do? Suddenly, Shen Yitang said, Sister-in-law, you're about to cook, right? Let me help you. Not here to freeload, but to help cook? Jiang Shuang looked at Shen Yitang's eager eyes and understood. You want to learn how to cook, right? Shen Yitang shyly smiled. Yes, I didn't learn very well yesterday. Jiang Shuang nodded. That's normal. No one learns everything at once. Practice more, watch more, and do it yourself a few times. You'll get better. Thank you, sister-in-law. There's a saying, close neighbors are better than distant relatives. No need to thank us. Look at that, isn't she being polite? And her words are so kind. Every gesture and smile look lovely. What Shen Yitang doesn't know is that after she goes home, Jiang Shuang secretly practices talking and acting like her in front of the mirror, laughing to herself. She feels so envious of her. With one person teaching seriously and the other learning carefully, after a few days, Shen Yitang feels ready to cook. But she still needs to test her skills in real life. She decides to make breakfast for Gu Huaijing tomorrow morning, just simple pancakes. Poor Gu Huaijing finally gathered the courage to ask about condoms. There are none on the island, so he has to ask someone outside to buy them and send them over. It will probably take several days to arrive. Every day feels harder than when he was sleeping on the ground. Back then, he was full of resentment and didn't think much about it. But now, he watches a big pot of fragrant braised pork right in front of him. He even knows that this pork is his. But he has no chopsticks and can't eat it. The aroma kept drifting into my nose. You said, "Isn't it hard to endure?" Tang Tang, please feel sorry for me. Look at how I've become. Aren't you afraid you'll make me suffocate? In the future, you'll be the one to suffer. Shen Yitang. I'm not afraid. If I suffocate, that's even better. Then we can have a platonic love. What kind of love? What's a platonic love? It's probably not a good thing. Gu Huaijing. Tang Tang, I regret it. I shouldn't have promised you. A gentleman's word is hard to take back. Then I don't want to be a gentleman anymore. If you're not a gentleman, then be a bear. I won't let a bear touch me. Gu Huaijing gritted his teeth. You wait for me. Shen Yitang patted his big head and stroked his hair. Don't be angry. I'll give you a surprise tomorrow. What surprise? You'll find out tomorrow morning. Then you might as well not say anything. Half of what you say, half you don't say. Are you still going to let me sleep tonight? Gu Huaijing suddenly forcefully picked her up and placed her on himself. Do you believe I won't let you sleep if I can't sleep? Shen Yitang made a face. Very well, the surprise for tomorrow is gone. Gu Huaijing got anxious. No. I was just joking with you. Then shut up now and sleep well. If you can't fall asleep in a minute, the surprise is gone. Gu Huaijing immediately closed his eyes and then let out an exaggerated snore. Angrily, Shen Yitang twisted him. You're really annoying. Gu Huaijing laughed loudly, stretching his arms to hold her tightly. Annoying or not, you have to let me hold you to sleep. His long arms and legs draped over her, heavy and warm. Shen Yitang felt utterly helpless. But within that heaviness, she also felt the warmth and stability she had longed for during those 10 lonely years of being alone. Unconsciously, she fell asleep. Because she had something on her mind, she woke up very early. Before the morning call even sounded, Shen Yitang was already awake. She struggled to overcome her attachment to the bed and climbed out of it. Just as she was about to get up, a big hand suddenly pulled her back. Where are you going? Don't be silly. I want to make breakfast. Make what? Gu Huaijing rubbed his ear, doubting if he heard her right. Make breakfast. Hey, don't stand in the way. We'll run out of time later. Shen Yitang impatiently tried to pull his hand away. Does she move slowly on purpose? Gu Huaijing didn't let go. No, you're not sleeping well. Why are you making that? What's the point? Haha, making breakfast isn't just for eating. What else can you do with it? Every household makes breakfast. Why can't I? No, I mean getting up early to cook is tiring. We don't have to cook. We can buy it at the cafeteria. Plus, it's not good to burn your hand. Shen Yitang cares a lot about her pride. Since she was young, she's been good at everything she does. Once she made a mistake, and he kept bringing it up. So annoying. Shen Yitang got angry. Shut up. I like to do it and I will. It's none of your business. Gu Huaijing didn't dare to speak. He obediently watched her go out, then suddenly smiled. So, this was her surprise for him. She said it wasn't his business. Who is she making breakfast for? Shen Yitang suddenly turned back. No peeking. What kind of precious breakfast is she making? And he's not allowed to look? Gu Huaijing couldn't hold back. He secretly moved to the kitchen door and peeked inside. It wasn't out of curiosity, mainly because he was worried she might get into trouble. He saw Shen Yitang first scooping some water into the sink, washing her hands, and drying them. She untied the flour bag, poured a little flour into the bowl. She put away the flour bag, poured out the water in the sink, and replaced it with clean water to wash her hands again. She added some water to the flour and stirred with chopsticks. She checked the consistency, then set the chopsticks down. She took 2 green onions, washed them thoroughly. She washed the cutting board and the knife. She chopped the green onions into fine pieces. She sprinkled the chopped onions into the prepared batter. It looked pretty good, but she loved washing her hands so much that she kept washing them between steps. It's called something like connecting the steps, right? Gu Huaizheng's lips twitched. If she kept washing like that, her hands would be all raw. Cooking really uses a lot of water. Next, she needed to start the fire. This was the most dangerous part. Gu Huaizheng watched her nervously. He saw Shen Yitang carefully placing some chopped firewood into the stove, arranging it neatly so that air could flow through. Then she washed her hands again. She took a bottle out of the cabinet. She opened the lid and poured a little of the liquid onto the firewood. The smell of the liquid was quite strong. Gu Huaizheng sniffed and recognized it, kerosene. It's the kind of kerosene used for household lamps. He also understood her meaning. She was clever enough to use kerosene to start the fire. But if others found out, she would be criticized again for being a spoiled rich girl. Kerosene is expensive and hard to buy. Most families can't afford to use it often, yet she used it directly for burning. Gu Huaizheng felt the weight on his shoulders grow heavier. Raising such a wife was really not easy. Shen Yitang washed her hands again, struck a match, and skillfully threw it into the stove. The fire immediately flared up loudly. Soon the pot was hot. In her haste, Shen Yitang remembered to wash her hands first before adding oil to the pot. The pot might not have been dried properly, so when she added the oil, it sizzled and splattered. Gu Huaizheng's heart jumped to his throat, almost rushing in to help. But Shen Yitang was brave. She scooped a spoonful of batter and poured it into the pot. Fortunately, she wasn't hurt, and Gu Huaizheng let out a sigh of relief. The batter was probably too watery, so it didn't set properly after frying for a while. She was a bit anxious and wanted to flip it, but the pancake tore apart. The first pancake looked like a torn rag, ragged and broken. Shen Yitang looked at it with disdain, but kept trying. The second one turned out even worse. Finally, she lost patience completely, gave up, and hurriedly fried a big plate of broken pancakes. When she brought it out, Gu Huaizheng had already finished washing up and was slowly walking from the yard. He exaggeratedly took a deep breath. Wow, it smells so good. What delicious food did you make? Shen Yitang looked expressionless. It's a local specialty. Burnt, broken pancakes. Gu Huaizheng's eyes twitched slightly, trying not to laugh. Oh, that's quite special. Is there a story behind it? It's just softer and more tender than regular pancakes, suitable for the elderly and children who have trouble chewing. Of course, young people can eat it too. It's better to have soft food in the morning to soothe the stomach. As expected from someone with culture, you tell tall tales with such skill. Gu Huaizheng almost couldn't help but clap and cheer. Then I must try some quickly. He picked up his chopsticks, but couldn't pick up the food. It was too soft and mushy, falling apart into two pieces. Truly a famous bad pancake. I'll get a spoon and eat it. He scooped up a big spoonful and put it in his mouth without thinking, praising aloud. Delicious, so good. My wife's cooking is really great. Only then did he realize there was a sticky flour taste in his mouth. It was still half raw. He remembered that when he watched her cook earlier, he felt something was missing. Now he knew she hadn't added any salt. Of course, he couldn't say these things. Gu Huaizheng didn't dare stop eating, stuffing more into his mouth, saying, delicious, really delicious. It would be better if she didn't make it next time. Shen Yitang looked at him suspiciously. Is it really that good? It seemed her cooking skills were still pretty good. Although the appearance was a little unappetizing, the taste was fine. She also grabbed a spoon, wanting to try some. But Gu Huaizheng suddenly picked up the plate, turned around, and directly started scooping the food into his mouth. That's not enough for me. Later, you can eat some cookies to fill your stomach. Shen Yitang wrinkled her nose in disgust. What kind of eating posture is that? She definitely wouldn't touch the pancakes he had messed with. But feeling proud that someone liked her homemade food gave her a sense of achievement. If you like it, I'll make it for you again tomorrow morning. Achoo! Gu Huaizheng suddenly choked and started coughing violently. Shen Yitang hurried over to pat his back. Be careful. If you can't eat it, don't force yourself. No, I can eat it. I still can. Gu Huizheng forcefully finished all the mushy pancakes in one go. Then he patted his bloated stomach, let out a burp, and said, "Thanks, wife. It's really delicious. But next time don't make so much. It's not good to overeat." Shen Yitong scolded him. "It's because you ate it all yourself. I made enough for both of us, but you ate my share too. Hee, what can I do? It's just too tasty." Gu Huizheng felt a bit sad inside. He just didn't want her to know that he was lying without a clear conscience. To avoid her turning washing dishes into a long pause, Gu Huizheng quickly washed all the pots and utensils. After tidying up the kitchen, he went to work. He looked lively and greeted everyone cheerfully. "Good morning. Have you eaten? What did you have? How do you know my wife made my breakfast?" "Yes, it's pancakes and they smell really good." The other person looked expressionless. "Who asked if your wife made your breakfast? Who cares if your pancakes are tasty?" "Wait, who are you talking about? Your wealthy young lady made breakfast for you? The sun really rises from the west today." Gu Huizheng cheerfully exchanged greetings as he walked past. Everyone who saw him showing off was speechless. "Your pancakes are so delicious, but we haven't seen you share any with us." Suddenly, a young girl in military uniform with two small braids ran toward Gu Huizheng. She handed him a covered aluminum lunchbox. "Here, take it." Gu Huizheng was caught off guard, thinking she was asking him to hold something for her. He casually took it. Then the girl blushed and whispered, "I heard your family never makes breakfast. I made these pancakes. I made too many, so try one." After saying that, she shyly tugged her braids and quickly ran away. Gu Huizheng realized he had just accepted a hot potato. He was momentarily speechless, caught between laughter and surprise. But he was also a little curious. After this morning, he almost forgot what a normal pancake should look like. He opened the lunchbox to take a look. The pancakes were golden on both sides, thin and crispy, cut into triangles, and stacked in two piles inside the box. They were sprinkled with chopped green onions and white sesame seeds. Now, that was a real pancake. However, Gu Huizheng still thought his wife's pancakes were the best. No matter how good others were, he didn't want any. Just as he was about to cover the box and return it, a big hand patted his shoulder. "Xiao Gu, what are you eating? It smells so good. Let me try some." It was Vice Commissioner. Gu Huizheng didn't think much and directly handed a whole box of pancakes to the other person. "Vice Political Commissar, you eat. Just eat. After you're done, let someone bring the lunchbox to Wu Hongmei and the communications team." Vice Political Commissar was immersed in the delicious taste of the pancakes and didn't seem to hear the last part. Just then, someone said, "I heard that your wife finally agreed to make breakfast for you, and she made pancakes. That must be her skill. Really good. Smells great." Gu Huizheng wanted to explain, but several people rushed forward, eager to grab the pancakes like hungry ghosts. The saying, "the smell of home-cooked food," was perfectly illustrated here. As they were finishing up, Vice Political Commissar finally said, "This was made by Little Gu's wife. Smells good, right?" Gu Huizheng suddenly realized he had no good explanation. If he said it wasn't his wife who made it, he would have to explain where it came from. Saying that a young, unmarried girl gave it to him in front of so many people wouldn't look good for anyone. Forget it, let others think what they want. He decided to ignore it and simply walked away. "Hey, Little Gu, are you feeling shy? Hey, Little Gu, don't leave so fast. The lunchbox is still yours." At this moment, Vice Political Commissar finally remembered what Gu Huizheng had said earlier. He asked him to finish eating and then return the lunchbox to Wu Hongmei and the communications team. No. Why would his lunchbox be given to someone else? Wait, Little Gu never admitted that it was his lunchbox. Vice Political Commissar then realized he might have made a mistake. Of course, admitting a mistake publicly was impossible. He casually took the lunchbox and returned to his office. After a while, he asked a young soldier to deliver the lunchbox to Wu Hongmei and the communications team. In the switchboard room, a young girl took the empty lunchbox from the soldier and placed it in front of Wu Hongmei. "Did you go to deliver food to Commander Gu this morning?" Wu Hongmei tilted her head slightly and smiled. "Yes. Before, when you were unmarried and he was single, You liked him, brought him food, washed his clothes, and cleaned. But now he's married, and you're still doing this. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? There's nothing wrong with caring for comrades. Am I wrong? That woman doesn't deserve Brother Gu at all. Brother Gu works so hard every day but can't even get a full meal. He trains on an empty stomach every day. I brought him some food to care for him. Why is he like this? How can he not have enough to eat? There are so many unmarried people, or those without family here on the island. Don't they all go hungry? I haven't seen you care about others. Brother Gu is not like everyone else. No matter what makes him special, he's a married man. You're rushing to get close to him, which isn't right. Hongmei, stop being so stubborn. Look ahead. Wu Hongmei simply couldn't listen. I'm just looking ahead. Brother Gu and that woman have no feelings for each other. They will divorce sooner or later. How do you know about their marriage? I overheard it, Wu Hongmei said confidently. I heard Brother Gu talking on the phone with his family. That woman was forced on him by his family, pushing him to marry her. A few days ago, he even said he wanted to send her back and let his family choose whoever they want. They work in the switchboard room. The best part is, they can listen to any phone call they want. Another girl looked upset. Eavesdropping on others' calls and shouting loudly? Don't you have any rules or discipline? Wu Hongmei snorted. Humph, I didn't say anything outside. Hey, how could Brother Gu's family be like that? Are they even his real parents? Forcing him to marry a wealthy young lady, not caring about his future at all. His future is fine. You don't need to worry. Besides, he and his wife have a good relationship. She didn't want to tell Wu Hongmei this at first, to avoid hurting her. But seeing her stubbornness, she couldn't help but say, Brother Gu is at home holding his wife and feeding her. If their feelings weren't good, could they do that? Wu Hongmei's face changed dramatically. Who are you listening to? You're ruining Brother Gu's reputation. I don't need to listen to anyone. Everyone outside already knows. Brother Gu hasn't said anything himself. No, that can't be. Brother Gu would never do such a thing. It's not something shameful. They love each other, so what's the problem? Disgusting. It must be that woman forcing Brother Gu to do this. The girl working with Wu Hongmei in the switchboard room sighed softly. I don't believe you don't feel jealous. People outside may say things with a straight face, acting like they don't care, but honestly, I think no man would mind marrying such a beautiful wife, and no woman would want her husband to treat her as well as Captain Gu treats his wife. Wu Hongmei lowered her head, clearly feeling sad and almost crying. Why? With her background, why could she marry Brother Gu? Hongmei, you should watch what you say and do. It's not easy for us to be here, so let's not make mistakes. When Jiang Shuang overheard the rumor that Captain Gu was at home feeding his wife, she felt like the sky was falling. That day, only she saw Captain Gu holding his wife and feeding her at home. They would definitely think she was the one spreading the news. Honestly, she really didn't do it. Was she the kind of person who casually gossips about others outside? She only couldn't help but tell her own leader, Liao. Wait, so this was Liao who spread the rumor? No, he's a grown man. How could his mouth be so big? This could ruin her. Finally, at noon, Liao Mingqing finished work and went home. Jiang Shuang quickly asked, Did you tell anyone about that? Liao Mingqing played innocent. What are you talking about? About Captain Gu holding his wife and feeding her. Liao Mingqing looked guilty and flickered. You see, your information is outdated.
No one is talking about that anymore.
Now people are saying that the daughter of a wealthy family has changed her ways. She even makes breakfast for Xiao Gu, and her pancakes are pretty good. Xiao Gu was so proud he shared them with everyone. Jiang Shuang felt proud when she heard this. I knew it. Xiao Shun is a good girl. You all always see people with old eyes. I taught her how to cook, after all. Xiao Shun is a good person. She's modest about her cooking skills, but she loves washing her hands so much that Jiang Shuang thought her house was dirty, full of germs everywhere. As she kept talking, Jiang Shuang suddenly realized. No, I was asking about Captain Gu. Don't change the subject. Did you really tell anyone about that big mouth of yours? Liao Mingqing felt a bit embarrassed. Cough, I just mentioned it casually. Who knew those big guys would be so gossiping and spread it around? Jiang Shuang angrily tugged on his ear. I told you to keep your mouth shut. No self-control. Always spilling secrets. You'll bring trouble sooner or later. Tall and strong, Commander Liao bent over and kept calling out, "Ouch, ouch. I was wrong. I know I was wrong. Isn't that enough? Will you dare to do it again?" No, I won't dare anymore." In the neighboring yard, Gu Huaijing entered the door while Shen Yitang smiled and brought out a plate of pancakes. "You're back? I made pancakes. We can eat them at noon. Just go to the cafeteria and bring back 2 dishes." The pancakes made in the morning didn't turn out well, and she was a bit dissatisfied, so she decided to make them again at noon. This time, they turned out much better. She was still very clever and capable. Gu Huaijing was still worried. Eating pancakes again. Shen Yitang frowned.
Why?
"Don't you want to eat?" No, of course I want to eat. Your pancakes are so delicious. I dream of eating them every day. I just worry you're working too hard. Shen Yitang smiled. It's not hard work. Gu Huaijing quickly went to the cafeteria to get some dishes, and Shen Yitang had already set the bowls and chopsticks. Then he was surprised to find that this time, the pancakes actually held their shape. "Hey, why aren't they all mushy pancakes anymore?" Shen Yitang looked serious. "Mushy pancakes are good too, but you can't eat them all the time. Eating too many soft, overcooked things can affect your teeth's chewing ability and your stomach's digestion. That's called disuse leads to atrophy. So we should eat more chewy foods to exercise our teeth and stomach." Gu Huaijing understood. He picked up a piece of pancake and took a bite, almost biting it in half. It really had a good chewiness. Making pancakes with such a resilient texture isn't easy. "How is it?" Shen Yitang looked at him expectantly. Gu Huaijing nodded repeatedly. "Yes, it's delicious. It feels different from the one in the morning, but it's just as good." Shen Yitang smiled, gently shook his hand, and softly said, "I'm not stupid. I know I didn't make it very well, but you're willing to eat and praise me. That makes me very happy. I will study hard and improve every day. Soon I will be able to make really delicious pancakes for you." "Oh, thank you. But can we not always eat pancakes? Can we try other foods too?" Snicker. Shen Yitang laughed, then frowned and said, "No, I need to master pancakes first. Then I'll learn other dishes. Food is eaten bite by bite, and I'll learn each dish step by step. No objections. Okay, whatever you make, I'll eat. I have no complaints." Tang. Gu Huaijing suddenly leaned in. "You're so good to me.
I'm really happy."
When I'm happy, I can't help but want to kiss you." Shen Yitang wrinkled her nose and poked his forehead with a finger, pushing him away. "We're eating now." "That's disgusting. TSK, you're so picky." In the afternoon, Jiang Shuang kept thinking she should go apologize to Shen Yitang and clarify that she didn't say what was said. She didn't want her to become distant from her. Jiang Shuang really liked Shen Yitang as a friend. Being with her made her feel more refined and elegant. Knock. Since the last time she barged in and saw something she shouldn't have, Jiang Shuang learned to knock before entering. But this habit was only for Shen Yitang. People are strange. They act differently around different people without realizing it. She only knocked twice when she heard a scream of fear from inside, followed by the sound of something breaking. "Oh no, what's happening?" In a rush, Jiang Shuang forgot her manners and pushed the door open. She saw Shen Yitang, disheveled and running out of the room, in such a panic that she kicked off one of her slippers. But beautiful people are different. Even in such a messy state, Shen Yitang still looked lovely. Her fragile, frightened look made Jiang Shuang feel worried. She quickly stepped forward and stood in front of her. "What's wrong? Did someone hurt you?" Shen Yitang pointed inside and said, "There's a cockroach. Big one. It can fly." Earlier, Shen Yitang had just woken up from her nap and was about to make herself some afternoon tea. She opened the cabinet with a tea set, and a huge cockroach suddenly flew out. She was so scared that she broke one of her favorite cups. "Sure. Here is the improved and simplified version of your text. Just a cockroach." Jiang Shuang bent down to pick up the slippers that Shen Yitang dropped on the ground and walked into the house. "Where is it? I'll help you kill it." "I don't know." "It flew out of that cabinet," Shen Yitang said nervously, afraid to look inside. Next to the cabinet, there were a few broken porcelain pieces on the floor. The pieces were white and transparent, like jade, with gold edges. Jiang Shuang looked at them with a little sadness. That cup must have been very expensive to be broken like this. A large brown cockroach was lying next to the broken porcelain. Jiang Shuang was quick. She grabbed a slipper and smashed the cockroach. "Did you find it?" Shen Yitong asked nervously outside. Jiang Shuang held a slipper in one hand and the cockroach's antennae in the other, coming out. "Here, I killed it." Shen Yitong jumped back in fear. "Oh, please don't. Don't bring it here." Jiang Shuang laughed and threw the slipper back at her. "Hurry and put it on." She couldn't understand how someone's little feet could be so soft, as if they'd never touched the ground. She looked worried, afraid the feet might get hurt by a stone. After that, Jiang Shuang went outside the yard gate and casually threw the dead cockroach under a tree. Soon, a chicken from someone's yard ran over and pecked at it. Shen Yitong looked at her shoes, thinking about the cockroach she had just killed. She felt a bit disgusted and didn't want to touch them. She was too shy to say anything in front of Jiang Shuang, so she just looked at her hands. Those hands had just held the cockroach's antennae. Jiang Shuang understood. She wasn't angry. She picked up the slippers from the ground, went to the water well, rinsed them with water from the bucket, and washed her hands with soap. Shen Yitong felt a little guilty. "Sister Jiang, I'll make you some tea." Jiang Shuang looked at her delicate teacup and waved her hand.
No, I'm rough.
"I can't drink your fancy tea." She was worried she might accidentally break her precious teacup again. Shen Yitong thought for a moment and brought some chocolate from inside the house. "Here, I'll treat you to this." It was foreign chocolate, not much left, and she wouldn't be able to buy more later. Shen Yitong liked it very much. It was slightly bitter with a rich sweetness. She usually didn't want to share it with anyone. This is a thank you note to Jiang Shuang for helping her get rid of the cockroach. Otherwise, she wouldn't have dared to go back inside all afternoon. Jiang Shuang looked at the shiny, foreign language wrapping paper with curiosity. "What kind of fancy stuff is this? Is it tasty?" "It's delicious." "Try it." Jiang Shuang, being bold, tore off a piece and ate it. Her face wrinkled up. "What is this?" "It's both sweet and bitter." "Did they mix sugar into traditional medicine?" She waved her hand. No more. These foreign things are better for you to keep and eat yourself." Shen Yitong took a broom and dustpan, sweeping the broken pieces of porcelain from the ground. But thinking about the cockroach carcass that had just been there made her feel uncomfortable. She ran back inside, grabbed a bottle of perfume, sprayed a little on the floor, then on her shoe soles. "Achoo!" Jiang Shuang sneezed. "What is that?" "It's perfume." "Smell it. Isn't it nice?" Shen Yitong sprayed a little on her wrist, rubbed her hands together, then held her slender, white wrist under Jiang Shuang's nose for her to smell. Jiang Shuang sniffed. "Hey, not bad. It really smells good. No wonder you always smell so nice." "So that's what you use," Shen Yitong said. "Actually, I don't use perfume often. I mainly like the scent of my bath products." Jiang Shuang clicked her tongue twice. "I don't understand these things." Suddenly, Shen Yitong had an idea. "Come on, sister-in-law, I'll give you a perfume rain." "What rain?" "Can you just make it rain whenever you want?" Before Jiang Shuang could understand, she saw Shen Yitong holding the perfume bottle, spraying a few times above her head, then pulling her, opening her arms and spinning around. Jiang Shuang, confused, raised her arm and sniffed under her nose. "It smells so good." "Yes, sister-in-law, now you smell nice too." Jiang Shuang suddenly started laughing. Shen Yitong also laughed. For some reason, the two of them kept laughing louder and louder, finally clutching their stomachs and laughing so hard they almost fell to the ground. Outside, passers-by heard their loud, carefree laughter and thought something serious had happened. But the gate was closed and the high wall blocked the view, even on tiptoe. After laughing for a while, it seemed like their relationship had become much closer without them even realizing it. Shen Yitong rubbed her aching stomach and asked, "Sister-in-law, why did you come to see me today?" "Oh, Xiao Shen, I came especially to apologize to you. Shen Yitong raised an eyebrow. Apologize? It's all because of our family's Lao Liao. He's such a big mouth. He's a grown man, but he's so idle. He's the one who spread your business. Of course, I'm also to blame. I shouldn't have told him, and now everyone outside is talking about it. I feel bad for you. Shen Yitong paused. What are they saying outside? Huh? You don't know? No, I don't. That's true. She rarely went out, and on this island, besides herself, she didn't seem to have much contact with others. It's normal she didn't hear anything. If I had known, I wouldn't have brought it up. That thought flashed through her mind, but Jiang Shuang quickly dismissed this irresponsible idea. It's about Captain Gu holding you and feeding you. Shen Yitong froze. Everyone outside, they know. Are you really angry? Forget it. I don't have a good reputation anyway, and this isn't a big deal. Besides, it's probably more embarrassing for Gu Huizheng. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. Actually, don't listen to what others say. Many women secretly envy you. And your reputation isn't bad now. People are saying that your pancakes for Captain Gu are especially delicious. Shen Yitong was surprised. How do they know my pancakes are so good? Isn't it because you asked Captain Gu to take some to others? Many people have tasted them. Lao Liao even tried one, so where did these pancakes come from? She only made them twice. Captain Gu ate them in the morning, and he finished them at noon. Where could she have given some to others?
No, that's a mistake.
Captain Gu didn't share them with others, right? Why not? This morning, you made breakfast for Captain Gu, right? As soon as he left, everyone at the base knew about it, but I made the pancakes and he ate them at home. I really didn't let him take any to others. How could that be? They say it convincingly. Lao Liao even ate one himself, saying it was sprinkled with white sesame seeds and smelled very fragrant. Shen Yitong was quite puzzled. Could it be that Gu Huizheng did all this just to make her look good? But where would he even get the pancakes from? No, she had to ask him properly tonight. Jiang Shuang looked a little nervous. Did I mess things up again, even though I meant well? Shen Yitong said, no. I should thank you for telling me. Even if he meant well, he shouldn't claim I did something I didn't do without asking me first. When Gu Huizheng came home from work, feeling proud and cheerful, he had no idea what was waiting for him. He only felt that everything was finally going his way, and even the air he breathed seemed sweet. But as soon as he got home and saw Shen Yitong's calm, cold face, his heart sank. Oh no! Could this dreamlike happiness be coming to an end? Her recent kindness toward him had come out of nowhere. He had been living with the thought that he should just enjoy it while it lasted. If she suddenly decided to take it back, he wouldn't be too surprised, just a little disappointed. Still, he had to try to fix things first. Oh, what's wrong? Who made my wife upset? Shen Yitong gave a cold snort. Don't you know who it was? I'm asking you. What's this about you giving someone pancakes? Gu Huizheng panicked. You already know? Gu Huizheng knew it was best to be honest, so he quickly confessed. Well, it's a bit of a long story. Sit down and let me explain. It was about a year ago. There was a typhoon that caused a tsunami. The seawater rushed in and destroyed many facilities on the island. That sounded dangerous. Shen Yitong wanted to ask more but held back, sensing that she might have uncovered something serious. You know I'm a soldier, so of course I had to take the lead in the rescue efforts. During the operation, I came across a young woman who was almost swept away by the waves. I couldn't just stand by and do nothing, so I saved her. Shen Yitong listened with no expression. She understood now. He had played the hero, saved a woman, and what came next was probably a story of gratitude and misunderstanding. Gu Huizheng had a strong desire to survive. At that time, in that situation, it didn't matter whether the person I was saving was a man or a woman, old or young. I would save anyone. So, who I saved wasn't really important. I didn't even clearly see who I was rescuing at the time. Yes, go on. Later, I found out I had saved a young girl. Gu Huizheng awkwardly scratched his head. She might have had some feelings for me, but I swear I really didn't have any thoughts about her. Anyway, I didn't understand what was happening. This morning, She handed me a box of pancakes, and then, inexplicably, Vice Commissioner and others took it away to share. And then, it became like this. I didn't want it at all. Throughout the whole process, he was quite helpless. Shen Yitong looked at him coldly. So, you just accepted it. Accepted? What accepted? Someone gives you pancakes and you just took them? Of course not. I didn't plan to take them. She forced them on me, and I was about to return them to her. But Vice Commissioner and others took them first. Then why did you reach out to take it? If you didn't, they couldn't have just forced it onto you. Ah? Gu Huizheng didn't know how to respond. He really didn't know why he took it. Does she know you're already married? Yes, she knows. The whole camp knows. Then why did she still bring you food? Isn't it because of your attitude that she thought she still had a chance? Has she liked you for a long time? Has she always shown interest in you? Did you ever clearly reject her? A normal girl, if you clearly said no and you're already married, would she still shamelessly keep showing her affection for you? Or do you actually enjoy being liked? Maybe you've been vague on purpose, giving her hope, so she keeps doing it. Gu Huizheng was stunned. He always knew Shen Yitong was very good at talking, able to turn black into white. But help. He really had no such feelings. He definitely didn't enjoy being liked. It's just annoying, okay? As for rejecting her, he had done so, but he never said anything harsh, just politely refused. This isn't about giving the young girl face or being afraid that harsh words might embarrass her. What if she starts crying right then and there? If I had known things would turn out like this today, I wouldn't have saved her in the first place. Now, there's no point in explaining anything. Gu Huizheng directly admits his mistake. I was wrong. Wrong about what? Wrong for not noticing the warning signs early and stopping the bad flames before they spread. His attitude of admitting fault is quite good, and Shen Yitong feels a bit satisfied. What if this happens again in the future? I won't save anyone again. Even if I do, I won't save women, especially young women. Just as she was praising his attitude, he started talking nonsense. Shen Yitong is so angry she glares at him fiercely. Gu Huizheng quickly says, I still believe in saving people, but I will make it clear right away that I belong to someone. No one should try to take me away. I am only my wife's person. Shen Yitong snorts. Gu Huizheng notices her attitude softening and immediately takes advantage of the moment, grabbing her hand and pressing it to his face. Tang, I was wrong. If you want to hit or scold me, go ahead. Just don't keep your anger inside or it will make you sick. I don't bother with you. You talk prettier than you act. Actually, you didn't rush to cut ties with her back then. Maybe you still had some thoughts about developing something, right? Why is this woman so difficult? Didn't I make everything clear? Why is she going back on her words? Gu Huizheng raises 3 fingers and swears, absolutely not. If I had any feelings for another woman, I would wish I'd never been born. Shen Yitong's face immediately changes. She hates hearing the word death the most. In her past life, he died in the vast ocean. That was her greatest pain deep inside. Don't say such things. She quickly slaps Gu Huizheng and hurriedly says, Pa, deities of all kinds, if there's any trouble, don't blame me. This kid is talking nonsense. Don't take it seriously. Gu Huizheng laughs and responds with 3 paws. How can you believe these things? Shen Yitong was so anxious she almost cried. You don't believe? If you don't believe, then swear an oath. Are you just trying to fool me? Gu Huizheng immediately became honest. I was wrong again. I just wanted to show my attitude. Shen Yitong softly said, actually, even if I was interested, it wouldn't matter much. We weren't even married back then. Honestly, if my grandfather hadn't asked your family for this, your family wouldn't have forced you to marry me. You probably would have preferred to find someone you truly liked. He is really a very good person. Even though her family pressured her to marry him, she still treated him badly, yet he was still so kind to her. Actually, no matter who you marry, you'll treat your wife so well, right? Although this is true, saying it still makes me feel a bit jealous. Of course not. Gu Huizheng looked at her with dissatisfaction. How can you think that of me? If I didn't want to, no one could force me to marry. My parents and grandfather together couldn't do it. I married you because I liked you. Shen Yitong was surprised. How could that be? Before we got married, we only met once, right? Having lived 2 lives, she never knew that Gu Huijing married her because he liked her. She thought he was pressured by his family and, seeing her beauty, was just thinking about tonight's plans. Gu Huijing looked helpless. See, you just had to force me to say it. Yes, I fell in love with you at first sight. Okay, honestly, I was tricked into the blind date by my grandfather. I didn't plan to meet you at all. I accidentally looked out the window and froze. Wow, there's actually such a beautiful girl in this world, so I happily went downstairs. When I knew you were coming, I was so happy. I kept going to the political commissar to ask for a house. Once I got the house, I kept cleaning and fixing the windows, afraid you would dislike me, but when you arrived, you still disliked me a lot. I was so upset. I argued with your brother to go back. My heart was really cold. At that time, the environment was too different, and she, who had never experienced hardship before, couldn't accept it all at once. It's understandable. Gu Huijing continued proudly. Luckily, you woke up in time and realized you should treat me well. Otherwise, you would have missed out on a truly great man like me. The romantic mood was broken by his words. Shin Yitong snorted. Love at first sight? You clearly just like the look. Aren't you the same? Dare to say, if I weren't so fair and gentle like my brother, would you have married me? Shin Yitong immediately got angry. You have no shame. You tricked me and made me suffer. Gu Huijing looked sour. I knew you liked men who pretended to be refined. Too bad, but no matter how dark or rough I am already your man. By this point, Gu Huijing felt he had overcome the hurdle of today. Feeling relaxed, he shamelessly moved closer to try to hug her. Shin Yitong pushed him away sharply. Not yet. Why not? Come on, ancestor. Go find that girl tomorrow and explain everything clearly. Gu Huijing's face stiffened. There's no need for that. Of course there is. If you don't clarify, she won't marry anyone else and will keep waiting for you. You're just delaying her. Why would she wait for me? To marry her after you get divorced. Gu Huijing was anxious now. Divorce? I won't get divorced in my life. Shin Yitong thought to herself. Divorcing is fine, but I don't want to be widowed again in this life. You must tell her clearly. No more vague excuses. Fine, fine, fine. You decide. I will talk to her. Can I hug you now? Hug? At this time? Go get some food. Are we not having pancakes tonight? No more pancakes. From now on, I won't eat them. My pancakes aren't as good as others, so why embarrass myself? Honestly, I haven't touched anyone else's pancakes, I swear. Of course, saying he would never eat pancakes again was just anger talk. Taking advantage of her current interest in cooking, Shin Yitong has learned a few simple home dishes, and her skills are improving more and more. But she would never cook every day. She only cooks occasionally when she feels happy, wants to reward Gu Huijing for his good behavior, or wants to surprise him. Cooking is fun when done sometimes, but if it becomes a daily task for 3 meals, it becomes very boring. Because of this, Gu Huijing always guesses when he gets home whether there will be a thoughtful lunch or dinner. He even feels excited and happy like a child waiting for candy. However, there is an important thing he must do. Otherwise, every time he comes home, his wife's first words are, "Did you explain everything?" He can't even pretend to ignore it. So, he has to muster up courage and talk to Wu Hongmei. He chooses a busy, visible place where everyone can see him, making sure no one can misunderstand. Wu Hongmei's heart beats faster with joy. She knew her persistence and effort paid off. There's no way her brother Gu would do something like holding her and feeding her, as some stories suggest. He wouldn't know how good a kind and capable girl like her is without experiencing the arrogance and laziness of spoiled young ladies. Brother Gu, you're looking for me? Wu Hongmei shyly asks, holding her 2 small braids. Gu Huijing, with a serious face, quickly and firmly says, Comrade Wu Hongmei, I don't care what you think of me. I must tell you that I am already married and have no intention of betraying my marriage. Please give up and stop making inappropriate remarks or actions. Wu Hongmei is stunned, looking at him in disbelief. Brother Gu, how can you say that? You weren't like this before. Gu Huijing frowns. If you're talking about when I saved you before, please don't take it to heart. Even if it wasn't you, I would have saved anyone at that time. Before, I used to cook for you, and you would eat it. I tidied up the house, did laundry, and you would write me notes to thank me, leave me a wildflower, or give me a candy. Brother Gu, you like me too, don't you? You are only being forced to marry by your family. You have no choice, so you deliberately say things like that because you don't want to hold me back anymore, right? Gu Huizheng looked confused. He had never known about such things happening before. Could it be that he got injured during that previous mission and hurt his brain, causing amnesia? Even if he lost his memory, he wouldn't forget feelings or impressions. Gu Huizheng could guarantee that even if he forgot Shani Tong, once he saw her again, he would be touched instantly and fall in love with her all over again. You say I did those things. Do you have any proof? Of course I do. Just wait and see. Wu Hongmei looked more upset when he refused to admit it. She quickly ran back and brought a box, opening it for Gu Huizheng to see. Look, it's all here. Inside were some dried flowers, pretty candy wrappers, and a stack of notes. Gu Huizheng casually picked up a note, glanced at it, and immediately recognized it. Isn't this the handwriting of He Zhonghua, who lived next door before they got married? Before marriage, they didn't have a family residence, so they all lived in military barracks. But he was a company-level officer and could have a single room. The guy next door, Liu Zhonghua, was a company commander and a difficult bachelor. He was 28 years old and still hadn't married. Gu Huizheng suddenly understood what was going on. All his good reputation was ruined by this old guy. He told Wu Hongmei, just wait. I'll bring someone to see you. I'll make sure this gets sorted out. He hurried to find He Zhonghua, feeling relieved that he had clarified everything. Otherwise, he'd be stuck with this black mark for life. If it got to his wife's ears, it would ruin him for sure. He Zhonghua was tall and thin, wearing glasses on his nose. He loved reading and sometimes recited sad poems, always trying to act cultured. Wu Hongmei also had her issues. Could the bitter words on those notes really have been written by him? Old He, come out here. Gu Huizheng shouted angrily. He Zhonghua came out slowly, unhurried. What's the matter? I ask you, has someone been helping you tidy up your house, do your laundry, and bring you food? He Zhonghua suddenly looked surprised. You found that girl, Tianluo? What is the snail girl? She's the girl who helps me clean, do laundry, and cook delicious meals for me. He Zhonghua looked like he was recalling a happy dream, with a strange smile on his face. Back then, every time I returned to my dorm, everything was neat and bright. She washed my clothes, which smelled fresh and clean, and the food she made was truly delicious. Gu Huizheng impatiently interrupted, that's enough. Just come with me now. Oh, and bring those notes and tokens you have. He Zhonghua said, you even know about our love letters? Sigh. She hasn't come to see me in months. You don't know how sad and disappointed I feel. No need to be sad. I'll take you to find her right now. Hurry up, Gu Huizheng urged. He Zhonghua snapped out of his happy dream and quickly went to get the so-called tokens, then followed Gu Huizheng. As they walked, Gu Huizheng kept muttering, you little brat, making me carry the blame for so long. I don't expect anything in return. I just hope you two get together soon and stop causing trouble for me. That's enough. When Wu Hongmei saw Gu Huizheng bringing a young officer to see her, she felt a bad feeling in her heart. Sure enough, Gu Huizheng pushed He Zhonghua toward her. You cleaned his room, washed his clothes, and cooked for him. I have nothing to do with this. From now on, you two should lock yourselves up. Solve your problems between yourselves and don't involve me anymore. Understand? After saying that, he turned and walked away. He Zhonghua happily exclaimed, you're my snail girl? Wu Hongmei suddenly burst into tears. Why is it you? She couldn't believe it and threw the things He Zhonghua brought, even tearing the notes into pieces. He Zhonghua tried to protect them and explained desperately. Their loud arguing quickly attracted a crowd of onlookers. The crowd soon understood what was happening. They all sighed, thinking it was a case of mistaken identity and a destined love. Getting married would be the only proper ending. Gu Huizheng, who wasn't interested in gossip, had no desire to watch the drama. He couldn't wait to go home and brag to his wife. Darling, you're so right. Some things can't be left unclear. They must be spoken clearly face to face. Gu Huaijing told Shin Yitong everything exactly as it happened. Shin Yitong was very surprised. How did such a mistake happen? Gu Huaijing said. Who knows how they did it? Anyway, it's none of my business. In the future, don't get upset with me over this. Why would I get upset? Am I that kind of person? Gu Huaijing moved closer and hugged her. Darling, did I do well today? Pretty okay. Then is there a reward? Shin Yitong turned around, tiptoed and kissed his chin. Why just the chin? Because he's too tall. She is also quite tall but still shorter than him by more than a head. Not sure what she grew from. A quick kiss on the chin isn't enough. Gu Huaijing immediately bent his knees and squatted down. One more. This time it turned into a deep kiss. As they kissed, Gu Huaijing found it tiring to bend down, so he suddenly lifted her up, holding her like a small child, letting her sit on his arms. This way, the height was just right. Shin Yitong felt a bit shy in this position. The door to the courtyard wasn't locked, and if someone came in and saw them, it could turn into something embarrassing. She wanted to push him to get down, but Gu Huaijing didn't let go. Instead, he carried her into the bedroom, kicked the door shut with his leg. This person was really getting more and more daring. At first, Shin Yitong didn't like kissing very much. But lately, every night when they went to bed, Gu Huaijing insisted on holding her and kissing her for a long time. He showed his affection and desire openly. He was good at reading her reactions and learning from experience, so his technique improved quickly. Shin Yitong often found herself dizzy from his kisses. She was actually starting to like this feeling more and more. Strangely enough, this kind of closeness seemed to bring them closer than physical intimacy. Since her rebirth, her guilt towards him had gradually turned into affection. She was really starting to like this man more and more, even finding his dark skin and strong chest more and more attractive. Even he was starting to like the faint smell of sweat on her. Actually, Shin Yitong knew that he had been enduring a lot these days. Many times, after putting her to sleep, he would go to the bathroom to take care of himself. This silly guy was afraid she would dislike it, so he didn't dare to do it in front of her. She also felt soft-hearted many times and wanted to help him, but he never asked. She was proud and didn't want to lose face by taking the initiative. Forget it, since he could still endure. Let him bear it for now. It was also a way to strengthen his willpower. Finally, after waiting and hoping, the exciting moment was about to arrive. After holding back for more than half a month, Gu Huaijing excitedly told Shin Yitong that the thing he had been waiting for should arrive today. Starting tonight, he could be a groom every night. Because of poor transportation, the mail ship only came once every 3 days. Today was the day the mail was sent to the island. According to the sender's date, if everything went well, it should arrive today. Hearing this, Shin Yitong also breathed a sigh of relief. These days, Gu Huaijing was having a hard time, and Shin Yitong was also struggling, right? Seeing him so tense, she felt both pity and worry that he might lose control. Several times, she almost couldn't hold back and wanted to help him. If she still couldn't get that thing, she was about to lose her patience too. But in the afternoon, her stomach suddenly felt a sour, bloated sensation, giving her a bad feeling. In the evening, she stood up, and suddenly a hot wave burst out, completely shattering her hope. It's over. How disappointed he would be when he comes back. Gu Huaijing received the package with great difficulty. There was an unspoken rule in the army. Everyone had to open their packages publicly. If it was something delicious, it would be divided among the hungry soldiers. If it was clothing or useful items, they would be shared and admired before returning to the owner. Even letters from family or loved ones would be read aloud for everyone to enjoy. No choice. Army life was so boring, this was the only fun. Usually, Gu Huaijing's mail was sent from home, mostly food and daily necessities. Usually, others would help him open things directly, share the food, or give away what he used if someone needed it. Before getting married, he had no special demands in life. As long as he ate enough and wore his military uniform, he was happy. He focused entirely on improving his physical strength and skills. For many years, whenever there was a big military competition, as long as Gu Huijing participated, he would win first place. But today, he was very worried about a package. As soon as it arrived, he rushed over. When he got it, he unbuttoned his uniform, tucked the package into his chest, and was about to leave. But others didn't agree. They knew it must be something good hidden away.
Come look.
Commander Gu has something good hidden. A group of people stopped what they were doing and rushed over, trying to grab the package from Gu Huijing. He fought back fiercely, even tearing his clothes, but he refused to let go of the package. He was defending not just a package but his dignity as a man. He didn't want his private matters with Shen Yitang to become gossip for others. With his hard-won victory in hand, Gu Huijing happily went home. Tang, I'm back. Shen Yitang cheerfully came out to greet him. You're back. Since Gu Huijing sometimes came home covered in water and mud from training, she didn't notice anything unusual and asked with a smile, You came back so early today. Are you tired? Actually, there's a watermelon at the service station. I bought one and soaked it in well water. Want me to cut it for you? Gu Huijing was surprised and felt very lucky. When had he ever been treated so well? Suddenly, he had a clever idea. He winked at her and said, Don't worry, the package has arrived. You probably can't wait to see what's inside, right? I'll open it and take a look. Shen Yitang was speechless. She was planning to tell him the bad news gradually, but now she thought, the bigger the hope, the greater the disappointment. It's better not to let him get his hopes up too much. So she directly said, I need to tell you something. Please don't get upset. Just say it quickly. With your attitude, how can I not be anxious? While speaking, she kept opening boxes, revealing about a dozen small white paper bags. The bags had red words printed on them, rubber condoms. Gu Huijing picked up one to open it, but Shen Yitang quickly reached out and stopped him. Actually, we probably won't need these tonight, so don't open them yet. A cold wave seemed to pour over him, and Gu Huijing asked in disbelief, Why not? I got my period. You got your period? You still have your period? When did it start? Where? Why didn't you tell me earlier if there were guests? Gu Huijing said hurriedly, trying to gather the small paper bags on the table. These things shouldn't be seen by others. Idiot, it's not that period, Shen Yitang whispered softly into his ear. Gu Huijing's face stiffened, then became hard to describe. Really? Are you joking with me? I don't want to, but it's coming, and I can't do anything about it. Most women can't have their period at exactly the same time every month for their whole lives. There are always some changes. A few months might not show much difference, but over 15 years, the change is huge. How could Shen Yitang, who returned after 15 years, still remember her period schedule from back then? She pushed Gu Huijing. So, what do you think we should do? Gu Huijing sneered. Ask me? How should I know? Just deal with it. He was so angry, feeling like heaven was deliberately messing with him. Shen Yitang pushed him again. Go cut some watermelon? No, he was too annoyed to even think about eating watermelon. I want to eat. You're like this, and you still want cold watermelon? Shen Yitang was surprised. You actually know women shouldn't eat cold things during this time? It seemed he really didn't understand her at all in his past life. Back then, their relationship wasn't good, and they never talked about this kind of thing. She thought he didn't understand anything about it. Don't misunderstand. I didn't hear it from another woman. It was my mom who told me. She was worried I wouldn't take good care of you. Before you came, she wrote me a letter, explaining everything in detail. This shows her strong desire to survive. While speaking, Gu Huijing gently picked Shen Yitang up and sat her on his lap, softly touching her lower belly. Does it hurt here? Shen Yitang shook her head. It's okay, just a little sore, but it doesn't hurt. Her body was usually healthy, with no menstrual problems. My mom also said I shouldn't let you get angry now, and you shouldn't drink cold water. She made me prepare some red sugar tea for you. Shen Yitang leaned on his shoulder. Mom is really kind to me. The Gu family members are truly good to her. After Gu Huijing passed away in her previous life, she stayed at the Gu family house for a while. Gu's mother took care of her very carefully, even more than her own daughter. Later, She kept encouraging her not to waste her youth and to find someone she liked to be with. But Shun Itong didn't want that herself. Before her rebirth, the person she went on a blind date with was also introduced by the Gu family. But for some reason, she felt nothing about him. No excitement, no feelings. She even thought she was destined to be cold and emotionless, not capable of loving anyone. Now she finally understood. Maybe she had already fallen in love, but she didn't realize it. Gu Huaizheng's warm, dry palm rested on her lower belly, gently massaging, which eased her slight discomfort. Shun Yitong asked slowly, "Are you not angry anymore?" Gu Huaizheng chuckled. "Getting angry over this? Am I still a man?" He leaned down and kissed her lips. "It's not your fault. You've waited so long, and now you can't wait a few more days." Shun Yitong leaned close to his ear and whispered a few more words. Gu Huaizheng looked up in surprise, showing a joyful expression. "Really? You're willing?" Shun Yitong shyly nodded. Gu Huaizheng hugged her tightly, showering her face and neck with kisses like a storm. "You're so good, wife." That night, Gu Huaizheng didn't quite act like a groom, but he was almost as happy as if he were one. He was so joyful, he almost felt like flying. Shun Yitong usually didn't like going out, and these past few days, she felt unwell and was even less willing to leave the house. But Jiang Shuang next door was different. She was much better at socializing. Not long after moving in, she had already met almost all the military families in the neighborhood. She knew details about their families, how many people they had, whether they lived with their parents-in-law, how many children they had, whether their husbands were good-tempered, and if the children listened. When she had free time, she would visit Shun Yitong to chat. Shun Yitong would invite her for tea and snacks, and Jiang Shuang would tell her the latest gossip she had heard. In the past, Shun Yitong had known a lot about military family gossip, but in just half a month, she had learned even more from Jiang Shuang than she ever knew before. Other military wives, knowing Jiang Shuang was close to Shun Yitong, sometimes made snide remarks. "Her background isn't good. You're friends with her, but aren't you worried it might affect your husband's future? With her temper, how can you stand her? If you visit her house, maybe when you turn around, she'll throw away the cup you drank from, thinking your saliva is dirty." Jiang Shuang was cheerful and friendly, but also not afraid to speak her mind. She responded bluntly, "If your background is so good, why hasn't your husband become a regimental commander? Your words are pretty dirty." Luckily, I didn't use a cup from my house to drink water. Some people were curious about Shun Yitong. "I heard her home is decorated very differently from ours, with lots of nice things. Have you seen it? Does she use different bowls for eating and soup? Different cups for tea and coffee? Does she have many beautiful dresses made of fine fabrics, maybe silk? And high heels? Is all that true?" Jiang Shuang didn't like gossiping about others' families behind their backs. She said, "If you want to know, go ask her yourself. Her background is different, and she looks down on us. If she wanted to talk to us, we wouldn't need to ask you." Jiang Shuang found it strange. "Are you all misunderstanding her? I think she's a good person. I also come from the countryside, and she hasn't looked down on me." Everyone else also found it strange. Jiang Shuang didn't seem any different from the others. Wearing simple rural clothes and speaking in a local dialect, she still enjoys visiting others with a bowl of food, chatting happily. Although her family's leader Liao and Gu's leader are equals, Gu's leader is younger and more capable. There's no need for anyone to flatter the other. So, why does the young lady like Jiang Shuang so much? Jiang Shuang. Actually, I think she's not unwilling to make friends with you. She's just a bit shy. You need to be friendly and take the initiative. Spend more time together, get to know each other, and things will get better. But we're afraid to take the first step. Jiang Shuang, if you really want to be friends with her, come to my house this afternoon to listen to the radio. I'll help you get to know her. Jiang Shuang sincerely hopes Shun Yitong can make more friends. She feels she's too lonely. During the day, Leader Gu is out, and she's often alone at home reading and drinking tea. If she doesn't go to see her, she has no one to talk to. Being lonely makes people overthink. When you think too much, your mind can get confused. She lives next door. Sometimes she sees little Shin sitting alone in the yard, looking out at the distant sea, lost in thought. She looks like a fairy from the sky, as if she might be taken away by a breeze at any moment. It makes her feel a little anxious. People need to stay grounded. In the afternoon, several women came one after another, each bringing some work. Some were mending shoes, others knitting, and some sewing clothes. No one wanted to sit idly all afternoon with nothing to do. Jiang Shuang quickly brought out her radio. She only learned to listen to the radio recently. There weren't many other entertainment options on the island, so listening to the radio was her main pastime. They listened to programs from the island's radio station, which had quite a variety. They played revolutionary songs, read editorials from newspapers, had reading shows, and read letters from listeners. Sometimes they played recordings of model operas. Overall, the programs were quite pleasant. Not everyone had a radio at home. The women who came today didn't have one either. They came partly out of curiosity about Shen Yitang, but also because they genuinely wanted to listen to the radio. Sister Shuang, do you think the young lady at home also listens to the radio? Jiang Shuang frowned and said, when she comes over later, don't call her Miss. She has a proper name. Just call her Xiao Shen. She thought to herself that the young lady not only listened to the radio, but also had a gramophone at home, playing records. She had listened to it before, even if she didn't understand. The sound was really beautiful. But that kind of life was too disconnected from ordinary people, so she wouldn't tell these folks about it.
Got it.
It's just talking when no one is around. Who would call her that to her face? The sister-in-law who called her Miss earlier stuck out her tongue and said, if you keep talking behind her back, what if you slip up and say it to her face? Don't blame others if they get annoyed. Who likes being talked about like that? Sorry, Sister Shuang. I was wrong. Please go call her over. Just wait and see, Jiang Shuang said as she straightened her clothes and left. Shen Yitang had already heard the lively noise from the next room. She didn't feel like joining the fun, but strangely, she didn't feel the usual dislike she had in her past life. Back then, she really disliked everything equally and found everything annoying. Now, she felt much calmer. While choosing cups for tea that afternoon, Jiang Shuang came to knock on her door. Sister Shuang, is something the matter? Jiang Shuang said, Xiao Shen, I think it's pretty boring for you to stay home alone. Everyone else is listening to the radio at my place. Why don't you come over too? Shen Yitang instinctively wanted to refuse. I don't really. Jiang Shuang stepped forward and hugged her arm. Don't stay alone all the time. Even the best people can get sick from boredom. Don't you want others to gossip about you and Captain Gu? Just go and see them. You're not some proud young lady who looks down on others. They're neighbors, and Captain Gu and their husbands are comrades in arms. You'll have to get along with them eventually. Don't worry. The ones who came today are good-tempered. I don't like dealing with the sharp-tongued ones either. Shen Yitang thought about it and realized she needed to change after her rebirth. She couldn't be as aloof as she was in her past life. Just a small change in her attitude made her relationship with Gu Huizhen completely different from before. What if I change other things too? Maybe I can have a different life?
Then.
Should I go with you? Jiang Shuang happily said. That's right. Let's go. Wait, I need to grab something. When visiting someone's home, you should bring a small gift. She picked up a cookie jar, found a delicate white porcelain plate, and carefully arranged butterfly pastries and cookies sent from her home. Then she held the plate with both hands. Let's go. This person, even at her own home, was dressed very nicely, wearing a light blue dress with white polka dots, lambskin shoes, her hair half up and half down, and she smelled nice. Jiang Shuang thought that when others came to her house, they usually wore simple clothes for chores, sometimes even with soot on them, and she didn't mind. They just brought their usual work tools. But she, dressed beautifully and even bringing a gift, looked very different. Suddenly, Jiang Shuang hesitated. Was it wrong to want her to make these friends? They were originally from different worlds. She shook her head to shake off these thoughts. Why think so much? Since she was already married to Captain Gu and living here, she should try to fit in. Here they come. The sisters-in-law at Jiang Shuang's house were chatting loudly, but as soon as they saw Shen Yitang walk in, they became shy. None of them dared to look up at her. Wow, she's so beautiful. Like a fairy from a magazine. Her dress was so clean, and the fabric so soft. She was gently patting her smooth calves. How comfortable that must feel. Her shoes looked nice, but probably wouldn't last long in the dirt. Stepping into mud would ruin them. And she smelled so nice, like flowers. Even though they were women, they could imagine how happy Captain Gu would be to sleep every night holding such a soft, fragrant woman. No wonder they said Captain Gu loved his wife so much. With a wife like that, who wouldn't love her? Not only were the sisters-in-law shy, but Shen Yitong also felt nervous. "Hello, sisters-in-law. I'm Shen Yitong from next door. Just call me Little Shen," Jiang Shuang said. "Look at you all so useless. You're always talking about wanting to be friends with Xiao Shen. Now she's here, and you're feeling shy." Everyone's sister-in-law quickly stood up. "Xiao Shen is here. Come, sit down." She offered her the best chair with a backrest. Shen Yitong placed the plates she brought on the table. "These are some snacks sent from my hometown. Please try some." Everyone looked curious, but felt shy to start eating. "Why are you so polite? It's just a visit. Why bring snacks? We didn't bring anything special either." At this moment, Jiang Shuang spoke up. "Look how kind Xiao Shen is to you. These are high-quality snacks sent from the big city. When I visit her house for tea, I only get to eat a small piece." She picked up the plate and handed it around. "Try some. Once this is gone, there won't be another chance." The snacks looked fancy, and as they got closer, a sweet, milky aroma wafted out. A few sister-in-laws couldn't help but swallow their saliva. "Then I won't hold back." She reached for a piece, held it with her hand, and took a bite. Her eyes immediately lit up. "How is it?" Jiang Shuang asked. She couldn't speak, only nodded repeatedly. Seeing this, the other sister-in-laws also became less reserved. "Then I'll try too." They all reached out to take some. Shen Yitong thought to herself. Just now, one person was holding a shoe pad, and another was wiping the chair with a cloth when she came in. And none of them washed their hands before grabbing the food. They didn't seem to care at all. Shen Yitong muttered silently in her mind. Xiao Shen. Huh? Sister-in-law Shuang, what's the matter?" "It's nothing. Let me introduce you. This is Sister Zhang from Captain Zhao's family. This is Sister Zhu from Lieutenant Zhou's family. This is Sister Lu from Instructor S family, and this is Sister Luo from Sergeant Su's family." As Shen Yitong greeted each one, she admired Jiang Shuang deeply. How did she remember all these sisters-in-law? She herself couldn't remember them all. By the time she reached the third sister-in-law, she had already forgotten the surname of the first one. Moreover, it was even more difficult to remember their husbands' names and positions. Jiang Shuang said, "It's okay if you don't remember at first. The more you meet them, the more you'll get used to it and remember naturally." Everyone praised Shen Yitong's snacks as the best they had ever tasted. After a round of compliments, they naturally picked up their work again and kept busy. Shen Yitong felt a bit silly just sitting there empty-handed. After everyone tasted Shen Yitong's snacks, they wanted to show her kindness, so they started praising her in different ways. As they praised her, they forgot their original purpose and began asking her various curious questions: what material her dress was made of, how it could be so clean, why she smelled so nice, and why her hair was so smooth. The conversation was polite but a little awkward. At that moment, Zhu's wife from Zhou Lianzhang's family, who was knitting, suddenly asked, "Little Shen, I heard that people in big cities have many ways to knit. Can you teach us?" This question caught Shen Yitong off guard. I don't know much about that. I can't knit." "Really? Are there women who can't knit?" Zhu's wife blurted out, then quickly covered her mouth. "I didn't mean you, She blushed with embarrassment. Shen Yitong smiled and said, "I have many things I don't know. I learned cooking from Sister Shuang. In the future, living on this island, there will be many things I need you all to teach me. Yes. This place isn't like your big cities, where you can buy anything you want. When you have children, you'll need to learn how to sew and mend clothes. Knitting sweaters is also necessary. Winters here aren't cold, so one sweater can last through the season." Shen Yitong said, "Then please, sisters, teach me how to knit sweaters first. I want to make one for my husband." She had never made anything for Gu Huaijing in her previous life. Now that she had the chance, she really wanted to give him something handmade. Thinking about how happy he would be to wear it and show it off, Shin Itong couldn't help but smile. It's not difficult. It's very easy to learn, the sisters assured her confidently. Jiang Shuang quickly took out a few knitting needles and a ball of old yarn from an old sweater. Use this to practice first. Once you learn, you can buy new yarn. The knitting needles were made of bamboo, about a foot long, thin, with pointed ends and smoothly polished. The sisters-in-law stopped their work and gathered around to teach Shinitong. Starting from casting on stitches, she awkwardly wrapped the yarn around the bamboo needles, often making mistakes. Suddenly, she felt a warm, fairy-like feeling of closeness. It turned out that even a wealthy young lady like her wasn't good at everything. There were things she wasn't as skilled at as they were. So, they took turns sharing their tips and tricks to teach her. Listening to their advice, Shun Itong became more confused and flustered. After much effort, she managed to knit a small piece, but it was wrinkled and had 2 holes where she missed stitches. She even laughed at herself, saying, "This looks terrible." Well, everyone starts like that. Keep practicing and you'll get better. You're much more skilled than I was when I first started. I couldn't knit this well back then. Amidst the praise, Shin Itong gradually lost her confidence. Sighing, she said, "Oh, it's already this late. The men will be back soon. I need to go home quickly to boil water and cook. I also have to go back and look after the 2 kids. If I don't leave now, my mother-in-law will start nagging again." Everyone then dispersed. Shin Itong also went home first. "Sister Shuang, can I borrow some yarn to practice with?" Jiang Shuang generously waved her hand. Take it, take it." When Gu Huaijing returned home, he didn't see his usually elegant wife drinking tea, nor did he worry that she might be unwell and lying in bed. Instead, he saw Shin Itong sitting in her usual tea-drinking chair, looking down with a serious expression, tightly frowning, struggling seriously with a few bamboo sticks and a tangled ball of yarn. "Wife, what are you doing?" Shin Itong looked up with a distressed face. "It's ruined. I can't untie the knots." It turned out she thought she had learned how to knit, but without her sisters-in-law's guidance, her work only got worse after a few tries. Somehow, the yarn had become tangled and knotted. The more she hurried to untangle it, the tighter it got, making her sweat with worry. Gu Huaijing said, "If I can't untangle it, I won't try anymore. It's just a broken piece of thread. I can just tear it apart." The broken thread was worthless, so it wasn't worth bothering his wife. He reached out to pull at it. Shin Itong quickly stopped him.
No.
"This is a gift from Sister Shuang next door. I have to return it after using it. Let me help you," Shin Itong said, handing the thread to Gu Huaijing. She hugged his arm. "Everyone says you're very skillful. You can definitely help me untangle this, right?" Gu Huaijing asked. "Can you tell me who everyone refers to?" He wanted to see who was so full of nonsense. Could he really be the kind of person who does such things? "Everyone says you're very talented. Every year, at the military district's big competition, you always win first place. This small knot of thread is no problem for you." "Hee, that's true." "Well, I'll give it a try," Gu Huaijing said, losing himself in Shin Itong's praise. Shin Itong watched him carefully. "Don't secretly tear it apart. If you lose a big chunk, everyone will notice," Gu Huaijing thought. I'd rather buy a new one and give it to her." Shin Itong was standing with her arms crossed, supervising, when suddenly several people arrived at the door. "Xiao Shin, haven't you cooked dinner yet?" It was the sisters-in-law from earlier at Jiang Shuang's house. She couldn't remember all their names anymore. "Sisters-in-law, why are you here again? We ate your fancy snacks and thought we'd bring some local treats from our home." "They're nothing special, just to let you try something new." They handed her the things they brought. Turning around, she suddenly saw Gu Huaijing sitting in the yard, struggling with the thread in a serious way. Everyone said Gu Tuanzhang loved his wife and wouldn't let her do chores. Turns out it's true. He even had to the thread to do it himself. Xiao Shun, we have work at home. We need to go back quickly." The sisters-in-law hurriedly left, chatting and laughing as they went. After they left, Shin Itong heard their cheerful laughter. Gu Huaijing looked over curiously. When did you get so close with them? These sisters-in-law look familiar, but he doesn't know exactly who is who. Shunitong. It was just today. This afternoon I went to Sister Shuang's house to listen to the radio. See, I learned how to knit from them. While talking, Shen Yitong looked at the things her sisters-in-law brought her. They weren't expensive items: dried vegetables, sweet potatoes, dried seaweed, kelp, a bag of small shrimp, and a bag of dried longan. Gu Huizheng thought she might dislike these simple things and might throw them away immediately. If you don't want to keep in touch with them, there's no need to force yourself. Keep these for now. I'll take them to others tomorrow. Don't throw them away. Wasting them would be too sad. Shen Yitong's eyes widened. These were given to me, so why should I give them to someone else? Can't we keep them for ourselves? Gu Huizheng was surprised. You want to eat these? Good things are meant to be eaten, she said, peeling a piece of dried longan and putting it in her mouth. She peeled another and handed it to Gu Huizheng. Not bad, quite tasty. Gu Huizheng held back from reminding her that she hadn't washed her hands before eating. Because Jiang Shuang's house had a radio and simple people, she was friendly and soon became a good place for the soldiers' families to gather and work together. Every afternoon, the sisters-in-law would bring various chores to her house, listen to the radio, work, and chat. In the first 2 days, Jiang Shuang would even come specifically to invite Shen Yitong over. Later, Shen Yitong would go on her own when it was time. She also brought the old ball of yarn Jiang Shuang lent her, knitting and unknitting repeatedly. Now she had improved a lot. She could at least knit a small section about the size of her palm without missing or dropping stitches. But she still struggled with tension, and her knitting was a bit crooked and uneven. Jiang Shuang checked her over and nodded, saying, "Yes, very good. Practice for a couple more days, and you can start officially. Do you have new yarn at home? If not, go to the service station tomorrow to see. If they don't have it, you'll need to ask someone to buy some from land." Shen Yitong really didn't have any. "I plan to knit a long-sleeve sweater for old Gu at home. Can you help me estimate how much yarn I need?" These sisters-in-law all call their husbands with a prefix of old, plus their surname. Shen Yitong also learned to call Gu Huizheng this way. Not to mention calling him Old Gu sounds quite warm and familiar. The sisters-in-law present are very experienced. With Captain Gu's size, he should weigh at least 1.5 pounds. You should buy about 1 pound and 8 ounces, so it won't be short and the color won't look different when you add more. Yes, any extra can be used to make small things like scarves or gloves, or save to knit vests for the kids later. Everyone is busy helping to choose the colors, styles, and patterns for the sweaters. Time passes day by day. Gu Huizheng is thoughtful and doesn't ask her when her period will end. One morning, Shen Yitong wakes up and sees everything is clean. She quietly gives him a look. "Come back early tonight, Gu Huizheng." Isn't that a pointless request? As long as there's nothing urgent in the team, I can come back early any day. Gu Huizheng is considerate. As a team leader, he only needs to go out to sea for important tasks. Most of the time, he stays on the island with his wife. His soldiers often go out to sea for training, sometimes for 2 or 3 days, which is very tiring. But he's experienced from those times. The sun on the sea is fierce, and they all get tanned very dark. Gu Huizheng is glad he doesn't have to go out to sea every day now. He's fairer, and his wife probably wouldn't complain as much. Of course, it's also because he has a good foundation. Seeing that he doesn't react much, Shen Yitong is annoyed and pokes his forehead. "You're so stupid." It's like she's very worried about that matter. All right, she's decided that as long as he doesn't bring it up, she won't remind him anymore. Fortunately, Gu Huizheng reacts quickly and his eyes light up. "Are you talking about that someone? The one who left?" Shen Yitong rolls her eyes at him. "Yes." Gu Huizheng is overjoyed. "Great," he excitedly hugs her and kisses her several times. "Wait for me to come back." Shen Yitong is a person who values rituals. Today is a special day, and she decides to celebrate. After Gu Huizheng leaves, she also takes her basket and goes to buy vegetables with Jiang Shuang from next door. 2 people came together to the service center, and from afar, they saw a crowd inside. Jiang Shuang immediately became excited. "So many people, there must be good things. We've really come at the right time." Sure enough, there was something good. Today, there was beef. Living on this island, they didn't lack protein. Fish, shrimp, and from the sea were available in plenty. But eating too much of them got boring. What everyone craved was meat. Pork, chicken, duck, beef, and so on. Pork was okay. It was usually available at the service center. As long as you came early and had a meat ticket, you could buy pork. Chicken and duck were also supplied regularly, bought from nearby villages, so they could get them every now and then. But beef? When they could get it was uncertain, luck was needed. Jiang Shuang pulled Shen Yitong to the line. We're really lucky today. Shen Yitong also thought so. She remembered what she planned to cook for Gu Huaijing tonight, steak and a candlelight dinner. How romantic. But she wasn't sure if the beef they had today would be enough, especially with so many people waiting in line. Suddenly, someone at the front of the line called out to them. Shuang, Xiao Shen, over here, quick. Seeing Shen Yitong look a bit confused, Jiang Shuang explained. That's Sister Zhang, from Captain Zhao's family. Seeing her still standing there blankly, Jiang Shuang quickly pulled her. They're calling us, let's go. Only then did Shen Yitong realize she might not need to wait in line anymore. Is it okay for us to cut in like this? She whispered. She didn't want to wait in line either, but cutting in front of so many people. What if they caused trouble? That would be so embarrassing. Jiang Shuang shrugged casually. It's fine. If it doesn't work, we can just come back and wait again. The two moved forward, but Shen Yitong felt everyone behind her staring at her, making her very uncomfortable. At that moment, Sister Zhang loudly said to them, Why are you so slow? You took so long to get money, almost made the vegetables wither. Then she added to the people in line behind, Please don't mind us. We came together this morning. When I saw the beef, I hurried to line up. They went to get money, and now it's almost our turn. They just happened to catch up. Shen Yitong blinked. Was that really okay? She didn't expect it to work. Although the people behind looked a bit annoyed, no one said anything else. Shen Yitong whispered, Sister-in-law Zhang, thank you so much. So this is the benefit of making more friends? Otherwise, she would just have to wait patiently in line, and by the time it was her turn, the beef might already be sold out. Zhang Jianjin waved her hand. Come on, sister, why say that? Hurry up. How much do you want to buy? This month, we only have 4 ounces of meat left on our ration card. I plan to buy 2 ounces, then add some pickled vegetables and chop them up for dumplings. Her family has many members, and 2 ounces of meat isn't enough for everyone to have 2 bites. Buying dumplings helps save meat. Jiang Shuang said, I'll take 4 ounces. It's rare to have beef, so I'll stir-fry it with chili for old Liao at home. Shen Yitong thought for a moment. Do you know which part of the cow is used for making steak? What steak? They asked. It's... Shen Yitong raised her hand and gestured. A piece of meat about the size of a palm, cooked by frying both sides in a pan. When eating, you need a knife to cut it into small pieces, then use a fork to pick up each piece and put it in your mouth. It's usually served with red wine and a napkin. When she was in the city, on special days or big celebrations, her family would go to a Western restaurant to eat steak. Shen Yitong felt a bit nostalgic. Those days were gone and wouldn't come back. Her 2 sisters-in-law didn't understand her sadness. Come on, just hold a big piece of meat and chew it. You need to have good conditions to eat like that. Only your family hasn't had children yet, and Commander Gu's allowance is high. Others wouldn't dare to eat like that. In the end, no one told her which part of the cow was used for making steak. But she soon realized she didn't need to know. There was no choice in selection anyway. The butcher held a knife and cut into a large piece of beef on the cutting board. How much do you want? With one cut, he cut wherever she pointed. Just having some meat was good enough. No one was picky. Xiao Shen, hurry, how much do you want? Shen Yitong really had no idea about quantities. In a panic, she casually said, just a pound then. As soon as she said that, even the butcher looked at her a bit more. Such a big order. At that time, an ordinary worker's monthly meat quota was only half a pound. The troops have better treatment, and the officers receive higher allowances, about 1 to 2 jin. But it's rare to see someone ask for exactly 1 jin. First, the money and tickets, said the vendor. I'm worried this person might be pretending to be important. If they cut the meat and weigh it, but can't produce the meat tickets, it would be a joke. Shin Yitong quickly took out a delicate embroidered purse, counted the money and tickets, and handed them over. Seeing the money and tickets in place, the vendor didn't say a word. With a single cut, the weight was exactly 2 jin and 1 liang, just right for the 3 of them. Shan Yitong said, "Sir, could you please help us divide the meat into separate portions? Also, can you slice my part into thin pieces about the size of a palm?" Before she finished speaking, the vendor angrily slammed the knife onto the chopping board.
Too many requests.
If everyone bought things like this, how could we work? There's so many people waiting behind. Zhang Shuang quickly pulled Shin Yitong away. No need, no need. Sir, you don't have to trouble yourself. We're leaving now. Sister Zhang also hurriedly put the sliced meat into a basket and squeezed out of the crowd. Shin Yitong was unhappy. Why is his attitude so bad? Zhang Shuang said, "Forget it. The one selling meat is an elder. We all have to ask others to buy meat. He's just showing off a little. Let's be more polite." Shin Yitong asked, "What should we do now? We only have 1 piece of meat. It's nothing. We can split it at home. I have a scale. Come on, let's go to my place and divide the meat." Shin Yitong said, "Wait, I still want to buy other vegetables." Sister Zhang said, "Isn't this big piece of meat enough for you too? But we can't just eat meat. We need some vegetables too." "Why buy vegetables? I have plenty in my yard. We can pick them from there." Shin Yitong looked at the vegetables sold by the vendor. They looked wilted, with yellowing leaves. She didn't really want them. Then Sister Zhang, "I'll buy your vegetables." Sister Zhang looked unhappy. "If you keep talking about buying, I won't sell to you anymore." Nowadays, diligent housewives not only grow vegetables in their own yards but also develop most of the unused land in the big courtyard. They grow so many vegetables that their family can't finish eating them all. 3 people went to Jiang Shuang's house to share the meat. Jiang Shuang's yard also has a vegetable garden with 5 neat plots. However, only a few tender new shoots have just sprouted, so they are not ready to be eaten yet. Zhang's vegetable garden is different. It has bright green bok choy, juicy cucumbers, ripe red tomatoes, and also loofah, green beans, and eggplants. The lively scene makes people feel peaceful and hopeful. Zhang waved her hand and pointed to her garden. "Pick whatever you want." Shin Yitong usually passed by these gardens without feeling anything. But today, when her feet actually stepped into the garden and she was about to pick the vegetables herself, her mood was completely different. She even envied Zhang for having such a garden. She wished her family also had a garden like this. But as soon as the thought appeared, she quickly dismissed it. Picking vegetables is fun, but planting and touching the soil and fertilizer, wouldn't that be too hard for her? Zhang noticed that the young lady was quite interesting. When she picked bok choy, she carefully peeled off the leaves one by one, choosing only the 2 most tender and crispy leaves from each plant. She was slow and took her time, filling only the bottom of her basket. Used to being quick, Zhang couldn't stand it and decided to help. She grabbed a plant, twisted it hard, and threw it into Shin Yitong's basket. "You want this, right? Here. Want anything else? I can help you get it. If you keep doing it like this, it'll be dark before you finish." Shin Yitong watched helplessly as the vegetable, covered in fresh dirt, lay in her clean basket. She twitched her mouth and said, "Zhang, I don't need so many." Zhang thought she was being polite. "Just a little, no big deal." "Don't worry, I can't finish all these vegetables either. They're mainly for feeding the chickens." Shin Yitong said, "Really, I just want a little of each kind, more variety. Chop them up, mix with some salad dressing, and make a vegetable salad." Zhang looked at Jiang Shuang and asked, "What's a vegetable salad?" Jiang Shuang, always eager to take advantage of a good deal, was busy pulling vegetables into her basket. She didn't look up and said, "It's just washing different vegetables, cutting them, adding some salad dressing, and mixing them together to eat raw." She had talked with Shin Yitong before and was quite knowledgeable. Annie Zhang was surprised and said, "Eating raw? Isn't that like cows eating grass? You city folks are really strange. Now you don't mind us using these vegetables." Jiang Shuang suddenly realized what she wanted to say and quickly covered her mouth, determined not to let her speak. Jiang Shuang had seen Miss Shen's obsession with cleanliness before. If she heard those words, she wouldn't be able to eat today and would have to scrub her hands until the skin came off. Annie Zhang was startled and forgot what she was about to say. Why are you doing this all of a sudden? Jiang Shuang said, Little Shen, are you done picking? Let's go home. Shen Yitong put a bright red tomato into the basket and said, Yes, thank you, Annie Zhang. Annie Zhang replied, No need to thank me. Next time, just come and pick whatever vegetables you want. Watching the young lady walk away gracefully, Auntie Zhang suddenly felt a bit sorry for Leader Gu. What kind of life does Leader Gu have? After a hard day, he comes home but can't even enjoy a proper hot meal. Eating those vegetables raw, isn't that treating Leader Gu like a cow? Unaware of the sympathy she was receiving, Leader Gu was eagerly looking forward to finishing work. In the afternoon, the weather suddenly changed, and a heavy rain started pouring. Summer storms are common on the island, as long as there's no typhoon. If a typhoon were to come, as a leader, he would have to organize disaster prevention work, which would definitely delay his return home. Fortunately, the weather forecast didn't mention any typhoon today. When the rain first started, Shen Yitong didn't pay much attention to it. She was focused on preparing her big meal in the kitchen. After cutting the beef, she needed to pound it with the back of the knife to tenderize it, then add various seasonings to marinate. This way, the beef wouldn't turn out too tough when cooked. The young lady had eaten many steaks before, but she didn't know how to cook them herself. She learned this method from a cookbook about delicious food, and she followed it closely. Regarding cooking, Shen Yitong believed she had made great progress over this period. Cooking is a matter of understanding principles. Once you know the principles, you can apply them to different ingredients and master the art of cooking. For example, when making a steak, the most important thing is to be brave and careful. As long as you can overcome the fear of oil splattering loudly in the pan, you are already halfway to success. In the evening, the sky is dark and heavy rain is pouring down. Even in summer, being soaked by rain can bring a deep coolness. Gu Huizheng walks quickly through the rain without caring much, his eyes only on the small courtyard ahead, which is lit up and waiting for him. You're back. Shen Yitong opens the door. The man in front of her is only wearing a military green vest, with his pants rolled up to his knees. He is already soaked, the vest sticking tightly to his body, showing his strong abs clearly. Shen Yitong glances at him, her heartbeat quickening a little, and she feels a bit dry in her throat. Seeing his playful smile, she can't help but complain. It's such heavy rain. Why didn't you take an umbrella? The wind is too strong. An umbrella wouldn't help. It got blown away long ago. Then go wash up quickly. Dinner will be ready soon. Okay, he jogs towards the bathroom. Before going in, he suddenly turns back, smiling broadly. Wait for me. I'll be right there. Shen Yitong frowns slightly, staring at the muddy footprints he left on the ground. At this moment, a head peeks out from the bathroom. The floor is dirty.
Don't worry about it.
Let me handle it. He leaves the bathroom door open while taking a shower. But at least he's sensible. Wash well, and make sure you're clean. Don't worry, I promise to wash thoroughly. His tone is a bit too flirtatious, making Shen Yitong blush and glare at him angrily. She was just casually saying that, but his response made it seem like she was hinting at something. Gu Huizheng, despite being in a hurry, patiently lathers himself with soap twice, washing from his hair to his toes, making sure he's completely clean. He definitely doesn't want her to be unhappy. He rinses himself with a bucket of water from head to toe, then steps out in just his pants. Water droplets run down his muscular body, sliding over his smooth chest. The living room light is off, and the curtains are drawn, so there's no sunlight outside. The only light comes from a few flickering candles on the table, and a record player is playing soft, pleasant music gently filling the room. On the table is the dinner she prepared. 2 shiny white porcelain plates hold crispy, tender, and juicy beef on fresh green lettuce leaves. In the middle, there is a dish of cool cucumber salad and bright red sweet and sour tomatoes. The white tablecloth, fresh flowers in a crystal vase, shiny silver cutlery, and a candle holder with a lit white candle create a cozy atmosphere. Gu Huizheng smiled. This is something she can do. Maybe this is called romantic mood? According to Gu Huizheng's personality, doing these fancy things is pointless. It's better to give him a bowl of hot noodles topped with big chunks of braised beef for a hearty meal. After eating and drinking enough, the real priority is to wash up, get into bed, and hug his wife. Turning around, he saw a set of clothes on the nearby sofa. A crisp white shirt and neatly tailored gray suit pants. No need to guess. She put them on him. He would have to take them off sooner or later, so why bother? Gu Huizheng sighed. He couldn't help it. She liked the style, so he had to wear it obediently. He knew she liked this kind of atmosphere. He tugged at his collar but still felt it was too tight, so he unbuttoned 2 buttons, revealing a hint of his collarbone. "Mr. Gu, would you like to dance with me?" Her soft, charming voice sounded behind him. Gu Huizheng turned around quickly. He saw her standing at the bedroom door, smiling gently, wearing a silk qipao he had never seen before, leaning gracefully against the doorframe. The close-fitting, soft fabric outlined her stunning figure. Her long, wavy hair was loose on her shoulders, with a single pearl hairpin on one side. Her small, white face was delicate, and her beautiful eyes seemed full of gentle water, full of grace. She looked breathtakingly beautiful, like a fairy from a bygone era. Suddenly, Gu Huizheng felt that everything was worth it. He took a step toward her, extending his hand. Shen Yitang's soft, delicate fingers lightly rested in his palm, then slid gracefully in front of him. He instinctively wrapped his arms around her slender waist, which had an astonishing curve. They began to dance awkwardly to the music. At this moment, Gu Huizheng was incredibly grateful that the political officer had forced him to learn ballroom dancing to attend social dances. Although he was very impatient and kicked the small warrior practicing with the girls several times, he at least learned something. In comparison, Shen Yitang was much more skilled. Unlike him, she didn't have to think about her footwork. It came naturally. Shen Yitang's gaze fell on Gu Huizheng's collarbone. It turned out that a white shirt worn in a relaxed way also had a special charm. Gu Huizheng felt her gaze, and his body started to heat up. He looked down at her fragrant hair, her small, firm nose, and her soft lips like flower petals. He couldn't hold back anymore and leaned down to kiss her. Their dance steps didn't matter anymore. They just swayed slowly to the music, lost in the addictive kiss. Shen Yitang felt the warmth of his palm through her thin clothes, sending shivers deep inside her soul. Gu Huizheng suddenly picked up Shen Yitang and headed toward the bedroom. She held onto his neck, still catching her breath, and said softly, "We haven't eaten yet. At this time, who still wants to eat?" Later, Gu Huizheng panted. "No, I put a lot of effort into making this. It won't taste good if it gets cold. Okay, let's eat now." What could he do? The flickering candlelight made Gu Huizheng a little dizzy. Although she looked beautiful in the candlelight, he still didn't quite understand. There was a brighter electric light. Why not turn it on and eat under it instead of lighting candles? Shen Yitang's eyes sparkled as she glared at him. "This is called a candlelit dinner. Don't you know anything about romance?" The beef was cooked well, but it seemed a little underdone, though he didn't dare to say so. Although he wasn't very skilled with a knife and fork, he finished eating in a few bites, still not full. He looked up and saw Shen Yitang carefully cutting the beef into tiny pieces. She used her fork gracefully to bring the food to her mouth, chewing slowly and carefully. How could someone eat so elegantly? Gu Huizheng was afraid she would think he ate too fast and too roughly, so he could only eat the cucumber slices piece by piece, wasting time. Suddenly, the music from the record player stopped. Shen Yitang wondered, "What's wrong?" Gu Huizheng replied, "It probably lost power." "Don't worry, heavy rain is common. Anyway, it doesn't stop our romantic candlelit dinner, right?" "That's true, but without music, the atmosphere feels a lot less special." Shen Yitang took the last bite of beef, then picked up a napkin to wipe her mouth. "My steak turned out pretty good, didn't it?" "Of course. I've never had such delicious beef in my life," Gu Huizheng said confidently. Shen Yitang jokingly asked, "Oh, tell me more about how it's so good." Gu Huizheng reached out and pulled her onto his lap, then leaned down and took a deep breath on her neck. It tastes just as good as you. Suddenly, loud knocking on the door interrupted them. Shin Yitong pushed him away. Gu Huaijing reluctantly got up to open the door, secretly cursing the visitor's ancestors. A moment later, Gu Huaijing hurried back inside. The rain is getting really heavy. I need to check it out. You stay home and rest. He had his responsibilities, and Shin Yitong wouldn't hold him back. Okay, go ahead. Be careful. Gu Huaijing stepped closer, bent down, and kissed her red lips again. While kissing, he was unbuttoning his shirt. Shin Yitong pushed him in shock. What are you doing? The little soldier was still waiting outside the door. What does he want to do? Gu Huaijing laughed loudly, threw off his white shirt, and casually grabbed an old, worn-out shirt to put on. His wife's favorite white shirt couldn't be dirted. He still needed to wear it in front of her later. I'm leaving, he said, taking a big step out the door. Shin Yitong quickly tidied up the dishes and put them in the sink to soak. Outside, the wind and rain raged fiercely, and her unease grew stronger. Thinking about it, the severe flood disaster from her past life seemed to have happened around this time. Could it be tonight? On that stormy night in her previous life, she had argued with Gu Huaijing. He stormed out in anger. Then suddenly the power went out. She groped in the dark for a candle but tripped over a stool and fell. Finally finding a candle, the window suddenly blew open in a strong wind. The heavy rain poured in, extinguishing the candle and making her feel very cold inside. That night, she was so scared. She curled up alone in a dark corner, calling out for help but no one answered. She hated Gu Huaijing and hated this marriage. At her most helpless moment, the door suddenly burst open with a loud bang. Gu Huaijing rushed in with a flashlight, calling her name, Shin Yitong. At that moment, she felt like a savior had arrived. She hurried to stand up, but her legs were numb from sitting too long, and she fell forward. Gu Huaijing quickly caught her and said hurriedly, the flood might spread further.
We need to leave now.
I will take you to the mountain. Leaving so soon? But she was still wearing her home clothes and hadn't packed anything. It's too late, Gu Huaijing said. I must get you out quickly. There are many others waiting for rescue. Shin Yitong took a few steps but twisted her ankle. Without hesitation, Gu Huaijing carried her on his back and ran. The heavy rain hit their faces, making it hard to tell if it was rain or tears of fear. Everything that followed was like a terrible nightmare. After bringing her to the mountain, Gu Huaijing went back to help with rescue efforts. There was only a makeshift shelter on the mountain, crowded with people, and the scene was very chaotic. The ground was muddy, and there were all kinds of unknown bugs. Because of an argument, Shin Yitong hadn't eaten dinner and was both thirsty and hungry. She didn't know how she managed to get through that night. The next afternoon, when she returned home, her house was flooded. Luckily, the water only reached a little over a foot high, so it wasn't too serious and no valuable items were washed away. But there was a lot of mud everywhere and the house was damaged. Shin Yitong felt overwhelmed and thought she couldn't go on like this. Although it was a very bad memory, strangely, after Gu Huaijing left, whenever she thought about those years, the image that always appeared in her mind was not the storm but his broad shoulders.
It was probably tonight.
If it had been like in her past life, she might not have needed to leave. When the water came in, she could have just gone to a higher place to hide. But Shin Yitong didn't want to take that risk. What if the water was too high and flooded the house? She didn't want to become a lonely soul lost in the vast ocean. But I don't want to suffer like I did in my past life. I need to be prepared. Thinking of this, Shin Yitong immediately changed into comfortable, light clothes. Her hair was tightly braided and tied at the back of her head. She found an oilcloth, cut it to the right width, and wrapped herself from her feet up to her calves and thighs. Then she put on the military rain boots that Gu Huaijing had left at home. She also wrapped the top of the boots with oilcloth. This way, her feet wouldn't get wet, and she could also avoid bites from snakes and insects. Shin Yitong remembered that in her past life, someone had been bitten by a snake on the mountain. She was so scared she couldn't sleep all night, standing stubbornly on a bare rock, refusing to come down. It was funny to think about. If there really were snakes or insects trying to bite her, what difference did it make if she was standing on a rock? It was better to be fully wrapped up like this. Even if a snake came, it wouldn't find a place to bite. Finally, Shin Yitong found a military raincoat and put it on. The raincoat was large, reaching her ankles, and wrapped her completely, giving her a strong sense of safety. At that moment, someone knocked on the door. It sounded like Jiang Shuang from next door. Shin Yitong hurried to open it. Sure enough, it was Jiang Shuang, carrying her son and holding an umbrella, rushing inside. All the men have gone to help with the disaster relief. I was worried about you being alone at home, so we came over to keep you company. After saying that, she noticed Shin Yitong's strange, fully armed look. Why are you dressed like that at home? Shin Yitong explained. With this heavy rain, I'm worried our place might flood. I'm just getting ready so it's easier to go out if needed. Jiang Shuang was surprised. Oh my, I just moved to the island.
Don't scare me like that.
Did you used to do this before? Shin Yitong replied. Not usually, but better safe than sorry. Especially for the kids. Getting soaked at night can make them sick. Jiang Shuang thought for a moment and said, Then I should go home and prepare too. She asked nervously. If the house floods, everything will be gone. Oh no, I need to take my radio. Ah, and the chickens at home too. Jiang Shuang was really worried. So many things. How could she take them all? Shin Yitong. If we really have to leave, we won't be able to take much. People are the most important. Let's only bring the essentials and put the rest in higher places. Jiang Shuang hurriedly took her son home. Shin Yitong thought for a moment and decided she should pack some small valuables too. She found all the important documents for her and Gu Huaijing, including their marriage certificate, some money, tickets, and bank books, and carefully wrapped them in oilcloth. She also prepared some food, clean gauze, and medicine that might be useful. She found a thin, small blanket and wrapped everything in oilcloth. She tied it all into a small backpack that she could carry on her back. Finally, she filled a military water bottle with hot water and carried it with her. Then she sat down calmly and waited. When the wind blew the window open, she sat very calmly in a corner protected from the rain and wind. She was not afraid and even felt a sense of relief, thinking, It's just as I expected. Soon, Gu Huaijing also returned. This time, he didn't call her by her name directly, but asked with concern, Tang Tang. Shin Yitong stood up. I'm here. Gu Huaijing immediately rushed over and hugged her tightly. Did I scare you? The rain is too heavy. We need to leave. Before he finished speaking, he noticed her gear. What's all this? Shin Yitong. I've prepared everything. We can leave right now. She proudly patted her small backpack. All our valuables are in here. Don't worry, Gu Huaijing smiled. Turns out you're quite clever. Suddenly, he thought of something and ran into the room to open a drawer, pulling out a bunch of small bags. Keep these too. Shin Yitong's face stiffened. Who would worry about such things during an escape? Why bring these? They're useless. When they reach the mountain and want to eat, if they open the pack, a bunch of small umbrellas might fall out. That would be quite something. Gu Huaijing. I went through a lot to get these good things. If we don't take them and they get soaked, we might have to wait another half-month. In such an urgent situation, only he would still be thinking about this. Shin Yitong had no choice but to find a bag, put all these things inside, and pack them into her oilcloth backpack. Now we can go, right? This time, she was ready to go up the mountain by herself. Gu Huaijing was tired from running around and still had several days of hard work ahead. In his past life, he returned from a rescue mission looking very thin and exhausted. She didn't want him to carry her up the mountain. Gu Huaijing was already crouched at the door, with his back to her. He said, Come up, I'll carry you. No need, I can walk by myself. With your small arms and legs, you'll be slow. You might not make it to the top until tomorrow morning. She thought he had changed, but his words still sounded harsh. Shin Yitong simply leaned on his back and said, If you're tired, don't force yourself. Gu Huaijing couldn't bear her doubting his pride as a man. Even with two of you, I wouldn't be tired. After leaving the house, he deliberately turned to the neighbor, Liao Tuanzhang's door. Old Liao, we're leaving, he also told Shin Yitong. When we get to the mountain, There will be many people, and it will be noisy. I won't be able to stay with you all the time. Don't be afraid. Stick close to Sister Jiang, and don't run around. I'll come find you as soon as I can." It turned out he was worried she might be scared alone, so he called Liao Tuanzhang and others to go with her. In her past life, she had no relationship with Jiang Shuai, and at that time, Gu Huaizheng probably didn't think much about her either. She was alone and scared on the mountain. But Liao Tuanzhang's family didn't come out for a long time. Gu Huaizheng had to carry her inside to see what was going on. He found that the couple was arguing. Jiang Shuai had a pile of luggage at her feet, all hurriedly packed and very important to her. Liao Tuanzhang was angry and told her she couldn't bring everything. "This is a matter of escape. Do you think we're going to visit relatives?" He angrily complained to Gu Huaizheng. "She even wants to bring the radio." Jiang Shuai tightly held her radio in her arms. "I really need to bring this," Shen Yitong said. "Sister-in-law, on the way, if you bump into things or get caught in the rain, the radio might break. It's better to wrap it tightly in oilcloth and put it on the top of the cabinet." "Maybe it'll be fine," Liao Tuanzhang agreed. "Exactly. Look at Xiao Xin. She didn't bring much, and her family's valuables are even more. She can carry what she can and leave what she can't." Jiang Shuai said. "Everyone is different. Gu Tuanzhang is still carrying Xiao Xin. Are you also carrying me up the mountain?" Captain Liao's face darkened. "I'm carrying my son. Honestly, little Gu is really something. Bringing such a troublemaker, how are the other men supposed to behave in front of their women?" In the end, Jiang Shuai listened to advice and hid her precious radio on top of the cabinet. But she kept nagging all the way. Angrily, Captain Liao swore, "If your radio gets lost, I won't eat, but I'll buy you a new one later. Is that okay?" Fortunately, she didn't actually carry her radio up the mountain. Climbing in heavy rain and darkness was much harder than usual. Jiang Shuai fell several times, getting muddy and wet each time. Every time she got up, she looked longingly at Shen Yitong, who was being carried steadily on Gu Huaizheng's back. Then she glared angrily at Captain Liao, who almost dropped her own son. This person really makes her so mad. In the pouring rain, so heavy that her eyes could hardly stay open, Shen Yitong was carried securely on Gu Huaizheng's back. She could even feel the strong, firm muscles on his back. At that moment, her feelings seemed to merge with her past life. This was a man who could give her a steady sense of safety, steady happiness. Soon, they reached the place where they were stationed on the mountain. It was an open, with soldiers having cut down trees to set up a simple shelter to block the rain. People, anxious and uneasy, huddled together around a central fire. The wood was wet, producing thick black smoke. Outside, the forest looked dark and shadowy, very frightening. Gu Huaizheng found a sheltered spot and put Shen Yitong down. "I have other things to do. Can you stay here by yourself?" Shen Yitong quickly replied, "Don't worry. I have food and drink here. I'll stay here and wait for you." Her words reassured Gu Huaizheng a lot. He couldn't help but kiss her on the face. "Take good care of yourself." Then he and Captain Liao strode away. Jiang Shuai felt a little jealous. Captain Gu really cares about you, unlike her own family, who barely looked at her before leaving. But today, this delicate young lady was surprisingly strong. She had been worried that the harsh environment would make her cry, but she didn't. Soon, a few familiar sisters-in-law came over and gathered together. One of the sisters-in-law was holding a small baby, and the baby was wet. She looked a bit worried, afraid the child might catch a cold. Shen Yitong quickly took a small blanket from her backpack and handed it over. "Sister-in-law, use this to cover the baby." The blanket was made of soft cashmere, very gentle and clearly expensive. The sister-in-law felt a little embarrassed. "It's not good to use your things. It's late at night and you're cold too. You should wear it," Shen Yitong replied. "It's already late. No need to be formal. I have a raincoat to block the wind, and I'm sweating now. Quickly wrap the baby so she doesn't catch a cold," Jiang Shuai said. "Yes, Shen always says that in times like this, material things are not important. People are the most important. Take it. Shen's family has many nice things at home. She wouldn't mind giving this." Then I thank Shin on behalf of my little Bao. The sisters-in-law were all generous and open-minded. At first, they were a bit worried and scared, but being with familiar people, talking and laughing, they soon forgot their fears. Someone even brought a bunch of twigs. These were just near the fire earlier, half-dried, and can be burned. Let's make a fire to keep warm. Yes, with a fire, snakes and bugs won't come close. A group of women built a fire and moved several stones around it to form a circle. They sat together, chatting and sharing the food they brought. Shin Yitong felt warm inside. She was no longer afraid and didn't think it was hard work. She knew there was no bigger danger, and she even found it quite fun and felt very safe. This was a completely different experience from her past life. In the end, Shin Yitong didn't know exactly who she was leaning on when she fell asleep. She seemed to drift in and out of sleep all night. When she fully woke up, it was already bright outside. The rain had stopped. The morning air on the mountain was very fresh, and everything was covered in lush green. Jiang Shuang saw her wake up and pulled her up. "Let's go." Shin Yitong looked confused. "Where are we going?" "To the bathroom." "You've been holding it all night. Aren't you in a hurry?" "Let's go quickly." "I know you're shy, so I waited to go with you. But there's no toilet here either. At this point, there's no need to be picky. Just find a quiet spot behind a tree. Don't worry, I'll watch out so no one sees you." So, does she really want to go to the woods to relieve herself? But Shin Yitong really wanted to go. People have urgent needs, and there's no way around it. In her past life, she also needed to go, but no one cared about her situation then. She was too shy to go to the woods like others. She was too scared to go alone. So she had to endure it. By the time she reached the mountain, every step felt like it was going to explode. It was very uncomfortable. So, if she could solve it, she would try to do so. Shin Yitong followed Jiang Shuang to a quiet place. Jiang Shuang first kept watch, while Shin Yitong found a decent spot. Using her raincoat as cover, she squatted down. The sound of rain drizzling started, and she blushed deeply. But after finishing, she felt much lighter and refreshed. Actually, once a person overcomes their mental barrier, it's not a big deal at all. When she returned, she heard someone ask if the rain had stopped and if they could go home. Then she learned that the residential area was flooded too. The water hadn't receded yet, so they couldn't go back. They had to wait until the water went down. Then someone started crying out about their chickens, vegetables, and stored food. Jiang Shuang was also worried about her chickens and her precious radio. But worrying wouldn't help. She had to focus on the present. Most people hurried up the mountain, only thinking about bringing valuable things from home. They didn't bring much food or drink. Fortunately, a little soldier brought a big pot and some grain, and they cooked a large pot of porridge over the fire. There weren't enough bowls and chopsticks, so everyone took turns eating. In her past life, Shin Yitong never drank this porridge. She couldn't stand sharing bowls and chopsticks with others, so she had to go hungry. This time, she still didn't like it. Luckily, she brought some snacks and water in advance, so she could fill her stomach easily. She also shared a little with Jiang Shuang and her son. Jiang Shuang only let her son eat, and she didn't eat herself. She said, "Keep it for later. We don't know when this will end. You know my temper, I'm not going to eat the big pot's food." She didn't mind herself. After others finished eating, she took their bowls and chopsticks to wash in the nearby stream, then filled a bowl with hot porridge and drank it eagerly. No one knew if there would be another heavy rain. Jiang Shuang advised Shin Yitong, "Don't be too particular. When there's no other choice, saving your life is more important." Shin Yitong nodded, "I understand. When it becomes truly necessary, she definitely won't force herself to endure like she did in her past life." In her previous life, towards the end, she was so hungry she couldn't bear it. She ignored whether she was dirty or not, just wanting to eat something. But she cared about her pride. When others asked if she wanted to eat before, she refused. Later, no one paid attention to her, and she couldn't bring herself to lower her pride and go eat. She deserved it. Fortunately, Shin Yitong is no longer the same person she was before. After eating some snacks and drinking water, Sister Zhang brought over some wild fruits wrapped in a handkerchief. Shen Yitong didn't recognize the fruit. It was bright red, shiny, with droplets of water on it. Just picked snakeskin fruit. Washed it, eat quickly. The name sounds a bit scary, but it looked tempting. Shen Yitong saw others eat it directly, so she picked one too. She squinted her eyes as she ate. The juice was plentiful, but it was a bit sour. It was lively with many people, and the time wasn't too hard to endure. Soon it was noon. Someone said, "The water has receded. We can go home now." Everyone cheered and packed up their things to go down the mountain. A young soldier who came to deliver the message rolled his eyes and asked, "Who is Captain Gu's wife?" Here, several women eagerly pushed Shen Yitong forward. "Hello, sister-in-law." The young soldier saluted her. "Captain Gu asked me to tell you he's busy and can't come to pick you up. He told you to go down the mountain with Sister Jiang. Don't worry too much. He'll clean up the mess at home when he returns." The soldier spoke confidently, and almost everyone around heard him. The women looked at Shen Yitong with envy. They thought, "This young lady is so lucky. Why haven't we met such a good man as Captain Gu?" But the men, upon hearing this, clenched their teeth in anger. That Gu guy is just too unreasonable. Loving his wife privately is fine, but why does he have to make things difficult for others? Shen Yitong smiled gently and said to the young soldier, "Thank you. I understand. Please also tell him to be careful and take good care of himself." The young soldier saluted quickly and replied, "Yes, I will pass the message." It wasn't easy coming down the mountain. Luckily, Shen Yitong was wearing military-style waterproof boots that had good slip resistance. She also found a stick to use as a cane, so she walked steadily. Everyone was excited to go down the mountain, but when they saw the family area flooded and in chaos, the mood suddenly turned quiet. Some families were hit harder and started crying right away, saying, "How can we live like this?" Shen Yitong and Jiang Shuang's homes were on higher ground, so their situation was better. As she expected, the floodwaters had entered the house about a foot high. Yellow stains marked the walls, and there was a lot of mud on the floor. Fortunately, she had prepared in advance and moved most of the belongings to higher places. All the bottles and jars in the kitchen were stacked on the stove, and chairs were overturned onto the tables. Items inside the cabinets had been moved from the lower shelves to the upper ones. So, only the lower parts of the furniture that couldn't be moved got a little muddy, which could be cleaned with water. The yard was worse, covered in mud, almost unrecognizable. The well was flooded too, and the water inside was muddy. It couldn't be used for now. They needed to drain it completely. Luckily, the water from the well could be used to wash the floors. At this moment, Shen Yitong didn't feel overwhelmed by the destruction like she did in her past life. Instead, she felt a sense of excitement about starting fresh. In her previous life, she never cared for the yard, and it always looked bare and dull. Now, things were different. Since she planned to live here properly, she wanted to make the yard lively and full of life. Of course, she only thought about doing it. She wouldn't actually do the work herself. She was about to change into clean clothes and wash her hands, face, and feet. There was still half a jar of clean water left in the household water tank. Before the well water was usable, she had to save it. She decided not to take a bath for now. Suddenly, she heard Jiang Shuang crying out from the next door. "My vegetables are all gone." She had just started planting her vegetable garden, and after much effort, the seedlings were washed away in a big flood. Aside from that, her family's losses were not too bad. The radio was still working well. She kept the chicken coop on top of a cabinet, and now the chickens were lively and jumping around, though they were hungry and making clucking sounds. "Suing, if you need to wash the floor, come to my well to get water," Shen Yitong called out to the neighbor. Jiang Shuang replied, "Okay, I'll start cooking first. Don't move anything. We'll eat together and then clean up." Jiang Shuang was very friendly and insisted on helping Shen Yitong wash the floor before going to clean her own. So Shen Yitong put on her rain boots again. Jiang Shuang fetched water to rinse the floor, while Shen Yitong used a broom to sweep the dirty water away. They worked until late afternoon when Gu Huizheng and Captain Liao finally returned. As soon as Gu Huizheng entered, he nervously hugged Shen Yitong. Wife, are you okay? Shen Yitong was happy to see Gu Huizheng but still disliked his wrinkled clothes that smelled of pickles. She pushed him with her finger. Let go of me quickly, Gu Huizheng said. It's such a time, and you're still complaining about me. Keep that thing safe. Is everything okay? He asked about the situation right after returning, ignoring everything else. Besides himself, no one else mattered. Everything's fine. Let go now. Zhang's sister-in-law is here, Shen Yitong said. Jiang Shuang, carrying a bucket of water, came in and said, Well, I'll be leaving soon. Since the young couple had just reunited after the flood, she thought it was polite to stay quiet. But as soon as she got home, her husband only wanted to hold the baby and check on him, then asked how long she had been back and why the house wasn't cleaned up yet. Angrily, Jiang Shuang threw down her bucket, ready to wash her own floor, but she was fed up. People can really be frustrating. Look, Zhang's sister-in-law is teasing us. Shen Yitong nudged Gu Huizheng. Since you're back, hurry up and tidy up. It's so messy. Gu Huizheng suddenly lifted her up with both hands. Shen Yitong was so scared, she dropped her broom on the ground. What are you doing again? Gu Huizheng took a few steps and sat her down on the sofa. You must have been scared last night, right? Rest now, I'll handle the cleaning. Gu Huizheng was much stronger than Jiang Shuang, so he worked faster and more efficiently. Before long, sweat soaked through his clothes. Since he was at home, he simply took off his shirt and tossed it aside. His body, trained over many years, looked very good, muscular but not exaggerated, with smooth muscle lines that moved naturally with his actions. Sweat traced down his smooth, bronze skin, sliding over his abs and along his waistline, disappearing into his pants. His skin wasn't very white, but it wasn't a big flaw either. Shen Yitong unconsciously stared a little blankly, feeling a bit dry in her mouth. She quickly picked up the water bottle and took a big sip. She drank too fast and accidentally choked, coughing a few times. Gu Huizheng said, Tang Tang, don't worry. I'll finish here very soon. Shen Yitong replied, I'm not in a hurry. It's okay if it's not finished yet. Just tidy up a bit first. You've been busy all day and night. You must be tired. Rest early. She was truly a gentle and caring wife. But Gu Huizheng shamelessly said, I'm not tired. Once I finish tidying up, I still need to continue what we didn't finish last night. Shen Yitong. Suddenly, she didn't want to talk to him anymore. Captain Gu. Gu Huizheng was busy working when suddenly a young soldier at the door called him. Although the house was almost cleaned up now, the muddy road outside hadn't been fully cleared, and it was still over ankle-deep in mud. The young soldier struggled to pull his foot out of the mud and stood at the gate, saying, Captain Gu, someone is looking for you at the dock. It's a lady surnamed Li, a relative from your hometown. Gu Huizheng and Shen Yitong both froze at the news. Someone from his hometown, a lady surnamed Li. Wasn't she the nanny who raised Gu Huizheng since he was a child? Gu Huizheng grew up in the countryside with old Master Gu. But old Master Gu and the guards around him were all men, so they didn't know how to take care of children. That's why they specifically found a distant relative to help take care of his daily needs. It was this lady, Li Jinping. She returned to the countryside at age 6 and joined the army at 16, taking care of him for 10 years. Longer than the time Shen Yitong and Gu Huizheng had been married in their previous life. She wasn't a family member, but she was more like family. In her past life, because of Madame Li, Shen Yitong often argued with Gu Huizheng. Their fights became so intense that they grew to dislike each other. In the end, Gu Huizheng, ignoring Madame Li's crying and protests, sent her back to her hometown. On the surface, it seemed Shen Yitong had won. But in reality, what was worn down was their already fragile marriage. It was only recently that their relationship had started to improve, and Shen Yitong never expected Madame Li to suddenly appear at this time. Could it be that she was truly destined to be unable to escape her fate? However, she would never sacrifice herself for Gu Huizheng. Her own mother-in-law had never cared about her. But in her past life, Madame Li, who relied on her son Gu Huizheng, she had shown her true colors in front of Shen Yitong. In front of Gu Huizheng, she was kind. Behind her back, she was hateful. Her terrible hygiene habits, were especially hard to ignore. Shen Yitong even saw her burn her hand on the stove, get charcoal ash on her hand, and not wash it. Instead, she spat into her palm, rubbed her hands together, and then directly reached for the food. Even now, thinking about it made Shen Yitong feel sick. She could imagine that if this person moved back into the house, the relationship she and Gu Huaijing had just started to mend would fall back to a freezing point. Why did she come here? Shen Yitong looked at Gu Huaijing. He also looked surprised, as if he hadn't called her. That made sense. They had been getting along well in this life, and she had taken on some of her duties as a wife. Unlike in her past life, where she did nothing and was constantly complaining, insisting on hiring a nanny. So, there was no need for Gu Huaijing to go out of his way to bring Madame Li here. Although Gu Huaijing was surprised, since she was already here, he definitely couldn't ignore her. He turned to Shen Yitong and said, "I'll go check on her," then put down the water bucket and left with the little soldier. What could Shen Yitong do? She couldn't possibly stop Gu Huaijing from going. She knew he would bring her back home once she arrived. And how long she would stay was uncertain. She really didn't want this family to have another mother-in-law. If she truly was her mother-in-law, Shen Yitong would still be willing. But she absolutely did not want to have Li Jinping stay. Suddenly, an idea popped into her mind. Since Li Jinping wanted to stay, why not make it impossible for her to do so? The house they now lived in was originally meant for a big family to share. It had 4 bedrooms. Even if one small room was turned into a bathroom by Gu Huaijing, there would still be 3 large bedrooms left. There was definitely enough space for Li Jinping to stay. Shen Yitong clenched her teeth, ignoring the dirt, and ran to the yard to pick up 2 stones. She smashed the windows of the 2 rooms, except for her and Gu Huaijing's bedrooms, into pieces. After smashing the windows, Shen Yitong bit her lip, feeling it wasn't enough. It was just glass windows, easy to fix later. She looked up at the roof. The house was an old brick and tile style. If the roof collapsed, Shen Yitong found a long bamboo pole used for hanging clothes, struggled to carry it into the house, and set it upright. The length just reached the roof. Not to mention, the bamboo pole was quite heavy and it was muddy from falling on the ground. Now it was covered in mud and dirt on Shen Yitong. She didn't care about that anymore. She was furious for Li Jinping. Fuming, Shen Yitong gritted her teeth, used all her strength, and stabbed the bamboo pole upward, but there was no response. She pushed harder. Suddenly, a pile of tiles fell down, almost hitting her head. She was so frightened, she quickly stepped back. The bamboo pole tilted and nearly hit her again. Tears almost welled up in Shen Yitong's eyes. Why was she suffering like this? But there was no time for sadness. Gu Huaijing would be back soon. Shen Yitong took a deep breath, and with determination, she also poked a hole in the roof of another room. Then she hurriedly changed clothes and washed her hands and face. Gu Huaijing returned with Li Jinping and a young girl. Li Jinping happily looked around the yard and said, "I knew Huaijing was talented. He's so young and already a squad leader with such a nice house. In a few years, he'll be even more successful." The young girl beside her also looked at Gu Huaijing with admiration and longing, not blinking. "Brother Huaijing, you're really amazing. This girl has dark skin and a sturdy build. She looks like an ordinary rural woman, the kind you wouldn't notice in a crowd." Usually, Shen Yitong wouldn't even glance at her. But hearing her call him Brother Huaijing really made her angry inside. She reminded herself to stay calm. Then she took a deep breath and stepped outside. She smiled gently and said, "Huaijing, you're back? Who are these 2? On such a hot day, Gu Huaijing felt goosebumps all over. When did she ever call him so softly? Even in bed, she only gritted her teeth and called him Gu Huaijing by his full name. But Gu Huaijing definitely wouldn't show that he noticed. "Tang Tang, let me introduce you. This is Aunt Li from my hometown in the countryside. I lived with my grandfather when I was young, and Aunt Li has been taking care of me. This is Aunt Li's daughter, Fang Xiumei. Aunt Li, Xiumei, this is my wife, Shen Yitong." Shen Yitong forced herself to hide her disgust and put on a proper smile.
Ayu, only.
"I often hear Huaijing mention you. He's been eager to visit you. I didn't expect you to come first. It must have been a tough journey. Aunt Lee, please come in. Sorry, our home just had a disaster. Everything's a mess, and I didn't prepare well. But your family, so I hope you won't mind, Shen Yitong continued. They had just come back outside, and all three of them had mud on their shoes. Gu Huaijing was about to fetch water to wash their feet before they entered, but Shen Yitong had already led them inside. The bright footprints on the freshly cleaned floor were very obvious. He paused, surprised. Was this really the same Shen Yitong, who was so picky? Earlier, when he brought them back, he was worried. He was afraid she would dislike his poor rural relatives. These two had traveled a long way and must have suffered a lot, so much so that wearing a dusty coat wouldn't be enough to describe it. It was said their boat encountered rough waves after departure, and they had to stop at a small island midway. They didn't have a place to sleep last night and had to squeeze into a broken house on the island, staying there all night. They also got seasick and vomited a lot. Not only did her clothes look like they had just been taken out of a salty pickle jar, but she also emitted a bad smell. But no matter how messy she looked, she was still his relative. If she insisted on being angry and refused to let anyone in, it would be hard for him to handle being caught in the middle. Although she had changed a lot recently and was even willing to socialize with the military wives from the countryside around her, Gu Huaijing still lacked confidence. Now that he saw her so warm and friendly, he finally relaxed. He felt sorry for her and promised to make it up to her later. He called someone to sit inside, and Shen Yitong looked uncomfortable. The water in the well is muddy, and all the firewood at home is soaked. Could you go check the kitchen to see if there's any clean hot water? Gu Huaijing was surprised again. He knew there was still clean water in the household tank, and the firewood was stacked high, with only the bottom part wet. The top part was still usable. Although he didn't quite understand her reason for saying that, he definitely wouldn't expose her now. Then, Auntie and Xiaomei, you sit for a moment. I'll go see if there's hot water in the kitchen. Li Jinping waved his hand. No need, there's hot water on the boat. We've all drunk some already, so we're not thirsty. He patted his waist and said, the waves are strong on this boat, rocking me so much that my old bones are almost falling apart. I'll go lie down in the room first. Shen Yitong looked even more embarrassed, with an apologetic expression. Last night, the wind and rain were so strong that the roof of the room collapsed, and the beds and everything got wet. It was really, to make sure they believed her, she even took them to see 2 different rooms. Sure enough, there were broken tiles all over the floor, the windows were broken, and everything was wet and messy. The rooms were completely uninhabitable. Gu Huaijing looked at Shen Yitong with confusion. He knew very well that before he left, the house was definitely not in this condition. Shen Yitong met his gaze calmly. Yes, it was her doing. So what? If he wanted to argue with her about this right now, she would leave and stay at the guest house. Anyway, she absolutely refused to live under the same roof as these 2 people. At that moment, Li Jinping casually pushed open the door Shen Yitong had carefully closed. The room was clean, with fine silk sheets on the bed. The furnishings inside were even more exquisite than they had ever seen or heard of. Feng Xiaomei's face lit up with happiness. There's still one room untouched by the disaster. Mom, lie down on the bed and rest. She then turned to Shen Yitong. Sister-in-law, my mom has been doing housework for years, and her back has always been weak. The rough seas these days made her old back pain flare up again. She needs to lie down quickly, or the pain will be terrible. Shen Yitong's heart tightened. She hadn't expected this at all. She couldn't believe someone could be so shameless. She glared at Gu Huaijing. If he dared to say good, he would be finished. Gu Huaijing understood Shen Yitong's meaning perfectly. He himself had only recently earned the right to sleep in a bed. If someone else slept in her bed today, she might end up hating the whole bed and want to throw it away. Maybe even he would be thrown out with it. Li Jinping, at the right moment, held his waist and cried out, "Ouch, ouch!" Gu Huaijing said, "Honestly, since the lady has worked so hard to come see me, we should treat her well at home. But as you can see, the disaster has made the house uninhabitable. Fortunately, we have a guest house nearby with decent conditions." So, Li Dama, I'll take you to the clinic to check your waist, then send you to the guest house to rest. Does that sound good? With a house like this, we can't cook. We'll eat dinner at the canteen tonight. Shin Yitong breathed a sigh of relief. He was being reasonable. Fang Xiaomei was unhappy. She liked Shin Yitong's bed. It looked very comfortable. If her mom could stay here tonight, she could also sneak in and stay together. She quickly said, "No need to go to the clinic. My mom's back pain is an old problem. Resting for a while is enough. Why waste money on a guest house when there's space at home? Our main hall is quite big. We can set up a bed and let someone sleep there." She just wanted her mom to take over the bed in the room. They couldn't possibly kick out the guests at night, could they? That would be too shameful. Li Jinping, holding his waist with both hands, also said, "Exactly, there's no way we should spend money on that." Shen Yitong replied, "That's not good. Since your mom's back pain is an old problem, it can't be delayed. If it worsens from a small issue, it will be very bad. Since you are here now and we are juniors, of course, we should visit you. Our local clinic is run by military doctors with excellent skills. Rest assured, they will surely treat your old illness." In her past life, her back pain was a clever tool for Li Jinping to pretend. Whenever Gu Huijing was at home, she worked very hard, doing chores without complaint. Then she would often hold her back and look guilty, saying, "Oh, I'm old now, my body isn't strong anymore. I can't do much work." Then she would grit her teeth and continue to endure and work hard. This made Shin Yitong, who was idling nearby, look especially exaggerated. It was as if she was a wealthy young lady who enjoyed humiliating and mistreating her servants. But Shin Yitong refused to fall for her act. The more she pretended to suffer and work hard, the more Shin Yitong ignored her. Shin Yitong knew that Gu Huijing probably had opinions about her back then. Although she didn't like Li Jinping's behavior, she was worried she might really hurt herself. So she arranged for her to get checked at the clinic, and it turned out she had no health issues at all. She just did it on purpose to make Gu Huijing hear. In her past life, Shin Yitong was stubborn. She could have told Gu Huijing the test results. But she didn't, because if she did, he might think she was trying to show off or make amends. She was proud and would rather be misunderstood than make the first move to apologize. Looking back now, she thought that was very childish. This time, she wanted Gu Huijing to know from the start that she was not an easy person to deal with. Gu Huijing looked at Shin Yitong, feeling glad he hadn't said the wrong thing earlier. Luckily, he hadn't lost his temper and kept the Li family there just for face. He didn't know Shin Yitong's little thoughts, only thought she was showing respect to her relatives and caring about her hometown. Because he went along with her wishes, she didn't mind showing her generosity and warmth in front of others. Both of them understood each other silently and, without saying a word, took Li Jinping and her daughter out. The clinic was on higher ground, so it wasn't flooded and could still operate normally. It was even busier than usual. Everyone was affected by this disaster. Some had broken bones, others caught colds, and all kinds of injuries and illnesses appeared. The medical staff were very busy. Shin Yitong started to regret coming at this time to join the crowd. Gu Huijing booked an orthopedic appointment for Li Jinping. He asked Shin Yitong to wait a moment while he went to the guest house to get a room. Fang Xiaomei still wanted to try harder. "No need to trouble yourself. We can just stay at home," Gu Huijing said. "It's not proper for guests to stay in the main room, especially since you're a young lady. It's not convenient with people coming and going." Fang Xiaomei understood that he had no intention of giving the room to her and her daughter. She couldn't help but pout and secretly curse Shin Yitong for being so stingy. Of course, she wouldn't blame Gu Huijing. It was probably the woman's idea. After Gu Huijing left, Fang Xiaomei waited a while but grew impatient. "Why are there so many people? Isn't Brother Zheng the leader? Why do we still have to wait in line? Can't we just ask them to see us first?" With Gu Huijing gone, Shin Yitong also didn't want to be polite anymore, feeling like everyone was pretending to be nice. Can the leader do whatever he wants? As a leader, he should set a good example and not use his position for personal gain. His reputation must not be ruined by you two. Fang Xiaomei's eyes widened in surprise. She didn't expect Shin Yitong to speak to her like that. "Mom, look at her. She doesn't even see you as important. No wonder people say Brother Zheng married a spoiled rich girl. What does his family think, giving him someone like her? Shin Yitong felt a chill. Who were these others they were talking about? It couldn't be the Gu family. She was very well behaved in front of the elders there, and they liked her. They wouldn't spread such rumors. If she was spoiled, it was only after arriving on the island because the environment was so different from what she was used to, and people might think she was spoiled. But how would they know? They had just arrived. Surely no one would be gossiping about her so quickly. Could it be that Gu Huaijing wrote to tell them? That's why they suddenly came over. Maybe they were worried about her marrying someone who was difficult and came to show their authority? Although she knew deep down that the possibility was small, Shin Yitong was still quite angry at this idea. She coldly glanced at Feng Xiumei. Ajing's parents are still around. It's not your place to worry about who he marries. Trying to act like a mother-in-law in front of her, she didn't consider her own status. Li Jinping, come in please, the nurse called out. Shin Yitong stood up and led the two women inside. Although Feng Xiumei was unhappy, she was from the countryside and couldn't read or write. She had never even been to a hospital before. Without Shin Yitong's help, they would be like headless flies, confused and lost. They could only endure their anger and follow Shin Yitong. In her heart, she thought she would definitely report this to Gu Huaijing later. He was so warm and friendly in front of her brother Ajing, but once he left, his true nature showed. The doctor examined Li Jinping and found no obvious problems. Here's what we'll do. Go get an X-ray first. Once the results are out tomorrow, we can see what the issue is. The military hospital's clinic was quite well equipped with an X-ray machine. But the machine was dark and gloomy. People had to stand inside it and stay still for a long time. Li Jinping had never seen such a device before. When she entered, her legs went weak with fear, and she couldn't stay still, constantly moving. The doctor grew impatient. Family members, please come and see what's wrong with this patient. Shin Yitong said, Aunt Li, X-ray scans are very expensive. If the machine gets damaged, it costs 10 yuan to fix it. If you keep moving, it might cost more than that. Do you have enough money on you?
Li Jinping's lips trembled.
Do I have to pay for this myself? Shin Yitong was surprised. We've already paid for your treatment as a kindness. We can't be responsible if you make mistakes and get charged extra. Seeing her attitude, it was clear she wouldn't help pay. Although Li Jinping didn't fully believe Gu Huaijing would be so unkind, she still needed Shin Yitong's help now, so she obediently stood back inside the machine. Now she didn't dare move at all. A single move could cost 10 yuan. Who could afford that? After the X-ray was done, Gu Huaijing arrived just in time. Feng Xiumei looked at him with a sad and helpless expression. He didn't even glance at her when he arrived, only looking at Shin Yitong. How is it? Shin Yitong handed him a report. I haven't found any problems yet. I just took some X-rays today. I'll go see the doctor again after I get the results tomorrow. Gu Huaijing nodded. The hotel room is ready. I'll take my mother and the others to settle in first, then we can go to the dining hall for dinner. Shin Yitong said, I'm a bit tired.
You can take them.
I'm going back now. Suddenly, she didn't want to pretend anymore. Just thinking about Gu Huaijing acting friendly in front of her but complaining about her bad temper behind her back made her furious. Without another word, she walked away. Feng Xiumei said, Brother Ajing, your wife has a really bad temper. You need to control her. Just now, before she finished, Gu Huaijing coldly interrupted, What? You came to see the doctor and cause trouble? Feng Xiumei was stunned. No, you don't understand. Gu Huaijing said, No matter what, she is my wife. If you don't respect her, you are not respecting me. Feng Xiumei was speechless. She hadn't even said anything yet, and he was defending her blindly? She opened her mouth to say more, but Li Jinping spoke first. Enough, stop talking. She realized that Gu Huaijing was very protective of his wife. If that's the case, her plans might need to change. What was she planning? Of course, her daughter's future marriage. Li Jinping had also suffered through hard times. Her husband was sick and couldn't work in the fields, so their family was really struggling. Years ago, she heard that old Master Gu wasn't used to the climate in Beijing, so he took his grandson back to the countryside to rest and recover. She gathered her courage and went to see old Master Gu. He was kind and, seeing her difficulties, allowed her to stay at home to help with laundry, cooking, and caring for her grandson. He paid her enough to support her family and even let her bring her daughter, Fang Xiumei, to live in the Gu family's old house. At first, Li Jinping was very grateful to old Master Gu and worked hard to do her part, taking good care of Gu Huizheng. But people's hearts tend to grow bigger over time. Li Jinping and her daughter started living comfortably at the Gu family's old house, and gradually, they found it hard to leave. Unfortunately, her good days only lasted 10 years. When Gu Huizheng was 16, he was sent to join the army by old Master Gu. As old Master Gu's health gradually declined, Gu Huizheng's father, Gu Mingshu, was worried. He decided to bring Gu Huizheng back to Beijing, citing better medical conditions there. Since the owners had left, there was no need for housekeeper Li Jinping anymore. She could only go back to farming. But she was not willing to accept that. She always dreamed of living the good life of the Gu family. Every year, she hoped the Gu family would return to their hometown, so she could reconnect with them. Her daughter was grown up now, and Li Jinping couldn't help but imagine that if her daughter married Gu Huizheng, she could become a respected mother-in-law in the Gu family. Then, her future days would be full of happiness. In the countryside, girls usually got engaged at 18. If they didn't marry by 20, they were considered old maids. But because of Li Jinping's wish, her daughter was kept from marrying and became an old maid. Then, unexpectedly, she heard news that Gu Huizheng was getting married. When she heard this, Fang Xiumei got very angry with her mother, blaming her for not taking the initiative to find Gu Huizheng, which caused her to miss her chance to marry. Later, by chance, they heard that Gu Huizheng and his wife didn't get along well. They had just married, but Gu Huizheng was often staying in the army barracks and not coming home. They also said that his wife wasn't someone who knew how to take care of daily life. She didn't cook, wash clothes, or do chores. Their life together wouldn't last long. Li Jinping immediately knew her daughter's chance had come. On the way to the island, she repeatedly told Fang Xiumei to behave well when they arrived at Gu Huizheng's place. She emphasized that her daughter should be kind, capable, and better than the wealthy young lady of the family. Even if it was just a guest house, the conditions were much better than their rural thatched house. Fang Xiumei was excited, looking around, and suddenly thought of something. She shyly said to Gu Huizheng, "Brother Ajing, this guest house is so nice. It must cost a lot of money, right? Maybe we shouldn't stay here. Let's go back home. Our home just had a disaster. Everything's a mess. My mom and I can clean it up for you." Gu Huizheng was not moved. "No need.
I can take care of it myself.
Since you're happy with this place, just stay here and don't worry about anything else." This time, Fang Xiumei came to do household chores for him. She was not allowed to stay at home. How should she show herself? "Brother Ajing, you're busy with important things. You shouldn't do household chores." "Sister-in-law, I don't think she's capable of doing these things. Let me help." "No need. Mom is not feeling well. You should take good care of her. Rest for now. I've arranged everything. Someone will take you to the cafeteria for a meal later. I'll come back tomorrow." Gu Huizheng, exhausted from patience, finished his arrangements and left directly. Fang Xiumei angrily stomped her foot at Li Jinping. "It's all your fault."
Pretending to have a backache.
"Now, Brother Ajing won't let us stay at his house. How am I supposed to show myself?" Li Jinping said. "Is it really about the back pain? That girl is so pretty. Which man wouldn't be enchanted by her? She's not pretty. She's just a shameless fox spirit." Gu Huizheng was thinking about the little fox spirit at home and walked quickly. But she was already eating at Jiang Shuang's house next door. Captain Liao even called him. "Little Gu, come eat with us." Gu Huizheng waved his hand. "No, thanks." He was eager to go home and take a shower, so his wife wouldn't complain about him being dirty. Shen Yitong sneered. "No need. She has her good sister to eat with her." When Shen Yitong got home, she saw that he was ignoring her and was busy taking a shower. She was furious. She threw the 2 steamed buns that Jiang Shuang had insisted on giving her onto the table and sat down on the sofa angrily. Suddenly, she remembered that Li Jinping had just sat there, which made her feel sick again. She quickly stood up. Everything seemed wrong, and she was annoyed at everything she saw. She felt so irritated. Gu Huaijing finished a quick shower, hurried out, and was drying his hair when he saw Shin Yitong sulking nearby. He went over and hugged her shoulder. Tang dang, Shin Yitong forcefully shook off his hand. Don't touch me. What's wrong now? Did someone offend you? Tell me, I'll help you vent. No. No one offended me. It's just that I'm selfish, petty, and stubborn. My tempera sobat. It's really hard for you to marry me, and I've delayed you from marrying a good sister-in-law who can do laundry and cook every day. I think I should be sensible and divorce early to make way for you and her. At first, Shin Yitong didn't think much about this, but after returning, the more she thought about it, the more suspicious she became. Seeing Gu Huaijing's gaze, she thought about her own opinion of herself and the fact that he immediately wanted to sleep in her husband's room. It was obvious he was trying to take over her place. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. All her previous reasons for not arguing with Li Jinping or Gu Huaijing had long been forgotten. She just wanted to get angry at him. Gu Huaijing's face suddenly darkened. You know you're in this position, so you should fulfill your duties as a wife. After saying that, he directly picked her up sideways, strode toward the room, and kicked the door shut with his foot. Shin Yitong was thrown onto the bed heavily, looking at him in shock as he opened a small white bag from the drawer. She was stunned. We are arguing. He still had the mind to think about that? Gu Huaijing said nothing, knelt on the bed with one leg, and started to take off his clothes. Shin Yitong naturally didn't want that and struggled desperately. What are you trying to do? But soon, Gu Huaijing forcefully held her hands and feet, and the fresh scent of soap filled the air. Before long, she was kissed until she felt weak and dizzy. This man had really learned new tricks. But suddenly he stopped. Shin Yitong was a bit impatient and kicked his calf. Gu Huaijing's hoarse voice was full of restraint. Don't make trouble. Let me see first. See what? Shin Yitong opened her eyes and saw him holding a small rubber object, looking serious and curious. She burst out laughing. Gu Huaijing looked embarrassed and annoyed. Can you use it? No, she quickly admitted defeat. Fortunately, Gu Huaijing was smart and quickly figured out how to use it. He then fiercely pounced on her. If you laugh at me, I won't show you how formidable I can be today. You don't even know what kind of person I am. You can't mess with him. The man, who had been resting for more than half a month, now looked like a fierce dragon emerging from the sea, full of energy. In the end, she didn't even have the strength to move a finger. She didn't even know how Gu Huaijing carried her to the bathroom to clean her up. When she returned, she immediately fell into a deep sleep as soon as her head touched the pillow. She didn't know how long had passed before someone beside her woke her up by fussing. Feeling groggy, she pushed him and asked, Are you done yet? Gu Huaijing kept moving his hands and softly comforted her near her ear. Be good. Keep sleeping. Don't worry about me. His presence was so strong that she couldn't possibly keep sleeping. Suddenly, Shin Yitong remembered. They were still arguing. She quickly pushed him away and sat up. Until you clarify things, don't touch me. Poor Gu Huaijing, with his plans foiled, could only hold back his feelings. What's wrong? What do you want to clarify? What do I want to clarify? Shin Yitong paused, realizing she didn't even know what she was really asking for. She casually asked, What is your relationship with Miss Liang Xiaomei? She snorted. Don't tell me you just see her as a little sister. Gu Huaijing chuckled. My mother only had 2 sons. How could she be her sister? It doesn't matter. She's just the daughter of Aunt Li. It's a complicated family connection, but still a relation. Unquestionably, his indifferent attitude pleased Shin Yitong, but she wasn't so easy to appease. Is that really all? Gu Huaijing suddenly pressed her down. Wife, are you jealous? Shin Yitong pushed him hard. What jealousy? That's nonsense. Gu Huaijing rolled over and held her face to face, their bodies close together, their breathing audible. Isn't it just nonsense? Tang Tang, if you're willing to be jealous of me, I'm happy. But if you're jealous of Miss Liang Xiaomei, that's not only looking down on me, but also yourself. Think about it. What's there to compare? You're an angel from heaven, and she's just a muddy little thing under your feet. So you're saying I'm being unreasonable? Even if I am, I like it when you're unreasonable. I like everything about you. Gu Huaijing gently kissed her cheeks and lips. I don't like them. Shen Yitong finally said what was in her heart. Yeah, I can see that, Gu Huaijing said calmly, without showing any anger. I don't want them to live at our house. All right, they'll stay at the guest house for these 2 days. You don't need to worry. I'll take care of everything. In a few days, I'll send them away. The more agreeable he was, the more uneasy Shen Yitong felt inside. Honestly, she thought she might have gone too far this time. In today's views, it's normal to care for family members who raised you, or even just fellow villagers. If you become successful and come back, helping out fellow villagers is natural. Even if they haven't met before, just knowing their names is enough. When a fellow villager visits, it's customary to be friendly and welcoming. This time, her actions definitely didn't show respect to Gu Huaijing. She worried he might feel upset inside but not say anything, leaving a hidden resentment. If you're unhappy, you can say so, Shen Yitong said. Gu Huaijing hesitated for a moment. All right, I'll be honest with you. Don't get mad, okay? Just say it, she replied. Sure enough, he still cared about it. Shen Yitong told him to speak directly, but inside, she was already a little angry. She instinctively moved back a bit to keep him from getting too close. Gu Huaijing moved closer again, his hands not behaving. You really shouldn't have done that. If you accidentally broke the roof tiles, what if one fell and hit your head? Or worse, the whole roof collapses and crushes you. How can that be good? Shen Yitong was surprised. Just like that? Gu Huaijing was unhappy. Just like that? Is that a small matter? Remember this in the future. No matter what you do, your safety comes first. If you get hurt, I'd feel bad, but I'd feel worse if you didn't. If you really don't want them to move in, just say so. No need for such methods. You're the lady of this house, you decide. This was completely different from what Shen Yitong had expected. Would you really be upset if I didn't give your relative's face? Gu Huaijing said. I'm not stupid. It's not worth getting into a fight with my wife over unrelated people. All right, enough. Forget about them. Be kind to your husband. He buried his head down. Shen Yitong pushed him away firmly. I have one more question. Gu Huaijing sighed helplessly. Go ahead. Why did they suddenly come over? What do they want from you? Gu Huaijing combined both questions into one answer. What else? Just to catch the wind. Shen Yitong looked at him suspiciously. He could only explain, Mrs. Li's parents are not in good health and can't do much work. Without her husband and with small children at home, my grandfather saw that her life was really hard. That's why he let her stay at home to help with chores and earn some money to support the family. Now that my grandfather and I no longer live in our hometown, she has lost her job. Their life must be difficult. They didn't dare come to Beijing to find my grandfather, so they came here to see me. They hoped I, as a relative, could help them get some benefits. What kind of benefits? Shen Yitong asked. Gu Huaijing patiently replied, either borrowing money or asking me to find a job for Fang Xiaomei. Xiaomei is getting older, and maybe she also wants me to introduce her to someone in the army. Would you introduce her? Shen Yitong asked. I wouldn't do that. Such things don't bring me any real benefit if I introduce someone. If I don't, they might blame me for no reason. Forget it. I'll think of a way to send them away in a few days. From what he said, it was clear these two people weren't his trouble to begin with. How do they know I have a bad temper and don't do housework? That our relationship isn't good? Shen Yitong asked. Gu Huaijing got angry. Who's talking nonsense? Haha, maybe it's all over your hometown, Shen Yitong teased. Don't be angry, wife. I'll find out who's spreading rumors and give you an explanation. Let's not talk about this anymore, okay? Whatever you say. I don't care what others think of me anyway, Shen Yitong said angrily. Yes, my wife is broad-minded and doesn't bother with those petty people. Come here, let me see how broad your mind really is. What are you doing? That's disgusting. Who measures with their mouth? After a night of chaos, Shin Yitong slept until late the next day. When she moved slightly, her whole body ached. She felt like she had been run over by a big truck and then pieced back together. She couldn't help but curse Gu Huaijing silently. She vaguely heard sounds outside. Gu Huaijing had probably brought someone to help repair the roof and windows. Shin Yitong pulled the blanket over her face. Now, everyone knew. The house was a mess everywhere, and she still had the nerve to sleep lazily. Her reputation as a lazy wife was now beyond repair. She thought about pretending to be an ostrich, waiting until everyone left before going out. The hungry stomach grumbled in protest. Shin Yitong sighed and struggled to sit up, massaging her sore waist. Forget it, her reputation was already known far and wide, even reaching Gu Huaijing's hometown. What was there to be afraid of? Suddenly, she noticed a small shelf made of thin wooden sticks on the bedside table, with two white objects hanging on it. Curious, Shin Yitong picked them up, then suddenly remembered something. "Ah," she exclaimed and hurriedly threw them away. She didn't shout loudly, but Gu Huaijing, who had sharp ears, immediately rushed in. "Tang Tang, what's wrong?" Disgusted, Shin Yitong stretched her arms far out. "Why do you leave things everywhere?" Gu Huaijing saw that she had thrown on the ground and quickly picked it up with concern. "I just cleaned it." "Don't ruin it. The instructions say that after use you should clean it, dry it, then dust it with talcum powder and store it in a dry, cool place." "I'm not going to hang it here. Do you want me to hang it outside?" Shin Yitong frowned. "Then just wash it immediately after use, dry it by the next morning, and pack it away quickly. Don't let others see it." Gu Huaijing grinned and held her hand. "This is something we use together. Even if you dislike me, you shouldn't dislike yourself." Shin Yitong's face turned bright red. "You keep saying that." Even after living another lifetime, she still couldn't fully relax about this. In her previous life, what annoyed her most about Gu Huaijing was his obsession with this matter. This life, although she found some interest in it, she could only do it but not talk about it. Gu Huaijing stopped teasing her and obediently put the items away. "I'm almost done tidying the house. I'll take my time fixing the yard outside. I also hired someone to repair the roof and windows." Shin Yitong looked at him. "Why are you in such a hurry to fix everything?" She had originally planned to delay a few more days, hoping to wait until Li Jinping and his daughter left. But he was so eager to get it done. Once the repairs were finished, there would be no reason to keep that mother and daughter from moving in. Gu Huaijing said, "Don't worry. I promised I wouldn't break my word. They won't move in. I'm just worried that if the house gets damaged and I happen to be away for a few days, you'll be alone at home and unsafe." That sounded more reasonable. Shin Yitong suddenly remembered something. Did they not come over this morning? Since their legs are on their own bodies, Shin Yitong didn't believe they would stay quietly at the guest house. Gu Huaijing said, "This morning, I took them to the hospital to get their checkup reports. On the way back, we happened to meet someone encouraging family members to clean up the family courtyard, so I let them go." Shin Yitong widened her eyes. "They went just like that?" Almost forgot, this happened in her past life too. After coming down from the mountain, not only was the house a mess, but the entire family courtyard was covered in mud and trash washed up by the flood. Dry branches, leaves, stones, and so on. Family members were also asked to help clean up. At that time, when someone came to call people to work, Gu Huaijing was just not at home. Shin Yitong didn't really want to go herself, so she said she would wait for Gu Huaijing to return and ask him to go. But she was scolded for it. They said she didn't care about the collective environment, lacked team spirit, and was selfish. In the end, it was a very embarrassing situation, and she was forced to go. She ended up covered in smelly mud. Anyway, it was not a happy memory. She never thought that in this life, sleeping in late could help her avoid this. But how could Li Jinping and his daughter be willing to go? It wasn't really their business. Gu Huaijing chuckled. "I told them, if they work, they get money. Each person gets 5 yuan a day." They happily went. Of course, he paid the money himself and specifically told them not to tell others, so no one would know they weren't from here, or they wouldn't get paid. Shin Yitong asked, "Does your back still hurt? With money to earn, what back pain?" The doctor said there's nothing wrong, it's just psychological. Captain Gu, the roof is fixed. Come take a look, someone called outside. Coming, Gu Huizheng responded and went out the door. Shin Yitong also followed out. Suddenly, the little soldier was stunned. The woman in the morning, wearing loose, light-colored home clothes, with her hair down. She carried a gentle, lazy aura. Everyone said Captain Gu's wife was pretty, but she looked even more beautiful than expected. No wonder Captain Gu loved his wife so much. Who wouldn't love a wife like that? Gu Huizheng casually hooked his arm around the little soldier's shoulder and turned him around. What are you looking at? Get to work. Shin Yitong didn't expect that while she was sleeping in late, Gu Huizheng had already done so many things this morning. The house was mostly tidied up, everything was back in its place, just like before the flood. Actually, the yard was also nearly cleaned up and the well water was usable again. The kitchen water jar was filled with a full bucket of clean water. After washing up, Shin Yitong brought out the breakfast kept warm in the pot and ate slowly. Jiang Shuang, wearing rain boots and muddy from head to toe, walked past the gate. Xiao Shen, you're already eating lunch so early. Shin Yitong felt a bit embarrassed to say it was her breakfast and just smiled awkwardly. Jiang Shuang understood and said, I wonder why some people are so lucky, unlike her, who was hurriedly told by her team leader to go pick up trash early in the morning, saying she needed to show her effort. Shin Yitong smiled. Is she lucky? It seems her life has actually been pretty good. Li Jinping and Fang Xiumei happily collected trash in the residential area for 2 days and earned 20 yuan for Gu Huizheng. Suddenly, that evening, they remembered something. Mom, we came all the way from the mountains and water to this island. What exactly are we here for? In short, they weren't here to pick up trash. Oh right, they had been so busy collecting trash these past days that they returned to the guest house exhausted and fell asleep as soon as they hit the pillow. They had completely forgotten to show off properly in front of Gu Huizheng. Then let's hurry to Brother Ajing's house now, Fang Xiumei said. She was very anxious. After all, she was an old girl now. If she couldn't stay this time, she would be laughed at when she returned home. Remember, when you see that young lady, be polite, Li Jinping reminded her. You saw how Brother Ajing is enchanted by that young lady. We can't compete with her now. We're not in a hurry. Men always want what's in front of them and think about what's beyond. Our main goal now is to get Brother Ajing to agree to let you stay. Fang Xiumei nodded. I understand. With more time, Brother Ajing will see my good qualities. When they arrived at Gu's house, they saw Gu Huizheng standing on a stool by the window, reaching up to take down the curtain. The woman was wearing a white dress, standing with her arms crossed, slightly tilting her head as she talked to him, but she didn't offer to help. Fang Xiumei's eyes nearly popped out in surprise. The fabric used for their curtains was even better than the finest clothes in her own home. Looking at the luxurious furniture, sofas, tables, cabinets, the radio on the cabinet, and that strange-looking machine in the corner that could sing beautiful songs, her heart filled with longing. Thinking about the bedroom she saw that day, with its exquisite items, the dressing table full of bottles and jars, and the bright, large mirror, Fang Xiumei felt her passion grow stronger. As long as she could marry Gu Huizheng, all of this would belong to her. It would be a life so wonderful. Even in her dreams, she couldn't imagine it. If Shin Yitong knew what she was thinking right now, she would probably laugh out loud. All these things she envied weren't actually Gu Huizheng's. They were all brought from her own home. At first, Gu Huizheng even said her belongings were too many and too fancy. Even if they divorced, she would take her things with her. She wouldn't leave them behind for others to enjoy. But right now, Shin Yitong was just frowning at the feet of the mother and daughter. Li Jinping was about to step inside when Gu Huizheng suddenly shouted, "Stop! Don't move!" One of Fang Xiumei's feet froze midair. Gu Huizheng jumped down from the stool holding the torn curtain and asked, "Why are you here?" "Have you finished the work outside?" Li Jinping replied. "Almost everything outside is done. We thought, since your family has been busy these days, my daughter isn't bad at housework. She can help you tidy up the house, do laundry, cook, and so on. It might make things easier for you." After saying that, she pushed Fang Xiumei. "Hurry up and go inside to help your brother Gu." Don't be so clueless. Feng Xiumei was about to step in, but Gu Huaizhen quickly raised his hand to stop her. No, don't come in. Feng Xiumei's other foot hovered in the air, wobbling for a while before she finally steadied herself. Brother Gu, why won't you let us in? Gu Huaizhen was very direct. Your shoes are muddy. If you come in, you'll dirty my floor. Feng Xiumei looked down and saw that she and her mother were wearing simple rural cloth shoes. They had been walking through mud for days, and were now very dirty. Of course, in the countryside, everyone wore such shoes, so it was not surprising. Without comparison, there is no sense of shame. She glanced at the woman inside the house, who was wearing a pair of light beige, low-heeled leather shoes. She didn't know what kind of leather they were made of, but they looked soft and comfortable. They were clean, with no dirt on them. The stark contrast between the upstairs and downstairs made her feel ashamed. But why should she feel that way? All of this should belong to her. Feng Xiumei thought bitterly. Li Jinping pulled her back a few steps. Yes, it's our fault for not being careful enough. Your house is different from our rural cottages. Hurry, Xiumei, take off your shoes. Let's wash our feet before going inside. Gu Huizhen came out and said, Are you here to help with the work? Perfect timing. I need to wash this curtain and hang it back up.
Help me wash it.
The curtains in the house were also brought from Shun Yitang's family. There were 2 layers, a light, transparent white gauze and a thick, blackout velvet. Since there were many rooms and many windows, the removed curtains piled up by the water well. Gu Huizhen had some specific instructions. Wash the white gauze and velvet separately. Don't mix them, or the colors might bleed. Don't scrub too hard, or you might damage them. Hey, don't step on the curtains with your feet. Use your hands to wash. Feng Xiumei reluctantly scrubbed the curtains hard. At first glance, the curtains didn't seem dirty, but after soaking in water, they sank heavily. Her hands almost got tired and sore. Mom, why do we have to work so hard washing these curtains? The young lady can just relax, enjoy the fan, and eat apples. Li Jinping looked inside the house. The young lady was even being picky about eating an apple. First, she peeled it with a knife, cut it into small pieces, then used a shiny little fork to pick up each piece and put it in her mouth. She even handed a piece to Gu Huizhen. This young man was also quite spoiled. He just ate, but he also pinched her little hand and rubbed it. They sat close together, whispering and giggling. They looked so happy, as if they didn't have a care in the world. Feng Xiumei became even angrier and angrily threw the cloth into the basin. Why should I? Shut up, Li Jinping scolded sternly. If you don't change your attitude, even if you stay, you'll cause trouble sooner or later. Feng Xiumei pouted in frustration. Do I really have to watch them be so shameless in the future? Li Jinping lowered his voice. This woman clearly isn't serious about life. Her husband is in a good mood now and can coax her, but over time, he will want someone who can care for him sincerely. Later, you must be gentle and coax your brother Ajing in front of him. Also, give that woman some encouragement, indulge her proud temper a little. Your brother Ajing will see your kindness eventually. Remember, never lose your temper. The more that woman bullies you, the more your brother Ajing will feel sorry for you. Feng Xiumei looked thoughtful. Mom, will that really work? Listen to me, I've been through more than you. Trust me, I know what I'm doing. Mother and daughter finished washing the curtains with some effort and hung them on a bamboo pole. Now, not only Li Jinping but also Feng Xiumei kept rubbing their lower backs. Oh, this is really tiring. Seeing Gu Huizhen walking over with 2 bags, Feng Xiumei immediately went to meet him. Brother Ajing, it's late. I'll go cook for you all, Gu Huizhen said, no rush. He took out 12 yuan and handed it over. This is the money for helping us clean the yard today. You 2 have made up for what my wife and I lacked. This money is for you. There are also 2 more yuan as thanks for helping wash the curtains. Feng Xiumei was anxious. Brother Ajing, washing the curtains was our own choice. You don't need to pay us. Gu Huizhen smiled. You're willing, but I can't just expect you to work for free. Back in my hometown, my grandfather asked Aunt Li to help with chores, but if there was work outside her usual tasks, we paid extra. But how is this the same? How is it different? Anyway, I'm happy you're willing to help. But you don't need to cook. My wife can't stand eating food made by others. Well, It's a pity you came so far and just happened to arrive during a natural disaster. Everything is a mess, and I haven't had time to show you around. I feel bad about that, but I remember you are related to Captain Fong Jianping's family, right? Actually, your relationship is closer than with my family. Since you're here, you should visit his home too. If Captain Fong's family finds out we didn't go, they might think we're not polite. I've prepared some gifts for you. They're not expensive, but it's polite to bring something when visiting. Others might not mind if you come empty-handed, but it's different when visiting someone else's home. They might think you don't know proper manners. Right now, they should all be at home. Let's go quickly. Just follow this road in front of the house, turn right, and the second courtyard you see is the Fong family's. Gu Huaijing has also been busy these days. He has figured out why Li Jinping and her daughter suddenly came. The main reason is Fong Jianping. Fong Jianping is related to Li Jinping's husband's family. A few days ago, some relatives stayed at Fong Jianping's house for a while. After they left, they boasted about their visit to the island, bragging about how nice Captain Fong's house was and how good the food and drinks were. They also gossip about Gu Huaijing, saying he's a good young man but unlucky to have married a spoiled, capricious daughter of a wealthy family. They said his life was full of hardships. They also encouraged Li Jinping, saying she had taken care of Gu Huaijing before. Now that he's a company commander, it would be easy for him to help her son or daughter get good jobs. Just a word from Gu Huaijing, and it's done. Li Jinping was tempted and brought her daughter over. She was even more greedy. She didn't just want a job, she wanted her daughter to marry Gu Huaijing. If Gu Huaijing became her son-in-law, her family could get anything they wanted. A few jobs wouldn't be a problem. In fact, Li Jinping's relationship with Fong Jianping's family had already changed several times. They didn't usually visit each other during festivals or holidays. This time, she focused entirely on Gu Huaijing and didn't think about visiting Fong Jianping. But Gu Huaijing had already said everything he needed to. If they didn't leave now, it would be too rude. Li Jinping. Well, that's fine. It's not easy to come here, so we should go visit Captain Fong's house first. We'll come back later. Gu Huaijing. I remember Captain Fong's house is quite big. If they don't keep you there, just go straight to the guest house and tell them it's on my account. You can stay as long as you want. My family is already pretty clean and tidy. There's not much else to do, so you don't need to help us. It's clear they don't want them to come back anymore. Li Jinping suddenly realizes that although Gu Huaijing is young, he is just like his grandfather. On the surface, he seems polite, but inside, he doesn't really consider them important. Before she could say anything, Fong Xiaomei couldn't hold back anymore. She had worked herself into her 20s just to give birth to Gu Huaijing. Brother Ajing, what do you mean? Are you not going to acknowledge us as relatives? If you treat us like this, aren't you afraid that when we go back home, people will look down on us? Gu Huaijing chuckled softly. We're not really close relatives. Over the years, our family has sent money back home to repair bridges and roads. If that doesn't earn us respect, then there's no point in going back. But my mother took care of you for so many years. She may not have done great things, but she worked hard. You shouldn't forget that. Just because I did some chores at your place for a few years, you think that's a big achievement? Are you saying that my grandfather's soldiers, guards, and health workers who grew up watching me are just doing me favors? When your mother worked at my house, we didn't even take a single cent of wages. Don't think I don't know how many of the nutritional supplements sent from Beijing ended up in your and your brother's stomachs. My grandfather was kind-hearted, so he didn't argue with you. Don't take advantage and act innocent now. Back then, we never mistreated you and your daughter. Honestly, if Aunt Li didn't want this job, there were plenty of others waiting in line to do it. Fong Xiaomei didn't expect this man to be so cold and ruthless, erasing the little bit of affection they had completely. The things she always took pride in, proudly sharing with others and convincing herself of, were just simple transactions to him. She thought he saw her mother as a semi-true mother figure, but in reality, she was just a nanny hired by his family. It didn't matter who replaced her. To him, it was all the same. Li Jinping knew that this time, She and her daughter had completely offended Gu Huaijing. She had forgotten that Gu Huaijing was once famous for being a reckless troublemaker. Since he could find out about Feng Jianping's family connection, he could also know about the favors she gained over the years by working as a nanny for the old leader's family, using their name. Li Jinping truly regretted it now. If they hadn't come this time, they might still have been able to continue using the old leader's name to show off. But now that they came, it was unlikely they would have this privilege again. After saying all this, Gu Huaijing's impatience reached its limit. Mrs. Li, I can still prepare a gift and politely see you out. If you still want to linger and ask for more favors, don't blame me for not showing the last bit of kindness. Gu Huaijing's face hardened, and his presence became commanding, like someone who had fought in battles and seen blood. Most people couldn't handle that aura. Li Jinping and her daughter dared not say more. They hurriedly grabbed their things and left quickly. But they didn't know that Shen Yitang, who was listening inside, was just as shocked as they were. She always thought Gu Huaijing respected Li Jinping and saw her as a kind of mother. Even though they were twins, the brother could stay in Beijing with their parents and grow up in a good environment. But he was sent to the countryside at a young age, far from his parents, which must have been very painful for him. At that moment, a woman appeared beside him, caring for him like a mother. Could he not have projected his love for his own mother onto her? Shen Yitang had always thought this way in her previous life. Because of this preconceived idea, she instinctively placed Gu Huaijing and Li Jinping on opposite sides. No matter what Gu Huaijing said or did, she always thought he was defending Li Jinping and deliberately making things difficult for her. She, wanting to protect her small bit of pride, became more stubborn and argued with them even more. Eventually, both of them became exhausted and grew tired of each other. In this life, she simply changed herself a little and chose to tell him directly what she thought. The result was completely different. Shen Yitang realized for the first time what she had missed in her previous life because of her stubbornness. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but run out and throw herself into Gu Huaijing's arms without care. Suddenly caught in a hug, Gu Huaijing was surprised. He felt his little wife's soft arms around him, and his heart was stirred. During the daytime, but if you really want to, it's okay. After saying that, he picked her up horizontally and strode into the house. Shen Yitang finally realized that this silly guy had gone somewhere else in his mind. She angrily hit his chest. Idiot! Can you have a healthier mind?
Who was thinking about that?
Put me down now. Her small arms and legs were weak, like she was just scratching him playfully. Gu Huaijing laughed so hard that his chest shook. How am I unhealthy? Desire and nature, as the ancient sages said. He threw her onto the bed and leaned over to press down. Shen Yitang pushed him. No, I hurt all over. Gu Huaijing became nervous. Where does it hurt? Everywhere. My back hurts and my legs do too. Her back hurt from being exhausted last night and her legs from climbing the mountain a few days ago. She was so helpless, normally not active, but just climbing the mountain made her legs sore for days. Let me massage you, Gu Huaijing said, about to sit by the bed and give her a massage. Shen Yitang quickly shouted, Don't sit. Your clothes are outside, they're dirty, and you can't touch my bed. Gu Huaijing had to stand by the bed, annoyed. You didn't change your clothes either. Are you going to let the officials set fire but not let the common people light lamps? That's different. I'm a little fairy, always clean and fragrant. What about me? You're a stinky man. All right, this stinky man will definitely make you, little fairy, come down from heaven today. No. Save me. Their boundaries were gradually broken down step by step. Satisfied and easy to talk to, Gu Huaijing not only agreed to wash all the bed sheets and blankets later, but also patiently massaged Shen Yitang's sore legs. His large, strong palms pressed firmly on the most painful spots, making the sensation both tingling and satisfying. Shen Yitang couldn't help but hum softly. Before him were long, graceful, snow-white legs, with smooth, soft skin, and the low moan in his ear was incredibly tempting. Gu Huaijing couldn't help but become distracted again, his hands slowly moving upward. Seeing his distraction, Shen Yitang angrily ticked him and then pulled the blanket over himself. You don't need to massage anymore. Then let me rub your feet. I promise I won't move this time. Shin Yitong finally showed mercy and extended his small feet from under the blanket, handing them to him. Beautiful as she was, her feet were also very attractive. Small, delicate, white and shiny, flawless, with 5 pretty toes. Her nails were pink, like tiny shining shells. Gu Huizheng massaged her feet a couple of times, then couldn't resist grabbing them to kiss. Who wouldn't want to kiss such beautiful feet? Shin Yitong quickly pulled back. What are you doing? That's gross. These are your feet. My feet are fine, but your mouth touching my feet means you can't kiss me anymore. This rascal seemed to find a new fun game. But I insist on kissing. They played around happily for a while, then Shin Yitong pushed him away. Seriously, I want to ask you, why did your family send you to the countryside back then? Mainly because my grandfather had just stepped back from his official position and still held a consultant role in the party. Everyone who wanted to flatter him came knocking at the door. He was tired of it and just wanted to go back to the countryside for a while to relax. Don't dodge the question.
I want to know about you.
Don't tell me it was just to keep you company with your grandfather. Why didn't they send your brother instead? Why you? Strangely, even though the brothers were treated differently, most people would feel some resentment. But Shin Yitong couldn't see any resentment from Gu Huizheng toward his parents. The Gu family seemed to treat both brothers equally. Gu Huizheng proudly said, "Is that even a question?" "Of course, because my grandfather liked me more." Shin Yitong held his face and said, "Don't talk nonsense. I want to hear the truth." Gu Huizheng sighed and said, "All right, the truth is I was too mischievous back then. The small military compound couldn't hold me anymore, so I had to be sent to the countryside, where the sky is high and the fish can swim freely. This person really never speaks seriously. It seems impossible to get the truth from him, so Shin Yitong decided to ask her mother-in-law instead. In her past life, she and Gu Huizheng's mother had spent a lot of time together, but they both avoided talking about Gu Huizheng to prevent hurting each other's feelings. So, they rarely mentioned him. But now, she was very interested in everything she didn't know about Gu Huizheng. She especially wanted to know what he was like before she knew him. Just as Shin Yitong was about to forget about Li Jinping and her daughter, Jiang Shuang from next door suddenly brought her some exciting gossip. Captain Fong Jianping's wife had a premature birth. It's said that it happened because 2 relatives from the countryside came to his house, a middle-aged woman and a young girl. Shin Yitong immediately understood. Those were Li Jinping and Fong Xiumei. How are his relatives related to the early birth? Shin Yitong asked curiously. Jiang Shuang looked around and lowered her voice, acting mysterious. I heard that one night, Captain Fong's wife got up to get water and found her husband with that young girl. She got angry and had stomach pain, which caused the early birth. Shin Yitong's eyes widened instantly. She knew that Fong Xiumei was definitely not a well-behaved girl. She thought she would keep focusing on Gu Huizheng, but she switched her attention so quickly. Who was Captain Fong again? Shin Yitong rummaged through her memory and finally remembered a vague impression. He was dark and thin, much worse than Gu Huizheng. Would Captain Fong be expelled from the army for doing such a thing? Shin Yitong asked curiously. Jiang Shuang pursed her lips and said, "That's not going to happen. I heard that Battalion Commander Fong explained the situation to his wife. That night, he was hungry and wanted to find something to eat in the kitchen. The girl came to help, but accidentally slipped. He caught her, and his wife saw it, misunderstanding the situation. Did his wife believe it? What else could she do? The child was already born. Speaking of his wife, she also had a hard time. Originally, her mother-in-law was supposed to take care of her during her postpartum period. But recently, her mother-in-law broke her leg back home. Now, no one can help her, and she has to rely on Battalion Commander Fong's relatives to cook for her. I heard that Battalion Commander Fong wants to keep that girl to help take care of the children as a nanny."
Huh?
Shin Yitong couldn't quite feel what she thought inside. Just thinking about seeing Fong Xiumei again made her uncomfortable. Jiang Shuang also looked down on her. She said, "If I were to keep someone, I'd keep the older one. What's the point of keeping a young girl? Although they are relatives by marriage, who knows? They said they're already distant relatives, so it's quite a stretch." A young couple and a young girl at home. How inconvenient. I think it's probably that Battalion Commander Fong has something on his mind and is attracted to the young girl. That girl is really capable. She's willing to do anything to stay. Before, Battalion Commander Fong's wife used to show off how well he treated her. That's why she had the baby. But then he changed. Men are all no good. Shin Yitong agreed fiercely. Exactly, men are all no good. Jiang Shuang thought her words were normal, but hearing them from Shin Yitong's mouth felt a bit off. You shouldn't say that all men are bad. Commander Gu is quite good. What good is he? He's just after her looks, wanting to sleep with her. So he treats her well. But that was too private to say out loud. Jiang Shuang wouldn't let it go, and kept asking what was wrong with Commander Gu. Shin Yitong thought for a moment and decided to tell Jiang Shuang about the relationship between Li Jinping's mother and daughter and Gu Huaijing. Anyway, if Fong Xiumei stayed in the family compound, this would come out sooner or later. Rather than letting her talk nonsense with others, it's better to take control of the situation herself. Actually, the first people to notice were our family's old Gu. Thanks to my quick thinking and determination, I managed to send them away this time. Jiang Shuang said, no wonder. It seems they are determined to stay. When things didn't work out with Commander Gu, they immediately switched to Captain Fong. Shin Yitong suddenly felt a bit guilty. Does that mean we caused Captain Fong's wife trouble? If it weren't for our old Gu, they probably wouldn't have come to the island. Jiang Shuang curled her lips. You can't blame you. If anyone is to blame, it's her for not holding onto her man's heart and being so foolish. She knew those two had intentions, yet she still wanted to keep them. If it were me, no matter how hard or tired I was, I would have driven them away and taken care of the kids myself. That evening, when Gu Huaijing came home, Shin Yitong quickly shared the big news with him. Gu Huaijing gave a faint smile, but didn't look surprised. Shin Yitong sighed. In the future, the Fong family might be in chaos. Gu Huaijing quietly said, they deserve it. Shin Yitong looked at him suspiciously. I feel like you did this on purpose. Gu Huaijing snorted. It's obvious. That mother and daughter worked so hard to come here and gain nothing. How could they be willing to go back just like that? So, you deliberately sent them to the Fong family? Ha, who told them to provoke them? They almost caused a rift between me and my wife. I had to teach them a lesson. And after all, it's because old Fong's character isn't good. If it were me, I wouldn't let my wife be upset even a little. This man is not only arrogant but also petty and vengeful. If the Fong family had annoyed him, they really kicked a hornet's nest. Shen Yitong saw Gu Huaijing take out 2 small bags from the drawer and hide them under the pillow. She quickly said, not tonight. How could they do this every night? Can't they just sleep properly? Gu Huaijing looked wronged. You know how long I've been waiting for this day. As I said, if I want to use these things, I can do whatever I want. But you can't do this every day. Aren't you afraid of overindulgence and harming yourself? This is just the beginning. Do you look down on your man that much? Then you should consider me too. If this keeps up, I'll become weak. Gu Huaijing nodded in agreement. Your body isn't very strong. I think it's because you usually pick at your food, eat little, and don't exercise. He's giving her a good face but still acting high and mighty. Shin Yitong was overwhelmed. I'm like this. If you love me, take it or leave it. Or you can divorce me and marry someone strong and healthy who can eat 3 bowls of rice at once and hike up mountains without getting tired. I think Sister Xiaomei is pretty good. Maybe she's better for you. That way, we won't cause trouble for Captain Fong's family. Gu Huaijing said. No, you're talking about something else. That's not what I mean. I'm just being honest, your health isn't good, and I worry about you. I mean, we could eat a bit more and do some proper exercise, right? I don't wanna. I like how I am now. Okay, I like it too. Let's just do it once tonight. Is that alright? To show his determination, Gu Huaijing even put the extra back in the drawer. Tonight really can't work. I have to get up early tomorrow. Lately, she's been so tired from Gu Huaijing's teasing that she can't sleep well at night. She's gotten used to waking up after the morning horn sounds and then sleeping peacefully until late morning. It's rare to hear her mention getting up early. How early? What for? Gu Huaijing asked. Going to the beach. Shen Yitang's eyes sparkled. Some sisters said they're going to the beach early tomorrow, and they asked me to come along. Going to the beach is tiring. In the past, other sisters would go, but they never invited her. But since that stormy night on the mountain, everyone thinks she's not as delicate as they thought. So now, when they do other things, they're willing to bring her along. Yesterday, they asked Shen Yitang if she wanted to go to the beach with them. Even though Shen Yitang had lived on an island for many years, she had never actually gone beachcombing. At most, she'd just take walks by the sea when the weather was nice. It's still before dawn, and a few women are carrying buckets, laughing and walking toward the beach. This feeling is quite fun. Jiang Shuang told her to bring the bucket, fire tongs for cooking at home, a pair of rain boots, and a small shovel or knife. Shen Yitang didn't quite understand what they were for, but followed the instructions. However, she noticed that the other sisters-in-law, including Jiang Shuang herself, didn't bring rain boots or fire tongs. They only wore slippers and carried small shovels or knives. She was a bit confused and asked, "Why are the things I brought different from yours?" Soon they reached the beach, and she understood. The other sisters-in-law took off their slippers and went straight onto the sand. The sand looks clean from afar, but inside, it contains rough stones and sharp-edged shells. Unlike others who often walk barefoot, Shen Yitang's feet are thick, and walking barefoot on the sand could hurt her. So she obediently put on her rain boots. Every day, as the tide rises and falls, the beach is left with many gifts from nature. Local fishermen don't bother to pick these up, they're not interested. But for her, these are cheap treasures. A morning trip to the beach provides enough food for the whole family for the day. "Can we find anything good?" Shen Yitang asked eagerly. Jiang Shuang replied, "Anything you like, just see what you can find." Shen Yitang loved everything she saw. When she saw small fish and shrimps jumping in puddles, she cheered happily. "Can I pick these up?" "Of course. If you want them, just pick them up and put them in your bucket." Jiang Shuang didn't care much for small fish and shrimps, but everyone likes a new experience. Once she comes here more often, she'll learn what good things are. Shen Yitang squatted next to a puddle, reaching out her hand. Suddenly, a shrimp jumped, scaring her so much she quickly pulled her hand back. I'm a little afraid to touch them." Jiang Shuang laughed loudly. "See? I knew it. Telling you to bring fire tongs was the right choice. So, the fire tongs are useful here. But the fish and shrimps in the water are slippery and move around, making them hard to catch." Shen Yitang struggled a lot but finally managed to pinch a shrimp. As she was about to put it in her bucket, the shrimp suddenly wriggled free and fell back into the water. She was so annoyed she exclaimed, "Oh no! So annoying!" Jiang Shuang laughed happily, acting quickly and accurately. Soon, she caught all the larger fish and shrimp in the puddle and threw them into Shen Yitang's bucket. She also asked her to add some seawater to the bucket, in case they die later. Shen Yitang looked at the remaining creatures in the puddle. "What about these?" Jiang Shuang didn't mind. "They're too small, not much meat, not worth bringing back. But those..." The puddle only had a shallow amount of water. "When the sun comes out, it will dry up soon. Won't they die then?" Jiang Shuang had already walked away. "Why bother about them? Come over here. There's something good." On the sandy beach in front of her, there were many tiny holes. Jiang Shuang used a shovel to dig, and sure enough, there were clams underneath. "Come quick, these are clams. Stir-fry them with scallions, it's very tasty. You can also steam them with eggs." There were quite a few clams in this area. The two of them dug and collected for a while. Jiang Shuang was about to look for more nearby, but Shen Yitang kept thinking about the small fish and shrimp from earlier in the puddle. Finally, she couldn't hold back. "Sister-in-law, I want to go back and check." She ran back to the puddle. The water had already receded quite a bit. Shen Yitang cupped her hands and scooped up the fish and shrimp, then ran to throw them into the sea. She made several trips before all of them were released. Jiang Shuang watched her run back and forth, out of breath, and was quite puzzled. There are plenty of fish and shrimp on this beach. That's just their fate. How much can you really help? Shen Yitong replied, I don't interfere with others, but since I saw them, it's an easy thing to do. At least it's saving a life. She knew her actions didn't make much difference, but it made her feel better inside. You're such a young lady, with a kind heart. Jiang Shuang pointed to her bucket. All those are lives. Why not throw them back into the sea? No, that's not possible. These are my trophies. Jiang Shuang laughed loudly, teasing her kindness as something temporary. A sister-in-law nearby came over and asked, What's so funny? Jiang Shuang was about to speak, but Shen Yitong quickly said, Don't say it. Such childish things shouldn't be known by too many people, especially jokes about her kindness. The sister-in-law didn't ask further. I just saw some razor clams in that area. Did you bring salt? Jiang Shuang. I've got it, let's go quickly. Shen Yitong looked at the small hole on the beach, which was similar to the one earlier with clams. She didn't understand why they could tell it was a razor clam. They sprinkled some salt on the small hole. Soon a white, soft thing poked out. Jiang Shuang quickly grabbed it and pulling out the whole razor clam. It was very big, longer than her finger. Shen Yitong asked, Isn't it a waste to put so much salt in? Cough, we live by the sea. Do you think we lack salt? This is coarse salt, not refined or processed, so it can't be eaten. You can buy a big bag for just a dime at the salt farm. After collecting the razor clams, Shen Yitong followed them to catch oysters. To catch oysters, you need to go to rocky areas. Behind the rocks, there was a large cluster of fat oysters. However, the shells looked the same color as the rocks. Without experience, Shen Yitong couldn't tell them apart at first. That's when her small knife came in handy. Jiang Shuang inserted the knife between the oyster and the rock, then pried it open with force. The oyster came loose. She threw it into a bucket with a clattering sound. Jiang Shuang said, Take these oysters back, open half the shell, sprinkle garlic and chili, then grill them over charcoal. Finally, add some chopped green onions. They'll be delicious. She handed a freshly pried oyster to Shen Yitong. Little Shen, later you can take some home for Captain Gu. These are good for men, good for health and strength. As Shen Yitong took it, she heard the last part and suddenly hesitated, then threw it back into Jiang Shuang's bucket. I don't want it. You can have it. She was already overwhelmed by him. How could he be so strong? Was he trying to kill her? Jiang Shuang and the other women burst into laughter. I don't think Captain Gu needs it. Look at his thighs and waist. In our countryside, we call that a dog's waist. He's very strong. Marrying a man like that, little Shen is so lucky. All the women were married and spoke openly and casually. Seeing Shen Yitong about to get angry, Jiang Shuang quickly said, Oh, little Shen is shy. Don't tease her. Xiao Shen, these oysters are not just for that purpose. Mainly, they are fresh and very tasty. You should try some to take home. In the end, Shen Yitong couldn't resist the temptation and packed half a bucket. When it was time to leave, she tried to lift the bucket forcefully, but, she couldn't lift it. Watching the other sisters-in-law each carrying full water buckets and walking quickly, she wondered whether she should throw some of the contents away. Suddenly, she heard the sisters-in-law laughing. Oh, look who's here. Young couples are different. You've only been out this morning, and you're already thinking about it. Captain Gu, your little wife is here. Shen Yitong looked up and saw a tall, handsome young man walking confidently toward her, bathed in the morning sunlight. The morning sun cast a golden glow on his sharp features. Shen Yitong suddenly realized her heart was beating very fast. Thump, thump. She didn't realize that her eyes were shining brighter than the sun in the sky. Gu Huaijing smiled as he approached her. How is the harvest? Shen Yitong blushed like a girl experiencing her first love. Why are you here? I'm here to pick you up, he said casually. The other sisters-in-law all started laughing. Captain Gu treats his wife like a little girl. Xiao Shen, you should hurry up and have a girl for Captain Gu. Shen Yitong lowered her head. Then let's go quickly. This is too heavy for me to carry. Gu Huaijing looked at the water bucket by her feet and lowered his voice to whisper in her ear. So many oysters? Looks like my wife isn't fully satisfied with my performance. Shen Yitong was anxious. What nonsense. They said these are delicious. Yes, they are tasty. You should eat more too. Gu Huizheng carried the bucket with one hand and held his wife's hand with the other. Step by step, they walked on the beach toward home. The sisters-in-law were speechless. Young couples are really too annoying. There's not enough time in the morning. Come back early for lunch. I'll cook for you, Shen Yitong said. Gu Huizheng was pleasantly surprised. All right, I won't even eat breakfast. I'll save my appetite for your cooking. After returning home, Shen Yitong went with Jiang Shuang to the service station. Following Jiang Shuang's advice, she bought some vegetables to go with the seafood. She woke up early in the morning and suddenly realized that even after doing so many things, she still had plenty of time left. For a moment, she didn't know what else to do. Sister-in-law, what do you usually do after buying groceries in the morning? Jiang Shuang replied, I wash clothes, clean the house, take care of the garden. The whole day just passes like that. That's how it is for a housewife, busy from morning till night with no free time. Sometimes she really couldn't understand how Shen Yitong could live such a relaxed life. By the time she came back from buying groceries and washing clothes, Shen Yitong was just getting up, brushing her teeth, and washing her face in the yard. When she finished hanging the laundry and mopping the floor, Shen Yitong was already having breakfast, sitting in the yard drinking tea and reading. While she was busy cooking and washing dishes at noon, the other woman was taking a comfortable nap. In the afternoon, when she finally finished her chores and stretched her back in the yard, she would glance next door and see Shen Yitong enjoying afternoon tea. By evening, when she was rushing to cook dinner and chasing after her mischievous child, the neighbor's husband, Captain Gu, was fetching water and washing clothes. Jiang Shuang felt that moving into the family compound with her husband was probably just to see how happily the young lady next door lived. But she didn't dislike Shen Yitong. In fact, she thought that such a beautiful and gentle lady was born to live a comfortable life. What really upset her was her own husband, Captain Liao. They were both men, both captains, but her husband was older, not as good-looking, and not as capable as Captain Gu. And worst of all, he didn't know how to care for his wife. Honestly, when she was still in the countryside, she had been very satisfied with this marriage. Her husband was capable, and the money he sent home was enough for her and their son to live well. It also gave her pride when talking to the neighbors. But now she realized that her satisfaction back then came from having low expectations. These days, she was becoming less and less content. She decided that today she wouldn't wash the clothes. She would wait for her husband to come home and do it himself. If he refused, she would tell him to learn from Captain Gu next door. But just as she made up her mind, Shen Yitong said, Sister-in-law, why don't you come to my house today? Let's wash the clothes together. But could you please help me fetch some water? I'm not very good at drawing water, Shen Yitong said shyly. The main issue was that the bucket was too unruly. When thrown in, it kept floating on the water surface and couldn't hold any water. Jiang Shuang usually washed clothes at the communal water well in the residential area. Although there was a well at the neighbor's house, she didn't want to trouble others too often. Hearing Shen Yitong say this, she felt happy. That's good. It saves me trouble too. But isn't your family usually washing clothes with Captain Gu? Why do you suddenly want to wash clothes today? Shen Yitong. He's just busy with work. Jiang Shuang felt a little comforted. Finally, the young lady seemed to understand caring for others. But then she said, he only has so much time to do chores after coming home. I want him to do something else. Do something else? What else could there be? Jiang Shuang didn't understand. All the household chores in their small family seemed to be done by Captain Gu himself. I plan to have him make a vegetable garden in the yard, like you all do, to grow some vegetables. I also want to plant some flowers along the wall. If possible, I'd like to raise a few chickens. Jiang Shuang looked at Shen Yitong in disbelief, as if she had been possessed by someone else. Are you still the little Shen I know? How did you start thinking about planting vegetables and raising chickens? She had said it herself. Those vegetables were dirty and smelly, and she didn't want her yard to become like that. Shen Yitong, it's just about living a good life. You need to have a bit of that. Mostly after seeing the fresh vegetables just picked from the garden, it was hard to look at the wilted vegetables sold at the service station anymore. The items at the service station were only replenished every few days, and since the island was hot, everything would spoil quickly. Especially eggs, though they probably wouldn't smell terrible. The eggs bought from outside were definitely not fresh. No wonder every household liked to raise chickens and collect their own eggs. After learning about Shun Yitang's determination, Zhang Shuang was very happy. Perfect. A few days ago, my vegetable garden was destroyed by a flood, and I haven't replanted it yet. Once your garden is ready, let's go buy some seedlings together. Unfortunately, my hens haven't started nesting yet, or I could hatch a few chicks for you. But that's okay. I'll ask around to see who has chicks for sale and buy a few. Zhang Shuang was happy that the little fairy finally came down to earth and was glad she wouldn't have to watch her leisurely drinking tea and reading every day anymore. Soon, she would be busy feeding chickens and tending the vegetable garden, so she wondered where she would find time to relax. But in the end, the little fairy still spent her days peacefully drinking tea and reading. Every morning and evening, there was now a figure of Commander Gu watering the plants and feeding the chickens in the neighboring yard. It turned out that her idea of planting vegetables and raising chickens was actually for Commander Gu to do the work. But that's a story for later. One day, Shun Yitang gave up washing her clothes halfway through. Her own light dress was easy to wash, but Gu Huaizheng's thick, heavy military uniform was hard to scrub and impossible to lift when soaked. Soon, her delicate fingers turned bright red, but the clothes remained dirty. Finally, Zhang Shuang couldn't stand it anymore. All right, step aside. Let me help you wash it. Shun Yitang looked guilty. I'm really sorry, I caused you trouble again. Forget it. In the future, let Commander Gu do it. He's a grown man and can handle more work without getting tired. Feeling guilty, Shun Yitang made a special effort to prepare lunch. There was white gourd and clam soup, steamed razor clams with garlic, stir-fried clams with scallions, some greens, and steamed rice. 3 dishes and a soup, light, tasty, and much better than the big pot meals at the cafeteria. She wasn't sure if Gu Huaizheng really liked it, but Shun Yitang was very satisfied with her own cooking. If she had known her dishes would taste so good, she wouldn't have been so picky before, always eating cafeteria food. Turns out seafood isn't just in lobsters, but so many other delicious little things. You never told me. Before coming to the island, seafood was rare and expensive inland. Even as a wealthy young lady, she only knew about lobsters. After arriving on the island, since she never entered the kitchen, her family ate whatever Gu Huaizheng brought back from the canteen. It wasn't that he deliberately kept seafood from her. Mainly, during his early years in the army, he was often at sea, eating seafood until he felt sick of it and didn't want to eat it anymore. Plus, the cafeteria's big pots mostly served braised hairtail fish, which wasn't very special. If it weren't for Shun Yitang's sudden idea to go sea foraging with her sisters-in-law, she wouldn't have known there are so many delicious foods on the island. She is responsible for cooking, and washing dishes is of course Gu Huaizheng's job. After washing the dishes, Gu Huaizheng thought it was still early, and there was time to hold his wife for a little nap. Unexpectedly, Shun Yitang was sitting at her desk writing a letter. Gu Huaizheng leaned over and hugged her neck. Getting up so early in the morning, want to sleep a bit more? No, I want to write a letter to my brother. I plan to send it out this afternoon. Gu Huaizheng's heart tightened. What are you writing? He used to be very worried whenever Shun Yitang wrote to her brother, because she often complained about the hardships and frustrations of living on the island, always hoping her brother would come and take her back. But now, she seems different, looking quite happy and content. Maybe she won't complain anymore? He also worried she might tell her brother about the recent flood disaster, and her brother might think it was too dangerous and come to take her away. So he hesitated and lingered, secretly glancing at her letter, wanting to see what she was writing. Shun Yitang could see his little thoughts clearly and said proactively, I asked my brother to send me a cookbook so I can learn how to cook delicious seafood. Also, I remember seeing a machine in a foreign book that can wash clothes automatically. I asked him to help me find it and send me the blueprints. Then you can see if you can make it. Gu Huaizheng asked, Why do you need that? To wash clothes, of course. Your work is already hard enough, and coming back to do laundry is tough. I'd feel sorry for you. If there's a washing machine, it can help lighten your load. She still spoke politely, mainly to save him effort, so he could work on her vegetable garden, but she also said nice things to comfort him. Sure enough, Gu Huaizheng was completely won over by her words, excitedly kissing her face again and again. I'm not afraid of being tired. My wife is so good to me. She's beautiful, cooks for him, and cares about him. Where can he find such a good wife? Shin Yitong quickly finished her letter, not mentioning the flood disaster at all, but happily describing the joy of sea foraging. She also told her family that she has made many friends here, has gotten used to life, and has even learned to cook and knit sweaters. She plans to knit one for her young niece someday. When talking about knitting sweaters, Gu Huaizheng looked at the sweater with only the bottom edge finished and found it hard to say anything. A while ago, Shin Yitong excitedly bought yarn and announced she wanted to knit him a sweater. She hoped to wear it this winter. She even used her lively little hands to touch him all over, saying she was measuring his size. She isn't really not knitting. In fact, she knits every day, but she is very perfectionist. Every time she finishes a bit, she feels dissatisfied and takes it apart to start over. So, many days pass without much progress. Gu Huaizheng doubts whether he will ever get to wear a sweater knitted by his wife himself. Shin Yitong folds the written letter and puts it into an envelope, asking Gu Huaizheng to help mail it when he goes out later. In the afternoon, Shin Yitong takes a nap at home, then draws a design of the small courtyard on paper. The whole afternoon passes. For dinner, they eat oysters. Shin Yitong believes in Jiang Shuang's advice. Jiang Shuang told her to scoop out the oyster meat, cut chives into sections, boil them in soup, and that it would taste very fresh. Worried that Shin Yitong might not have enough strength to open the oyster shells, Jiang Shuang even came over to help her handle them. She divided the oysters she found in the morning into 3 parts, 1/3 with whole oyster meat for soup, and the remaining 2/3 with half the shells removed. The shells serve as natural containers to hold the cooking juices, preventing loss and making the taste more tender and flavorful. Half of the oysters with shells were steamed, and the other half grilled over charcoal, making a feast of oysters. When Gu Huaizheng returned, his eyes looked at Shin Yitong differently. I didn't expect my wife to be so eager for me. I must eat more tonight and work hard so I don't disappoint your feelings. Whether it was the amazing effect of chive and oyster or just psychological, Gu Huaizheng was unusually energetic tonight, making Shin Yitong go through many ups and downs. Half a month later, she received a recipe from her brother, which included a chive and oyster soup. After reading about its benefits, she realized she had been tricked by Jiang Shuang. From then on, Shin Yitong vowed never to cook that dish again. However, she still enjoyed the healthy activity of gathering seafood. She often went to the beach with her sisters-in-law, and their dinner table was always filled with different kinds of seafood. Sometimes, they didn't gather enough, so they would buy more directly from the fishing boats that had just returned. The best seafood from the boats was sold to the market, while the leftover small fish and miscellaneous catch were worth little along the coast, just a few cents for a big handful. Shin Yitong bought some, and even learned how fishermen made fish rice. Fish rice isn't a mix of fish and rice. It means using fish as the main dish. They used the freshest sea fish, didn't bother to scale or gut it, just sprinkled coarse salt on it, pressed it tightly into bamboo baskets, and cooked it in seawater. This was one of the simplest and most common meals for fishermen living at sea. Her husband, Gu Huaizheng, loved her cooking, especially her fish rice, and always ate 3 big bowls. But when he saw her making fish rice, he looked worried. Dear, can I skip this? Back on the boat, we ate this every day. Just seeing it reminds me of those tough days at sea, where we couldn't get rice or vegetables, only boiled fish and seawater. Hearing this, Shin Yitong felt sad and said, Okay, I won't make it anymore. You won't have to eat fish again. Besides gathering seafood, her sisters-in-law often did other activities to add variety to their meals, like digging bamboo shoots on the mountain or picking mushrooms after rain. Shin Yitong had joined them a few times. Braising pork with bamboo shoots was the tastiest, especially if using fatty meat, as the oil made the bamboo shoots more delicious. There was also a type of mushroom called swan mushroom on the mountain, which was very fresh whether stir-fried or cooked in soup. Gu Huaijing thought that his little wife was becoming more down-to-earth. This was a good sign, showing she genuinely wanted to stay and live a good life with him. So even when she asked him to dig up the newly paved stone yard to create a vegetable garden, he agreed happily. According to Shin Yitang's request, she made 3 plots, each 1 meter wide and 2 meters long, on one side of the yard. The spaces between the plots were paved with stones. This way, watering the garden wouldn't make their shoes muddy. Shin Yitang also asked him to build a chicken coop with wooden planks placed next to the vegetable garden, near the side closer to the gate. The reason was that it wouldn't smell inside the house. The chicken coop was covered with straw on top, so it wouldn't get wet in the rain. Along the wall near the vegetable garden, there was originally a flower bed. Shin Yitang asked Gu Huaijing to set up some small bamboo frames, planning to grow climbing plants like loofah, beans, and bitter melon. This side is the planting area. The other side is the living area. Under the eaves at the entrance is a clothesline. The water well is nearby. The area close to the wall is used for planting flowers. It is said that the climate here is good for growing bougainvillea, spider lilies, jasmine, dahlias, and cosmos. Gu Huaijing has already asked someone to find and buy some, so they can transplant them later. In the middle of the yard, there used to be a grapevine. Shin Yitang liked to sit under the grape arbor to drink tea and read. Unfortunately, it was washed away in the previous flood. This time, Shin Yitang wanted to build a pavilion in the middle of the yard, a straw pavilion with a thick round log standing in the center, covered with straw-thatched roof, like a big umbrella. The table inside is hollow, fitting around the round log. Next to it, there are 2 comfortable rattan chairs and a lounge chair. You can sit and enjoy tea or lie down and watch the sky. No matter how unreasonable her requests were, Gu Huaijing always tried to fulfill her wishes step by step. Jiang Shuang often came over to visit and was the first to notice the changes in the yard. Every change made her feel envious. She thought, it can be made like this? I want it too. Poor Captain Liao, who goes home every day to be scolded by his wife. Look at Captain Gu next door, Captain Liao really wanted to ask Gu Huaijing, please leave some room for others. In the afternoon, Jiang Shuang came to find Shin Yitang. Xiao Shun, quick. I've already arranged with someone, we'll go buy seedlings and catch some chicks later. It was something they had planned long ago. Shin Yitang didn't dare delay, quickly changing into comfortable clothes, short sleeves and long pants. Jiang Shuang was already waiting in the yard, pushing her bicycle. Usually, they only went around near the residential area, so they didn't usually need bicycles. This time, they needed to buy seedlings and chicks from farmers on an island. The distance was a bit far, and walking there on foot was not very practical. Fortunately, Captain Liao had a bicycle. Jiang Shuang only learned to ride a bike after arriving on the island. During those days, she even started a small trend among the island women to learn how to ride bicycles. Several women learned to ride at that time. Shin Yitang didn't learn because she felt she didn't need to, and she was gentle and elegant. She thought, what would I look like stumbling around trying to learn to ride a bike with them? Currently, Jiang Shuang, who was only somewhat skilled at riding, had to take Shin Yitang, who knew nothing about biking, to the countryside. Luckily, Gu Huaijing didn't know about their plan, otherwise, he wouldn't have agreed. Shin Yitang wasn't afraid because she didn't understand the risks. She thought, if I learn it, I learn it. I should be able to ride steadily, and didn't consider the possibility of falling. Before, Shin Yitang had been carried on a bike by others. They would sit on the bike first, then start riding once she was seated securely. But Jiang Shuang first got on the bike and then shouted, "Hurry, get on." Shin Yitang was confused. How am I supposed to get on? Jump on. Jiang Shuang had already ridden quite a distance ahead and then turned back around a bend. Hurry up, jump on quickly. Shin Yitang followed her, jogging a few steps. No, I can't jump. Jiang Shuang had to circle back, get off the bike, and ask, then how do you want to get on? Shin Yitang said, I'll sit on it first, then you start riding. Okay, then sit down. Jiang Shuang supported the bike and watched Shin Yitang carefully sit sideways on the back seat. I'm ready. Jiang Shuang said, then I can't get on now. If I step on your leg, I might knock you off. She could only push the bike a little, run a bit, then stretch her leg back and hop on, which was her way of getting on. Shin Yitang asked, Can't you get on first and hold on while I get on afterward? Jiang Shuang. I can't. My legs aren't long enough. I can't reach the ground when I'm on the bike. They looked at each other in surprise. Shen Yitang. You're really troublesome. Jiang Shuang. I haven't even said anything about you. I've never seen anyone like you. Their friendship almost seemed to be about to break apart. Sister Zhang, who had been watching the fun from the side, came over and helped them think of a good idea. There was a stone block at the entrance. Sister Zhang helped hold the bicycle, allowing Jiang Shuang to sit on it first, with her feet on the stone to steady herself. This way, Shen Yitang could get on the bike. Then Jiang Shuang pushed against the stone with force, and the bike started moving. Thanks a lot, Jiang Shuang called out. Sister Zhang waved her hand happily from behind, secretly proud of her clever plan. But they all forgot an important problem. After some bumps, they finally reached the door of the household they were visiting. At the household, there was a little girl about 5 or 6 years old. Her face and eyes were round, and she had 2 cute pigtails. When she saw them from afar, she loudly shouted inside, "Mom, they're here." 2 pretty aunties are here. Jiang Shuang quickly said, "We've arrived. You should get off now." Shen Yitang. If you don't stop, how can I get off? Jiang Shuang was speechless. Just jump off. You probably don't dare to do that, right? Yeah, I don't dare. So, the little girl's mother, who was wiping her hands on her apron, hurried out. She watched as the 2 people on the bike passed her house, looking lively and bright. Not coming to our house, she told her daughter. Bicycles were rare in the village, so children started following them from the village entrance, curious about the bike. Along the way, more and more children gathered. The 2 women looked like they were flying kites, leading a group of children around the village, circling again and again. The little girl shouted, "Mom, the 2 aunties are back. They're leaving again." Finally, the woman couldn't hold back anymore. When they passed by once more, she called out loudly, "Who are you looking for?" "Jiang Shuang. We came to buy seedlings and chicks." The woman shouted loudly, "Right here." Stop quickly. At this point, they no longer cared about saving face. Jiang Shuang, with a distressed voice, said, "I can't stop. This is really..." The woman thought for a moment and then walked over. "Maybe you could ride a bit slower. I'll hold on to you, and you can take your time coming down." Shen Yitang looked at her big, rounded belly and quickly waved her hands.
No, no, no.
You stay back. Don't bump into me. In the end, both of them still got off the vehicle. Jiang Shuang accidentally hit a haystack and fell off. Shen Yitang brushed the hay off her and said angrily, "I never want to ride in your car again." Jiang Shuang said, "If I ever give you a ride again, I'd be a dog." The woman came over and said, "Well, let's go catch some chicks. They've been out of the nest for over 10 days and they're lively." Shen Yitang saw the tiny chicks for the first time. They were no bigger than her palm, yellow, with soft, fluffy feathers. Especially their small beaks and tiny feet. So adorable. They followed behind the mother hen, wobbling as they walked. Wow, so cute. Shen Yitang's heart almost melted. She didn't care about getting dirty. She squatted down and gently reached out a finger to touch the chick's tiny head. She was surprised to find it was warm. "Wow, it's warm," Jiang Shuang said. "Of course it's warm. If it was cold, it wouldn't survive." The owner smiled and said, "Just pick whichever you like." Shen Yitang asked, "If we take them, won't they be separated from their mother hen?" Jiang Shuang paused. The owner and Shen Yitang both looked at each other, unsure what to say. Jiang Shuang suggested, "Maybe you could take the mother hen too?" She was joking, but Shen Yitang looked at the owner seriously. "Is that okay?" The owner awkwardly smiled. "Well," Jiang Shuang pulled her aside. "Don't think about it. The hen is for laying eggs." Shen Yitang pouted. "You said that yourself. Most people who raise chickens prefer hens for laying eggs. But the chicks are too small to tell males from females, and they're shy about choosing too carefully. A nest of chicks has both males and females. If they take all the hens and only leave the roosters, it would feel wrong." Shen Yitang didn't understand much. She didn't dare to grab the chicks herself, so she asked Jiang Shuang for help. Jiang Shuang had 4 chickens already grown enough to raise, and she wanted to catch a couple more to raise until the new year, when they could be eaten. Having 6 chickens is just right. Any more would be hard to feed. Then she caught 8 little chicks for Shen Yitang. Shen Yitang asked, "Do I need so many?" Jiang Shuang was very direct. "You don't know how to take care of them. It's good if half survive. 4 is just right." "Really? Will they die?" "Of course not. Even children sometimes don't make it, and these are so tiny." Faced suddenly with the serious issue of life and death, Shen Yitang bit her lip. These adorable little chicks, how could they die? After catching the chicks, she went to see the vegetable seedlings. You can plant vegetables directly by scattering seeds or by transplanting seedlings. Planting seeds requires thinning later, and inexperienced farmers might not have good luck. So, the women in the community prefer to buy seedlings from farmers and plant them directly. Their vegetable garden is full of life, with more varieties and plants than Shen Yitang saw at Sister Zhang's garden last time. The women led her to a patch of land with several beds of fresh, lively seedlings. "Which vegetables do you want to plant?" Shen Yitang looked at Jiang Shuang. Jiang Shuang said, "Lettuce, mustard greens, Chinese cabbage, eggplant, tomatoes, green beans, loofah, and radishes." "Do you want chili peppers too?" Shen Yitang nodded. "Yes, then we'll plant chili peppers as well. Not too many of each. Pick the best-looking ones. Also, let's plant some scallions, garlic, coriander, and perilla. They're good for stir-frying clams and snails. The biggest problem with home gardening is planting too much of the same vegetable. When they mature, you have to eat them every day, and you never get tired of them. You keep eating until you don't want to see that vegetable anymore. Planting several varieties is more trouble, but it means always having fresh vegetables to enjoy." Shen Yitang watched the woman, who was heavily pregnant, squat down and then stand up to dig out seedlings. She felt nervous, worried she might accidentally cause an accident. Jiang Shuang was used to it. Back in their rural hometown, women who were pregnant kept working until they gave birth. It was normal. This woman was doing this to earn a little extra money. There was a ready-made straw basket at home, which was very convenient for holding vegetable seedlings and small chickens. The small chickens cost 50 cents each, and Shen Yitang's 8 chickens totaled $4. The vegetable seedlings were very cheap, and together they only cost $2. The straw basket was given for free. Payment was settled, and the 2 women were about to leave with their purchased items. Suddenly, a heavy object fell behind them with a loud thud, followed by a sharp cry from a young girl, "Mom." They quickly turned around and saw the lady owner had somehow fallen. She was lying on the ground, clutching her stomach and crying out in pain. Shen Yitang's sharp eyes noticed blood slowly seeping through the woman's pants. "Blood. She's bleeding." Both women were terrified. "What should we do?" Jiang Shuang hurriedly asked the young girl. "Don't cry anymore." "Where is your dad?" The girl sniffled and said, My dad went to sea." "Oh no, if he went to sea, he probably wouldn't come back soon." "We need to take her to the hospital," Shen Yitang said. "I'll find someone to help." She ran to the door and shouted loudly, "Help. Is anyone there? Help. There's a pregnant woman hurt here," but only children and a few elderly women who had trouble walking came over. Shen Yitang grabbed a child and asked, "Where are the adults in your family?" "Why isn't anyone here?" The child replied, "The men in the village all went to sea, and the women are working by the beach. In broad daylight, who would stay at home for no reason?" Shen Yitang was so anxious she stomped her feet. "What should we do now?" An elderly woman said, "She's about to give birth." "Quickly, boil some water and help deliver the baby." Shen Yitang and Jiang Shuang panicked. I don't know how. Can you do it?" the woman asked. Seeing the black mud packed under their nails, Shen Yitang pulled Jiang Shuang aside and said, "We should take her to the hospital quickly. This isn't normal labor. She fell, and now she's like this. What if she has a difficult birth?" Jiang Shuang also made up her mind. "Yes, we must take her to the hospital. But how?" "Use a bicycle. Quickly, help her onto the back seat." Shen Yitang didn't know where she found the strength, but together with Jiang Shuang, they carefully moved the heavily pregnant woman onto the back of the bike. Jiang Shuang supported the bicycle handlebar. You steady the person, I'll push the bike. Can we run together? Shen Yitong nodded. Yes, big sister, hold on a little longer. We'll be at the hospital soon. The two of them ran all the way to the military hospital clinic.
Help.
Save her. A few medical staff rushed out quickly and carried the pregnant woman inside. They both let out a deep breath, feeling exhausted. They had no energy left and didn't care about their appearance. They just sat down on the ground. They didn't bother to pick up the bicycle, which was lying on the side. After a while, they caught their breath. They looked at each other and couldn't help but smile. Especially Shen Yitong, her hair messy, sweat sticking to her forehead and cheeks, her clothes soaked through, and blood on her chest. She looked so disheveled, far from her usual neat and careful appearance. Jiang Shuang smiled, and then sighed. I didn't expect you to help them this much. I thought you would look down on them. Shen Yitong said, so that's how you see me? These are two lives. How could I just stand by and do nothing? Jiang Shuang laughed. Yes, you're even too kind to let fish and shrimp on the beach go thirsty. Finally, they regained some strength, stood up, and supported the bicycle before walking inside. The pregnant woman was in the delivery room. They sat on a bench outside the room. Shen Yitong said, Are we witnessing the birth of a new life? Jiang Shuang replied, I guess so. We're still her lifesavers. Do you know if it's a boy or a girl? She already has a daughter. This time she probably wants a son. Valuing boys over girls. That's just how it is. If a woman can't have a son, she's not appreciated by her in-laws or others. Life can be tough. Look at me. Luckily, I had a son. If not, I wouldn't have been able to get pregnant all these years. People would have looked down on me. Shen Yitong asked, Oh? You want to have more children? Jiang Shuang said naturally, Of course I want to have more. One is not enough. By the way, you and Captain Gu have been married for quite some time. Why haven't you had children yet? I don't want to have children so early. Others might say Jiang Shuang is probably just pretending not to care because she can't have children. But I believe what the young lady said because she is naturally this kind of stubborn person. However, I don't quite understand. Is it really just a matter of saying no? You wouldn't be stopping Captain Gu from getting close, would you? Men are hard to control, and you're afraid he might. Shen Yitong glared at her. You clearly haven't seen much. Come here, I'll tell you. She beckoned her over to whisper. Shen Yitong was about to explain how to prevent pregnancy, when suddenly, the delivery room door opened. A nurse hurried out and asked, Where is the family of the patient? Shen Yitong and Jiang Shuang quickly stood up. What happened? Are you the patient's family? No, but we brought her here. Her husband went to sea, and her child is still young. We can't find any other relatives, the nurse frowned. You need to find them quickly. The woman went into early labor, and her baby is in the wrong position. The situation isn't good. Shen Yitong hurriedly said, Please, find a way to save her. We will cover the medical expenses. Of course, she will be saved, but you still need to find her family quickly. If something goes wrong, having family members there makes decisions easier. But the problem was, they couldn't find her family now. Jiang Shuang curled her lips. Her husband isn't here. If we call her mother-in-law over, it might be better not to bother. Why? Because if the doctor asks whether to save the mother or the baby, what should we say? Shen Yitong's eyes widened. That's impossible. Of course, we save the mother. How could we just watch a living person die? Jiang Shuang said, You don't understand. It's easier if the husband is caring, but if luck isn't on your side, well, most of the time, they choose to save the baby. It's almost like they believe they'll definitely have a son to inherit the family line. Shen Yitong's face changed. No way. That's terrible. She couldn't imagine her loved one, in a life-and-death situation, coldly refusing to save her. Seeing her like this, Jiang Shuang also got a bit nervous. I scared you, didn't I? Don't think too much. Most people don't encounter such things. Tang, what's wrong with you? When I came back from work, I couldn't find you. They said you went to the hospital. Are you okay? Gu Huaijing suddenly rushed over, grabbed Shen Yitong's arms, and pulled her up. He looked her over from head to toe. Why is there blood? Did you get hurt somewhere? Shin Yitong pouted and threw herself into his arms, crying. Gu Huaijing was very worried. Don't be afraid. I'm here. Tell me if something's wrong. Zhang Shuang sighed. Captain Gu, Tang Tang is fine. I was with her catching little chickens. The woman from that family was pregnant and accidentally fell, leading to early labor. We brought her to the hospital. She looked up and pointed at the delivery room. See, she's inside giving birth. The blood on her is from someone else, so it's okay. If she's okay, why is she crying so much? Gu Huaijing was a bit harsh because he was anxious. Zhang Shuang held back her eye roll. I don't know. Shin Yitong hugged Gu Huaijing's waist and said, having a baby is so scary. I never want to have children. Okay? Okay. We agreed not to have children. Gu Huaijing looked at Zhang Shuang with a slightly reproachful gaze, as if blaming her for showing her such a frightening thing. Zhang Shuang shrank her neck, thinking, oh no, don't let him find out that I was talking about whether to save the mother or the baby. Otherwise, the young lady might refuse to have children in the future, and Captain Gu would blame her. Shen Yitong sniffled and said, the nurse said the woman had a difficult labor, and it was dangerous. If her family was here, they would ask whether to save the mother or the baby. The nurse in the operating room. I didn't say that, don't blame me. I wouldn't ask that. Shen Yitong asked, if I were giving birth and faced this situation, what would you choose? Gu Huaijing was very helpless. Do I even need to choose? I wouldn't let you be in such danger. Didn't we agree? No children. What if? Just what if? Zhang Shuang couldn't listen anymore. Captain Gu, she just wants peace of mind. Just tell her directly, save the mother or the baby. Gu Huaijing firmly said, save the mother. Definitely save the mother. Even the King of Heaven would save her. The door to the delivery room opened again, and everyone looked nervously. Fortunately, this time, a nurse was carrying a small baby out. The nurse smiled happily, saying, finally, mother and baby are safe. It's a boy, weighing 5 pounds 6 ounces. Zhang Shuang clapped her thigh happily. That's wonderful. She quickly went to see the baby. Shin Yitong asked, are the adults okay now? Yes, for now. The mother is a bit weak and has fallen asleep. The family members will go home and prepare some good food to help her recover. Only then did Shin Yitong truly relax. She had heard many times before that giving birth is like walking on the edge of life and death, but she had only heard about it. Today, she finally experienced it firsthand. It's really a close call with death. The baby somehow ended up in Zhang Shuang's arms. She brought the child over and said, Captain Gu, Xiao Shen, come look. Oh, what a tiny baby. His eyes are still closed. Shin Yitong frowned. He looks so ugly, looking at the woman and her daughter. They weren't bad looking, so why was this baby so ugly? The little face was red and wrinkled, like a monkey's, with a long, pointed head, like a cone. His face and hair were covered in yellowish-white sticky stuff, so dirty. But, well, even though he was ugly, he was still alive, and they had saved him with their own hands. She decided not to dislike him. Zhang Shuang was unhappy. What do you mean ugly? All newborns look like that. When they grow up, they'll be pretty. Look at our eyes, slim and long, and our noses, pretty, too. Come, give Aunt Shin a hug. She tried to hand the baby to Shen Yitong. Come on, hug him. It's good luck. Maybe you'll have a chubby son someday. Shin Yitong felt disgusted. She didn't want that kind of good luck. She didn't want to have such an ugly child. Zhang Shuang was persistent. Come on, hug him. You're his lifesaver. When he grows up, he can say, I was held by you when I was born. Curious despite herself, Shin Yitong hesitated. All right, I'll hold him. She raised her hands, but didn't know where to start. Zhang Shuang guided her. First, wrap your arms around him. Hold his head with this arm, and support his bottom with your hand. Shin Yitong stiffened. The baby was so small and soft, she realized he was a tiny life. The little guy suddenly made a snap sound. How amazing! He can actually move, Shin Yitong said happily. A tiny living being that can cry, laugh, eat, and go to the bathroom. Shin Yitong looked at the baby in her arms and smiled gently. Although still very ugly, She found it somewhat cute. Captain Gu, do you want to hold him too? Gu Huaijing quickly waved his hand.
No, no.
Such a small thing, smaller than my palm. I'm afraid I might accidentally hurt him. After wasting so much time, it was already very dark. The three of them looked worried as they faced the sleeping mother and the crying newborn. We still need to find the mother's family, someone said. Gu Huaijing said, I'll go. I ride my bike fast. You guys stay here and watch. Zhang Shuang remembered, and don't forget the little chickens and vegetable seedlings we bought. Bring them back too. Gu Huaijing was about to leave when suddenly a large crowd arrived. Where's my daughter-in-law? Did she give birth? Is the baby okay? Zhang Shuang recognized an elderly woman among them, the one they saw earlier that afternoon. She quickly waved her hand. Here. The baby just was born. Both mother and child are safe. Thank goodness. Finally, some family members arrived. Unexpectedly, a stern-looking old woman approached her directly, ready to slap her face. Fortunately, Zhang Shuang was not easy to bully. Seeing the aggressive woman coming, she was prepared and quickly stepped aside. What's wrong with you, old lady? How can you just attack without knowing the facts? Who are you? Gu Huaijing also hurried back, blocking Shen Yitang and Zhang Shuang. What are you trying to do? The old woman slapped her thigh and suddenly sat on the ground, crying loudly. We can't go on like this. The soldiers are bullying us. These two women pushed my daughter-in-law down at our house, causing her to go into early labor. She doesn't even know about it. Who will stand up for us? Another elderly woman nearby also started criticizing them. It's obvious you look like decent people, but your hearts are so dark. Bullying a pregnant woman. May lightning strike you. The commotion was so loud that many people suddenly appeared out of nowhere, filling the small ward completely. The sleeping baby was also awakened and started crying loudly. Shen Yitang was stunned. She never expected to see such a person. The crying was so smooth that her first reaction was not anger but surprise. Ma'am, you misunderstood. Your daughter-in-law fell by herself. We just saw it and quickly took her to the hospital. And now. Shen Yitang wanted to explain, but her voice was soft, and these people kept arguing loudly, so no one could hear her. Zhang Shuang couldn't stand the noise and argued with the group, hands on her hips. Gu Huaijing asked Shen Yitang, what exactly happened? Shen Yitang explained everything and said, it's not us who pushed her. The young lady was right there, and saw everything clearly. Gu Huaijing nodded. I believe you. Don't worry, I'm here. At this moment, Zhang Shuang had finished arguing with them. Since she had been living in the military area for a few months, her ability to cause trouble had decreased. But she understood their goal, to extort money. The old lady knew her daughter-in-law had a difficult labor and had to go to the hospital to give birth, which cost a lot of money. She didn't want to spend that money, so she deliberately started trouble and tried to blame others. She even wanted to scam some money. Zhang Shuang was furious. Today, our good intentions were met with trouble. That old woman actually said her granddaughter saw us push her daughter-in-law. Now, it's impossible to clear our names. I'm not just worried about the money. It's just some medical expenses. I paid them, and I don't plan to get it back. But they can't bully us and smear our reputation. When the old lady heard that the medical bills had been paid, her eyes rolled, and she started crying again. My daughter-in-law gave birth safely, but her body is weakened. I don't know how much chicken, duck, fish, and meat she needs to recover. You have to pay for her food and medicine. Suddenly, a calm male voice interrupted. Was she pushed or did she fall by herself? Let's hear what the person involved has to say. His voice was quiet but firm, silencing the old lady's sharp crying. Everyone's eyes turned toward the hospital bed and realized that the woman had woken up. Shen Yitang quickly knelt by the bed, excitedly pressing the woman's arm. Big sister, you're awake. Please tell them it wasn't us who pushed you. Her mother-in-law hurried over and looked at the woman with a warning gaze. Cooling, tell the truth. Did these two women push you on purpose? We spent so much on medical bills, and you got hurt because of them. Our family relies on Aqiang working hard at sea. Now we have another mouth to feed. How will we manage in the future? Both openly and secretly, they were trying to make her falsely accuse these women to get money. Li Kuling looked at the old lady and spoke clearly, word by word. It wasn't them who pushed me. I fell by myself. They kindly brought me to the hospital. It was they who saved me and the baby. We should thank them. The old lady's face suddenly turned very unpleasant. She raised her hand high. I think you're confused from giving birth. You're talking nonsense. As the slap was about to land, Gu Huaijing firmly held her arm and gently pushed her back. The old lady staggered backward a few steps. Just as she was about to curse loudly, Gu Huaijing said, "This is a hospital, not a place for you to make a scene. If you keep shouting, the security will come and take you away. No fines paid, no leaving." He had a commanding presence, and the old women were too frightened to speak. Shen Yitong held the mother's hand. "Thank you." Li Kuling looked almost ashamed. "I should be saying sorry. You saved me, and I was wrongly accused." At that moment, her mother-in-law came back to her senses. "This is my daughter-in-law's ward. Can I speak?" Suddenly, she remembered something. What did she have? A boy or a girl? Zhang Shuang was about to answer, when Li Kuling quickly said, "It's a girl." Hearing this, Shen Yitong and Zhang Shuang, who knew the truth, both widened their eyes, confused about why she said that. Then the old lady's face changed suddenly. Another spoiled girl. She spat out a string of very rude and harsh words. Shen Yitong had never seen such a scene before. She was so angry her cheeks turned red. Gu Huaijing was so angry that he drove the person out. "Get out. Stop polluting the environment here. Having a child born into a family like yours is really bad luck for 8 generations." The old lady, upon hearing she had a daughter, had long lost the desire to care. She took the opportunity to slip away quickly, avoiding being caught and having to pay medical expenses. As for her newly born granddaughter and her daughter-in-law, who had just given birth, she didn't care about what they ate, drank, or how they would survive. Zhang Shuang came back to her senses. "Hey, everyone has left. What will happen to these mother and daughter now?" Shen Yitong looked at Li Kuling thoughtfully. "Are you deliberately saying this to make her angry and leave?" Suddenly, Li Kuling scrambled down from the hospital bed, kneeling on the ground with a loud thud, knocking her head several times. "Thank you so much for your kindness and great help. Please, good people, do one more thing for me." Shen Yitong and Zhang Shuang were so surprised that they hurriedly helped her up. "What are you doing?" "Let's talk nicely." Li Kuling wiped her tears. "Sorry, I really did it on purpose to make my mother-in-law leave. You saw it too. Even if she stays, she will only take care of her precious grandson and won't care about me." Shen Yitong looked serious. "So, you deliberately drove her away, leaving you and your son alone here. We can't just ignore you, right? Helping others and being kind is her own choice. But if someone takes advantage of her kindness to pressure her morally, it makes her very uncomfortable. And right now, they really couldn't just leave her and abandon her." Li Kuling looked ashamed. "Sorry, I'm really sorry. I will pay back the money I spent on my hospital stay. Also, could you please do me another favor? Go to my home and bring my daughter here." Shen Yitong thought she wanted them to stay and take care of her and the baby, making her some good food or something, but it turned out to be something else. She couldn't help but wonder. "Bring your daughter here? Will that cause trouble?" Shen Yitong's tone became a little sharper. "When Nyonya was born, my mother-in-law wanted to drown her. I noticed just in time and stopped her, so Nyonya survived. A year ago, she took advantage of my distraction to throw Nyonya into the deep mountains. I searched all day and night before finding her. The child was almost starved. This time, she thought I had another daughter. While I and Nunyo's father were away, she might try to abandon Nunyo again. Please, I beg you, help me bring her here. I need to watch over her." "Oh my, that's so cruel. How can someone be so wicked?" If Shen Yitong was just a little disgusted with the old lady before, now she was full of anger and hatred. "Ajing, go quickly and bring the little girl here." Li Kuling looked grateful.
"Thank you, comrade."
"My husband's name is Zhou Haiqiang. If you can't find my daughter, go to the team leader and ask for help." "Thank you so much." Also, there are some small clothes and diapers at home. Nyonya knows where they are. Please ask her to bring them to me. Li Kuling struggled to get up, but Shin Yitong quickly held her down. Don't move. Rest well. Jiang Shuang said. You're hungry, little Shin. Stay here and watch her. I'll go to the hospital cafeteria to see if I can buy some food. Shin Yitong nodded. Yes, go quickly. Li Kuling hurriedly reached into her pocket. Comrade, I have some money for you. Jiang Shuang didn't turn around. Save your worries. Who still needs your money? Shin Yitong asked. So, what are your plans for the next few days?
Li Kuling smilat.
Actually, us rural folks aren't that delicate. We can go back to work right after giving birth. The doctor said I'm not in good shape and need to stay in the hospital for a few days. That's fine. It's a good chance to rest here. Going back, I'd just be bothered by the old lady again. I was asking about meals and taking care of the children. The hospital has a cafeteria. I still have some money, and I can take care of the children. Nyonya can help too. She doesn't have much money. Shin Yitong saw that. It was just a few yuan they spent on chicks and vegetable seedlings before. I thought she might ask for something else, but she only wanted to bring her daughter here. She didn't even consider asking for help with meals or washing diapers for a few days. I almost misunderstood her just now. Soon, Jiang Shuang returned. I went late, and all the food at the cafeteria was sold out. The noodles here were made by the cafeteria staff for themselves. I begged and pleaded, and they only gave me a small portion. Hurry and eat. Li Kuling was very grateful. Thank you. She was truly very hungry and took the noodles, eating them quickly and eagerly. Suddenly, the child started crying. Shin Yitong was startled. Oh no, he's crying. What should I do? Li Kuling was about to check, but Jiang Shuang quickly said, You eat, I'll go see. Wow, little one, did you? Jiang Shuang skillfully unwrapped the blanket and diaper and gently tapped the baby's little bottom. Shin Yitong. Li Kuling hadn't brought her own diaper, but luckily, there were spare ones at the hospital. Jiang Shuang asked a nurse to borrow one and changed the baby. Facing the baby, Jiang Shuang lowered her usually cheerful voice and softly said, We're hungry, right? Once mom is full, Grandma will give the baby some milk. Li Kuling looked like she was starving and couldn't finish her bowl of noodles, but she only ate half and stopped. Jiang Shuang held the baby, rocking gently, and said, Eat first. There's no rush here. Li Kuling shook her head, feeling a bit shy. Nyonya probably hasn't eaten yet. I'll leave some for her. Jiang Shuang patted her forehead. My mistake, I didn't think it through. Mom, a young girl's innocent voice called out. A small figure rushed in. Mom, are you okay? Li Kuling hugged her soft and delicate daughter. Nyonya, Grandma didn't bully you, right? Nyonya loudly said. Grandma asked what happened to Mom. I said Mom accidentally fell, and 2 aunties took her to the hospital. But Grandma said the 2 aunties pushed Mom, and they want to go to the hospital to ask the aunties for money. Mom, Grandma is wrong. The aunties are good people. We shouldn't let them pay money. Hearing her daughter's words, Shin Yitong felt much better. Luckily, it wasn't the little girl who was lying, but that old woman was truly mean. Yes, the aunties are good people. We should thank them properly. Are you hungry? Here are some noodles. Eat quickly. Nyonya looked at the noodles and swallowed. Mom, I haven't finished talking yet. After Grandma returned from the hospital, she was very angry and said that Mom had a little sister who was a bad omen. She broke many things at her house. However, I carefully protected the chicks and vegetable seedlings that aunties bought. While waiting for Mom to come back, I also watered the seedlings. A kind uncle said he knew a pretty auntie, so I gave him the chicks and seedlings. Gu Huijing nodded and said, Yes, the girl is very brave. Mom, the little sister is okay. I like her. I will help Mom take care of her. When I grow up, I will work and earn money to support her. Li Kuling's eyes turned red. It's not a sister, it's a brother. I lied to her. Even a brother is good. I like brothers too, Gu Huijing added. When I arrived, I saw that old woman pulling the little girl toward the river, muttering about how she was a troublemaker and how keeping her was a waste of food, even saying she should be drowned. Such a cruel woman. Luckily, I arrived just in time and asked her something. Otherwise, the little girl might have been harmed. Li Kuling couldn't hold back her tears anymore and hugged the child tightly. "Nyo Nyo, if that old woman treats you like that, why didn't you tell Mom?" The little girl, being sensible, patted her mom and said, "Mom, Nyo Nyo isn't afraid. I'm not the little girl who is afraid of ghosts anymore. I learned how to swim, so even if I get thrown into the river, I won't be afraid. I will climb out and find Mom." Last year, Nyo Nyo was thrown into a deep mountain for a whole day and night. She almost lost her spirit and took a long time to recover. Later, she learned to swim because Li Kuling forced her dad to teach her, just in case one day she could protect herself. Jiang Shuang couldn't stand it anymore. All right, the child must be starving. There's some noodles here. Eat quickly. Mom, have you eaten? Mom has already eaten. This is yours. Eat quickly." She then picked up her bowl and started eating eagerly. Li Kuling held the baby and turned around to feed her. Gu Huizheng turned to look at the door. "I'll go outside and wait for you," Shuni Tong said. "Sister Jiang, maybe we should go home too." Jiang Shuang nodded. "Yes, let's go." They didn't just leave Li Kuling and her children alone. There were still many things at home that needed their attention. Meeting by chance helping to this extent is already very kind of you. After all the fuss, both women are a bit exhausted. Especially Shuni Tong. She rarely exercises, but this afternoon she hurriedly ran with a midwife on a bicycle. It was fine sitting in the hospital room earlier, but now that she's moving around, she feels her legs are so sore she can barely lift them. She took a few stiff steps and then pouted at Gu Huizheng. "I can't walk anymore." Gu Huizheng chuckled softly and asked in a low voice, "Do you want to be carried or carried on your back?" Shin Yitong frowned and smelled the sweat on him. To stay in good shape, he usually trains with soldiers and never slacks off. When she got home in the afternoon, she hadn't even had time to shower or change clothes. Hearing she went to the hospital, he hurriedly ran all the way there, then also went to Li Kuling's house. After such a busy day, it's no wonder he smells sweaty. Although Shin Yitong doesn't smell much better, she still finds his smell unpleasant. She stuck out a finger and pushed his big head away. "Forget it. You smell terrible." Jiang Shuang couldn't stand it anymore. She didn't speak, but she couldn't just ignore her either. "Captain Gu, why don't you ride the bike and take Xiao Shin back first? I can walk back slowly on my own." Shuni Tong said, "That's not right. This is your bike. How can I leave you behind?" Jiang Shuang rolled her eyes. "What else? I'll ride back, and you two walk slowly?" "No way, sister-in-law, you're not that heartless. Just tell me what you're planning. Don't play tricks on me."
Although she was also annoyed when she said that.
Shin Yitong smiled sweetly. "Then I'll take the bus, and he can push me. The three of us can walk back together." Fortunately, the clinic isn't far from the family compound, so they got home quickly. Jiang Shuang pushed her bike into the yard while listening to Gu Huizheng ask Shuni Tong, "Are you hungry? Want to eat something? I'll cook for you." She was about to take down the 2 straw baskets hanging on the front of the car. She needed to check inside quickly because they had been there for a long time and she wasn't sure if the contents were still alive. Suddenly, she heard her husband, Liao Mingcheng, complain. "Where did you run off to? It's so late and you don't know to come home. Your son is almost starving." Anger flared up in Jiang Shuang's heart. "Is my son only my responsibility? You have no hands or feet, so you can't cook for him. If I die someday, you and your son will just have to starve, right?" When Commander Gu comes home from work and can't find his wife, he still goes looking for her. "And you? You just stand there waiting for me to come back and cook for you too. I don't expect you to be as gentle and caring as Commander Gu next door, but you can't just take me for granted and treat me like a servant." Liao Mingqing carried out a plate of food. "I wasn't just standing around waiting. I was cooking. Then why are you talking so much? Do you think I died outside and was starving, so I went to cook? Do you think I can rely on you to cook for me?" All right, it's my fault. Can we stop now?" "No, we can't. You can't be so dismissive when comforting the kids. So, what do you want?" "Tonight, I want you to plant all these vegetable seedlings." Liao Mingqing said, "I'm a grown man. I can't do such petty chores. You do it yourself. Commander Gu can plant vegetables. Isn't he a man?" "Huh, no way. How could he plant vegetables? Do you dare to make a bet with me? What kind of bet? Let's bet whether Commander Gu will plant vegetables tonight. If I win, you have to plant all these vegetables and also wash clothes for a month. And if I lose, I'll happily become your servant. I won't do any housework anymore. Is that okay? All right, Jiang Shuang said, already dividing the chickens and seedlings between their families. I'll send these over first, Liao Mingqing quickly followed. I'll go with you so you won't team up with them to trick me, Jiang Shuang said. Then you can see how Commander Gu shows love to his wife. As soon as they entered, they saw Shin Yitong lazily lying half-reclined on the sofa. Gu Tuanzhang was wearing an apron and busy in the kitchen. Jiang Shuang said, "Oh, Gu Tuanzhang is cooking?" Gu Huijing poked his head out with a spatula in hand. "It's too late now, no time to cook anything special. Just boiled some noodles to fill up." "Have you eaten?" "We're about to eat soon," they replied. Liao Mingqing felt a strange sense of pride. Making noodles wasn't a big deal. He had also cooked 2 dishes. Jiang Shuang said, "These are your little chickens and seedlings. The seedlings are wilting. We must plant them tonight, or they won't survive." She almost forgot about this when she didn't bring it up. Shin Yitong asked, "Really? Do we have to plant them?" She was exhausted and just wanted to eat something, take a shower, and sleep. She even told Gu Huizheng to just cook some noodles and eat. Jiang Shuang sighed. "There's no other way." Things got delayed because of the rush. Originally, they planned to bring the seedlings back and plant them at sunset. But who knew such things would happen? Fortunately, Li Kuling left a lot of soil on the roots when digging up the seedlings, and Nunio even watered them, so they didn't die. But if they didn't plant them quickly, they wouldn't survive until morning.
Got it.
We'll plant them later. Thanks, sister-in-law, they said. They had already bought the seedlings back, so they couldn't waste them. They had to plant them overnight. Jiang Shuang waved her hand. "No need to thank me. If there's nothing else, we're going home to eat." Tuanzhang also left with her. Shin Yitong felt a bit confused. Why was Tuanzhang here? She didn't want to plant vegetables, but she was very interested in the little chickens. Jiang Shuang explained that the tiny chickens couldn't be kept in the henhouse yet. Without a mother hen, something might go wrong. She took out a prepared cardboard box, lined the bottom with 2 layers of newspaper, and tried to catch the little chickens to move them into the box. But these little chickens, when gently touched, felt soft and warm, with a fuzzy texture, very nice to hold. However, if she squeezed them a little harder, she could feel the bones and muscles beneath the fluff, and the struggling movements of the chickens were quite frightening. Every time, Shin Yitong would be so scared she would immediately let go. Just then, Gu Huizheng brought out 2 bowls of noodles. She quickly called him over. "Come help me catch the little chicken." Gu Huizheng easily caught both chickens with one hand. Shin Yitong watched nervously. "Be gentle. Don't squeeze them too hard." Gu Huizheng cupped a chicken in his palm. "Want to try holding it?" Shin Yitong was both scared and a little curious. Gu Huizheng simply grabbed her hand, opened her palm, and placed the chicken inside. "Ah!" Shin Yitong couldn't help but gasp. The chicken's tiny claws were soft but slightly sharp. When it stepped on her palm, it felt ticklish and strange. The little bird also pecked at her palm a few times with its beak. It didn't hurt, but her hand was very tender, leaving a few faint red marks. Shin Yitong gently stroked the chicken's head and back with her other hand. "So cute." Suddenly, the chicken froze. Gu Huizheng exclaimed, "Hey!" But it was too late. A semi-solid yellow-green substance dropped from behind the chicken and landed with a plop into Shin Yitong's palm. She stiffened, staring at her hand in shock. The culprit even fluttered its wings and stretched lazily. Before Shin Yitong could react, Gu Huizheng quickly threw the chicken into a cardboard box. Then he immediately took her to wash her hands. "It's okay, it's fine once you wash it off." "Ah." Shin Yitong cried out in despair. "I don't want these hands anymore. Such beautiful hands. How can you just give up on them?" "It's okay, once they're washed, they'll be soft and nice again." "Ugh, but they've got chicken on them." "We'll wash them a few more times and they'll be clean," Gu Huizheng said patiently as he lathered soap on her hands and scrubbed. Really, how dirty could it be? He used 3 bars of soap and washed for 10 minutes.
See?
So clean. Shen Yitong pouted and didn't want to speak. She knew they were clean, but she still couldn't get past the mental block. Shen Yitong pointed to one of the bottles and said, "This one." Gu Huaijing opened the lid carefully, scooped out a small amount, and evenly applied it to her palm and back of her hand. He casually asked, "Are you running out? Is there more?" Shen Yitong became even more unhappy. "No, there isn't. Most of the things she brought with her are almost used up now." Gu Huaijing said, "Then go buy some.
Whatever you want, buy it."
"We have money." When Shen Yitong first arrived, Gu Huaijing voluntarily handed over all his savings to her, letting her manage the money. But Shen Yitong didn't want it. She didn't even open his bankbook to see how much money he had. Honestly, Gu Huaijing was a little upset at that time. He thought she would at least be surprised that he had saved so much money at a young age. Although he mostly spent time at sea and didn't have to pay for food or accommodation, so it was normal that he didn't spend much. But the main reason he saved so much was because he was young and in a high position, had achieved many accomplishments, and received higher allowances and bonuses than others. That was his pride as a man. But she didn't even look at him the way he expected. After that, Gu Huaijing didn't want to say anything more. He put away the bankbook. Every month, he received his allowance and put it in a drawer, letting her take whatever she needed. However, Shen Yitong rarely used the money in the drawer, mainly because she didn't have anywhere to spend it. It's not that she didn't like shopping, but she didn't care for the things on the island. And she wasn't short of money. When she married, her family gave her a large dowry, and the Gu family also gave her a betrothal gift. Her family handed everything to her. When she married into the Gu family, Old Master Gu, Gu's father and mother, and her older brother and sister-in-law all gave her big red envelopes. Other relatives and friends of the Gu family also gave her gifts when they met her. So, Shen Yitong was quite well off. Even if Gu Huaijing didn't mention it, she wouldn't hesitate to buy things because of money. But at this moment, she shook her head and said, "I can't buy that here." "Never mind, I don't need it. Others don't need these things either. We can get by just like everyone else. I'll just buy some clam oil." She truly did not want to suffer unfair treatment herself, but she also couldn't let others be harmed because of her. The next 10 years would be very difficult. In her previous life, at this time, she wouldn't have thought about others at all. When things ran out, she would just write to her family to help buy more, without much thought. But on the island, she didn't know that the Shin family was already struggling very hard. Every word and action was under close watch, and she dared not make any mistake. The skincare products she used weren't available in ordinary stores either. They were secretly sold by some foreign traders, with questionable sources. Even her family had long since thrown away all those symbols of bourgeois luxury and decadence. But her brother, Shen Yanqiu, loved his sister and cared for her. When she complained about the bad climate on the island and how her skin easily got sunburned or darkened, he went to buy skincare products for her. He even took the risk to find those traders again. But he was caught, and it became another serious mistake for the Shin family. Later, the entire Shin family was exiled to difficult places, perhaps because of this incident. In her previous life, Shen Yitong didn't know about these things. Shen Yanqiu never told her. He only casually mentioned in a letter that they could no longer buy those items and told her not to be too delicate, to try to adapt to the life of the working class. Because of the tone of the letter, Shen Yitong was angry with her brother for a long time and didn't write to him for a while. In this life, Shen Yitong couldn't stop the tide of history. She couldn't help them much, nor did she have the right to ask Gu Huaijing to do anything. All she could do was try not to make things worse. But now, Gu Huaijing couldn't bear to see her suffer unfair treatment. "If we can't buy it here, then write to your family to send it. If that doesn't work, I'll ask my friends." "Don't do that," Shen Yitong said urgently. "No. What's wrong?" he asked. "Isn't this just small talk? Why are you so upset?" Shen Yitong looked serious and said, "You know my family situation. We can't afford any trouble now. It's better not to mention these things. There you are, and if your family is willing to marry me into their home, it already involves a big risk. Please don't cause them any more trouble because of me. Gu Huizheng looked at her with complicated eyes, then suddenly sighed and gently kissed her on the forehead. Foolish girl, why are you so sensible? He always thought she was a spoiled young lady who was reckless and didn't understand these things, nor did she worry about anything. But it turns out she not only understands but also thinks so much. This means that her efforts to make friends, go up and down the mountains, plant vegetables, raise chickens, and integrate into the life of a military family are all attempts to shed her identity as a wealthy young lady. Normally, if she becomes more sensible, he should be happy. But right now, Gu Huizheng only feels heartache. Shen Yitang was very serious. I'm serious. Please don't go find someone else to buy things for me just to make me happy.
I really don't need that.
If you do, I will be angry. Gu Huizheng raised 3 fingers and swore, I promise. Then he took her hand and said, let's go eat. The noodles will get cold soon. While eating noodles, Shen Yitang suddenly remembered, the little chickens haven't eaten yet. You should go feed them. Gu Huizheng chuckled. You hold a grudge, huh? Still worried about whether they've eaten or not. You're so annoying. I finally forgot about it, but you have to bring it up. Besides, it's not their fault they can't control it. Can you blame them? Gu Huizheng grabbed a handful of millet and was about to scatter it into the box. Shen Yitang quickly stopped him. You can't feed them like that. Why not? I see others feed chickens by just scattering corn on the ground. Others are different. Our chickens can't be so unhygienic. Gu Huizheng laughed. All right, then how do you suggest I feed them? Shen Yitang thought for a moment, then took out 2 small dishes for dipping sauces. She asked him to put the millet in one dish and filled the other with some clean water. They placed both in the box. See, isn't this better? In the next second, a mischievous little chicken stepped forward and used its feet to scatter the millet all over the place, making a mess on the ground. The other chickens rushed over and pecked at the scattered millet furiously. Haha, our little chick is naturally a bit messy about hygiene. Gu Huizheng almost laughs himself to death. Angrily, Shen Yitang turns and walks away. From now on, you take care of them. I can't handle it anymore. After finishing the noodles, it's time to start working. Fortunately, Gu Huizheng had already loosened the soil in the vegetable field earlier. Tonight, he just needs to plant the vegetables and water them. Shen Yitang looks outside. It's already completely dark. How are we supposed to plant? Although they installed a small electric light under the eaves at the door, its light couldn't reach the vegetable field. Gu Huizheng finds a flashlight and hands it to Shen Yitang. Then you'll have to do your best and help me by holding the flashlight. Next door, the couple, Liao Tuanzhang and his wife, stubbornly refused to start planting, waiting on the wall for a long time. Here they come, they're coming out, Liao Mingqing says excitedly. Jiang Shuang asks, quick, see who's coming out. Liao Mingqing laughs happily. It's Xiao Shun. I told you, Gu wouldn't do this kind of thing. Soon after, Gu Huizheng appears, carrying a grass basket in one hand and in the other. The has a bamboo chair hanging from one end. Then, Gu Huizheng places the bamboo chair at the edge of the vegetable field and kindly says to Shen Yitang, wife, sit here. He quickly runs back into the house and brings out a plate of mosquito coils, placing it at Shen Yitang's feet. Then he picks up the and, under the flashlight's light, begins working with a grunt. First he digs holes, then plants the seedlings into the holes. His technique is very skillful. The holes are evenly spaced, straight and neat, even more orderly than measured with a ruler. Jiang Shuang is very proud. I won. What do you say now? Liao Mingqing snorts. It's just planting vegetables. Anyone can do that. Jiang Shuang laughs happily. Then I'll leave it to you. I'm going to take a shower and go to bed. What's the neighbor talking about? Laughing so happily late at night, Gu Huizheng mutters casually. They're probably planting vegetables too, Shen Yitang says. Shen Yitang's flashlight flickers and then playfully swings around Gu Huizheng's body. Late at night, he was at home, feeling cool. He took off his shirt and wore only loose shorts while working. He is the type of person who looks slim with clothes on but has some flesh when. His muscles are strong and firm, with smooth lines, not at all fierce or scary. Even Shin Yitong, who is very picky, has to admit that his body is truly perfect. He used a flashlight to trace the lines of his abs carefully. Suddenly, he realized he was standing right in front of her, with a dangerous look in his eyes. Meanwhile, a certain part of his body, which had been hidden, was quietly changing under the loose fabric, clearly visible. Shin Yitong was shocked and leaned back. You, who are you? At this time, you. Gu Huaijing. You started it. I didn't. You touched me. I'm just sitting here peacefully, don't accuse me unfairly. Using your eyes to touch, if you dare to do it, you must take responsibility. Gu Huaijing stepped forward. Shin Yitong was so scared she ran away. But after only a few steps, he reached out with his long arm, pulled her back, and held her waist tightly against himself. He supported her head and kissed her. Shin Yitong pushed him hard. Don't touch me. You're so dirty. Ugh, cover your mouth. As adults, if you're unruly, you must face the consequences. Next door, Captain Liao was planting vegetables. Suddenly, he became competitive and wanted to see who could plant faster, so he climbed onto the wall. But after just a glance, he was so scared he loosened his grip and almost fell on his backside. Oh my, could he have a splinter? This young man is really too reckless. In this yard, thinking about Jiang Shuang inside the house, who was ignoring him, Captain Liao suddenly felt a bit uncomfortable. Then he heard his son's voice, and his mood finally improved a little. The little couple next door is so happy together, probably because they don't have children yet. Once they have children, they won't have time for leisure and fun anymore. In the end, Shin Yitong refused to help Gu Huaijing with the flashlight anymore. He had to tie the flashlight to his arm and work alone to plant all the seedlings. Then he drew water from the well and patiently watered all the newly planted seedlings thoroughly. He hoped they would live well and not disappoint his hard work. By now, the lights had already been turned off, and Gu Huaijing was too lazy to light the kerosene lamp. He took a quick shower in the dark and returned to his room, where Shin Yitong was already asleep. He touched her slightly damp hair and sat down by the bed. Moonlight streamed through the window, shining on her peaceful sleeping face. Every detail was so beautiful, just right. At this moment, Gu Huaijing's mind was free of complicated thoughts. In the quiet, a gentle warmth flowed slowly. He looked at her quietly, feeling as if he could watch her forever. This kind of life was really good. Suddenly, the person on the bed moved. Her delicate eyebrows furrowed slightly, and she let out a soft hum. She moved her legs as if she couldn't find a comfortable position. Gu Huaijing guessed she was probably in pain and couldn't sleep well. He sighed softly, turned over, and sat on the bed. He gently lifted her legs and placed them on his lap, then softly massaged them. Finally, she relaxed and slept peacefully again. Gu Huaijing smiled bitterly as he got up and took another cold shower. The next morning, Shin Yitong woke up. She thought her legs would be more painful. Based on her past experience, after sudden activity, the pain usually peaked on the second or third day. But she found she wasn't in much pain, only a slight soreness and heaviness. She slept well all night and felt refreshed as she came out. She saw Gu Huaijing bending over, carrying a bucket in one hand and a water scoop in the other, watering the vegetables. In the distance, the blue sky and sea stretched out, with the orange-red sun just rising above the horizon, casting shimmering golden light. Nearby was a tidy courtyard, with tender green shoots breaking through the soil. The man was vigorous, and the morning light cast a golden glow on his handsome face. There was a vibrant, lively beauty in his energy. Suddenly, Shin Yitong felt inspired to draw. Without hesitation, she ran back to her room, opened a long-forgotten diary box, and quickly took out paper, brushes, and paints. She laid them on the ground under the eaves and sat down to start drawing immediately. Gu Huaijing was watering the plants very carefully. After finishing one row of vegetables, he turned around and saw his wife sitting at the door facing him, holding a paintbrush and concentrating on painting something. Gu Huaijing was surprised for a moment. Can I move? Shin Yitong kept working without stopping. It's okay, you can keep doing your thing. So Gu Huizheng went to get another bucket of water and continued watering the vegetables. But inside, he was secretly feeling proud. He thought his wife must find him very handsome, which is why she suddenly wanted to draw him. He also wondered, how come I didn't know before that my wife can draw? He was curious about what she would paint him as. He really wanted to see. He unconsciously stiffened a bit, trying to pose in the best way to look perfect for her. But what if she wasn't actually painting him? Wouldn't that be too self-centered? Gu Huizheng held back many times, but finally couldn't resist. He put down what he was holding and quietly walked over. His heart sank when he saw the background, blue sky, the sea, and the sunrise. The foreground showed the courtyard wall and vegetable garden, with the plants looking lively and vivid. But he wasn't in the picture. His mood suddenly dropped from high to low, and he gloomily finished watering the remaining plants. He also changed the newspaper in the chick's box and added some millet and water. Then he went inside to get his lunchbox. I'm going to the cafeteria for breakfast. Shen Yitong didn't bother to pay attention to him. She just responded casually. Gu Huizheng's steps out the door were very heavy. His wife didn't have him in her heart. She only saw the blue sky, the sea, and the vegetable garden. She didn't see the big, lively person right there. He also has feelings, you know? Gu Huizheng decided he would temporarily cut off contact with her for a day. After breakfast, he would leave without saying a word. Commander Gu, isn't your wife making breakfast for you today? Someone greeted him. He really had no sense of awareness. Who greets someone like that? Gu Huizheng didn't want to bother with him at all. It's because he usually boasted too much. Whenever his wife made something delicious, he would go around bragging about it. Young people being too showy isn't good. It's better to let him take a little fall. Brother Ajing, why are you going to buy food at the cafeteria? Isn't your wife at home making it for you? Fang Shumei, who appeared out of nowhere, said in a very surprised tone. A few days ago, Li Jinping had already gone back to his hometown. Before leaving, he specifically came to say goodbye. Gu Huizheng had no choice but to pay for some seafood to take home. Fang Shumei officially stayed at Captain Fang's house to be a nanny. Brother Fang never eats at the canteen. Every morning, I get up early to make breakfast for him. He eats it before going for exercises. She waved the shopping basket in her hand and said, "Look, I was about to go grocery shopping." Brother Fang said the food at home tastes better than the big pot meals at the canteen. She wanted Gu Huizheng to regret driving her away, so he wouldn't get to enjoy warm homemade meals every day. Let her serve that young lady who doesn't lift a finger in the household. Gu Huizheng smiled faintly. That's because your brother Fang doesn't know good food. Even our military district commander likes the canteen food. After saying that, he turned and walked away without looking back. He has long legs and walks quickly. Fang Shumei couldn't catch up at all, only stomping her feet while watching his back. As soon as she entered the house, Gu Huizheng felt a surge of frustration again. He wanted to ignore Shen Yitong completely, but when passing by, his eyes still had their own mind and glanced at the drawing paper. Then his legs could no longer move. She drew him so well. There was a person in the middle of the paper, and he could even feel the sunlight shining on him, making him look like he's glowing. Shen Yitong finished the last, looked up, and smiled sweetly with dimples. Is it good? Gu Huizheng stood there like a fool, staring blankly. Shen Yitong looked at him with confusion, walked over, and poked his face with her finger. What's wrong with you? Gu Huizheng suddenly hugged her tightly, giving each cheek a heavy kiss. Then he picked her up and spun her around twice. It's so well done. My wife is so amazing. She's a great artist. Shen Yitong hit his shoulder. What are you doing? Quickly put me down. Gu Huizheng kept looking at the drawing with more and more admiration. I didn't know you could draw, and such a beautiful one too. Shen Yitong smiled, a bit self-deprecating. People like us, capitalist daughters, just learn these things. Not serious at all. Not focusing on your main job, that's quite a skill. My wife is truly amazing. So impressive. Gu Huizheng looked at her with more than his usual gentle and loving gaze. There was also a hint of admiration. This made Shen Yitong feel a little proud. I rushed this painting too much this time, so it's not very good. Next time, when I have more time, I will slowly make a better one. In her previous life, Gu Huizheng didn't know she could paint, and they never talked about it. She also never painted in front of him because she was unhappy with life and didn't have the mood. Today, she realized that painting isn't just for romantic or poetic scenes. In a calm and simple life, painting can also fit well. Gu Huizheng. Who said it's not good? It's excellent. This is the best painting I've ever seen, especially the person in the picture. Such a handsome young man. Look at his spirit. Shen Yitong chuckled. Are you praising me, or are you praising yourself? Mostly praising you. You're good at painting, and I'm not bad either. If I look good in your eyes, it helps make me look even better in your paintings. But when I left earlier, I wasn't in this picture. I wasn't here, so how did you draw me in? She thought for a moment and explained, when people paint, they usually have a model sit still so they can draw. Shen Yitong looked proud. That's for others. I don't need that. My image is already in your mind. I don't need you to watch me. I can draw you myself. Wow, that was definitely the sweetest thing Gu Huizheng had ever heard. His wife said she had him in her heart. His whole body felt excited, like he wanted to jump onto the roof in joy. Gu Huizheng looked at the painting for a while longer, then shyly asked, Wife, can I take this painting to the office? Shen Yitong frowned. Why do you want to take it to the office? Your painting is so good. It would be a waste to just keep it at home for us to enjoy. I want to show it to others. My wife isn't useless. Her hands are made for painting. Shen Yitong didn't want him to take it at first. She hadn't painted in a long time. Her hands were a bit stiff. She hurriedly painted this in a moment of inspiration this morning, but she wasn't very satisfied with it herself. Please don't embarrass yourself by showing this to others. But when I saw Gu Huizheng so excited, I suddenly couldn't bear to refuse him. He probably hears a lot of gossip and mockery about marrying a wife who is not very capable. That's why he is so eager to defend her. Okay, if you like it, take it. Gu Huizheng thought for a moment and then said, Forget it, don't take it today. The paper is too thin, and I don't want to tear it. After saying that, he gestured on the drawing paper with his hand. What are you doing? Shen Yitong asked. Measuring the size to make a frame, then framing the picture to show others. It's just a casual drawing, isn't it worth much? Who says it's not worth it? It is worth it. This is the first portrait I've ever drawn in my life. Shouldn't I treasure it? And we can show it to our future grandchildren, saying, Look, this is what your grandfather looked like when he was young. Shen Yitong said, Then I will draw a few more for you in the future. After Gu Huizheng went to work, Shen Yitong placed the drawing on the coffee table to dry. Jiang Shuang came over carrying a basket, which had a cotton cloth wrapped around a porcelain cup inside. I cooked some chicken soup and want to visit the health clinic. Do you want to come? To deliver chicken soup to Li Kuling? Yes, she just had a baby. It's important to nourish her. All right, let's go together. I'll grab some things. Shen Yitong took a bag of brown sugar from the cabinet. Where did you get the chicken for the soup? Not during a festival. The service station doesn't sell chicken every day. Cough, I raise chickens at home. You're really generous. Isn't it for the new year? Any time is fine. It's good to use it when it's needed most. Shen Yitong put the brown sugar into Jiang Shuang's basket, and the two left together. They didn't ride bikes, just walked to avoid spilling the soup accidentally. As soon as they entered the ward, they saw a tall, dark-skinned man. Who is this? Shen Yitong asked. Li Kuling quickly called out to the man, Qiang, this is my lifesaver. Hurry, thank them. Unexpectedly, the man suddenly knelt down with a thud and said, Thank you both for saving my wife and daughter. The two of them dared not accept such a big gift. They quickly stepped aside and said, You should get up. We are in a new society now, and this kind of thing isn't allowed. The man awkwardly got up, scratching his head with a simple smile. I'm a rough person and not good with words. I really thank you all. Haha, no need to thank us. It's good that you're back. In the future, don't let your mother bully your wife and daughter again. Shen Yitong usually speaks quite bluntly. Although the man in front of her looks like a good person, she still felt angry when she thought about Grandma Li Chuiling's behavior last night. If this man couldn't keep his mother in check, how could she treat Li Chuiling and her daughter like that? The man nodded repeatedly. It's all my fault. The kids are still young. I won't leave them at home to be bullied anymore. I haven't gone to sea these past few years. I just find some work nearby. Simple food and rice can support my wife and children. Shen Yitong looked at him calmly. I hope you mean what you say. Zhang Shuang had already brought out some chicken soup for Li Chuiling to drink. Drink more to help your health. Then she took Shen Yitong to see the baby. The baby had grown a little since birth, but still looked quite ugly. However, a tiny person who can move around is quite interesting. Shen Yitong watched for a while, then chatted with Li Chuiling for a bit. After that, they said goodbye. Since her husband had returned, there was nothing to worry about. They put aside their worries and happily went home. Suddenly, Shen Yitong remembered something. Oh, right. Let's go to the delivery room to see if there are any letters. Considering the time, the letter from her family should be arriving soon. Zhang Shuang pouted. I don't want to receive any letters. Whether from the Lao Liao family or her own relatives, they would definitely ask for money or ask Liao Tuan to help with something. It wouldn't be good news. Don't be fooled by Liao Tuan's high income. If he only supported her and the children, life would be quite comfortable. But he is the eldest son of the family, with several younger brothers and sisters to support. Every month he has to send money home. Moreover, his family often finds reasons to ask him for extra money. So, over the years, they haven't saved a single penny. Unlike Xiaoshen, both sets of elders love children and always find ways to help them. The young couple's life is very comfortable. Zhang Shuang was too lazy to look through the pile of letters, thinking that even if she received letters, she wouldn't want to see them. Losing them would be better. Suddenly, Shen Yitong cheered. Great. This one is so thick. My brother must have sent me the recipe book. Hey, there's another letter here. Who sent this to me? On the way, Shen Yitong couldn't resist opening the letter her brother sent her. This time, it was in a large envelope, and inside was indeed a recipe book. Her brother told her in the letter that he couldn't find a special cookbook for seafood, but this one has many seafood recipes, hoping it would help her. He also praised her willingness to learn cooking. However, the blueprint for the washing machine she wanted wasn't found. Her brother told her to learn from hardworking people. Simple chores like laundry are important to learn. Now that she's married, she shouldn't be too delicate. Shen Yitong huffed. I feel like my brother doesn't love me anymore. Sigh. A married sister is like water spilled out. No way to get it back. Turning her head, she saw Zhang Shuang holding her recipe book, lost in thought. What's wrong, sister-in-law? Do you like looking at recipes? Then just take it and look. Zhang Shuang excitedly shook Shen Yitong's shoulder. Why didn't you tell me before? There are such good things. Huh? Isn't this just a recipe book? Yes. Cooking lessons without needing to apprentice? That's amazing, Zhang Shuang said excitedly. You don't know, in our countryside, to learn cooking you have to apprentice under a master, work as a helper for many years, and only when the master is satisfied will they teach you how to cook. If you master the skills, it would be incredible. People in 10 miles around would ask you to help with weddings and celebrations. Just this could support your whole family. With luck, you might even get a job as a chef in a big city restaurant, an iron rice bowl, Shen Yitong asked, but I learned from this recipe book myself, not through apprenticeship. Isn't that different? Besides, if you learn all the dishes in this book, I think you could easily become a chef at our military district's cafeteria. That's true. Shen Yitong nodded in agreement. The food at the military cafeteria was just edible. Oh my, what kind of hard times had she gone through before? Little Shen, Zhang Shuang asked shyly, can I borrow your cookbook to learn from it? Shen Yitong generously waved her hand.
Take it.
You try learning first and then teach me when you're good at it. As she spoke, she opened another letter. The first thing she saw was actually a drawing. It wasn't big, just the size of a piece of letter paper. The drawing showed sunshine, white clouds, waves, a sandy beach, and a girl walking barefoot on the sand in a long white dress. The sea breeze lifted the girl's long hair, and her dress fluttered. The beautiful girl turned her head and smiled, making all the background colors fade away. Oh my, this girl looks exactly like you, Zhang Shuang exclaimed. Shen Yitong smiled. That's me. Pretty, isn't it? Very pretty. It's so realistic, like a real photo. How can it be so real? Yes, it's a painting. My friend drew it, Shen Yitong said, glancing at the signature on the letter. You have a friend who's an artist? When did he draw this for you? I've never seen anyone come to visit you with it. And when did you wear such a dress to the beach? Looking at the sun's position, it's probably noon. It's so hot outside, you wouldn't go sunbathing, and you definitely wouldn't walk barefoot. You're afraid of pain. After all, you wouldn't step barefoot on the ground. Shen Yitong had already roughly looked over the letter and smiled upon hearing this. You really know me well. The scene in the painting definitely wouldn't happen in real life. So, it's not a real scene. He imagined it in his mind after hearing I was on the island and drew how I might look there. Zhang Shuang felt she couldn't quite understand these cultured people's talk. What do you mean? He's never seen it, and he can imagine it so vividly, Shen Yitong replied calmly. It's not that realistic. You saw the flaws too, didn't you? Oh, that's nothing. That's just because others don't know you're so particular. Wow, you think I'm particular? Shen Yitong raised her hand to playfully hit Zhang Shuang, and the two of them happily went home, joking and laughing all the way. Zhang Shuang was about to go home to do some chores, while Shen Yitong had nothing to do. She took out the letter and read it again. The letter was from a young man she met during a sketching trip in the past. Shen Yitong hardly remembered him now, since she had been reborn. Including her previous life, she hadn't seen this person for over 10 years. She could hardly recall if she had ever received such a letter before. Even if she had, she probably just ignored it and didn't pay attention. Clearly, at that time, Shen Yitong was unhappy with her life. Receiving a letter that reminded her of her happy past wouldn't have made her happy at all. Since she followed her husband into the army, she hadn't kept in touch with her old friends. In her previous life, she married someone she didn't like and moved to a remote island, where life was full of difficulties. Someone proud like her would have wanted to cut all ties with everyone. The person in the letter said they hadn't seen each other in a long time and missed her very much. When they found out she was married and with the army, they got her address from her brother and wrote to her. The letter included a quick sketch of her on the island in her dreams. Shen Yitong smiled. In her past life, she would have scolded her brother for casually sharing her address. But now her attitude had completely changed. She no longer saw friends' concern as an insult. Instead, she thought every friendship was precious and worth cherishing. The sender also said he was about to go to the countryside to become a young intellectual, working as a farmer facing the land and the sky. Shen Yitong imagined that scene and found it quite interesting. She picked up her brush and started to paint, planning to create a picture of young workers bending over in the golden wheat fields. She intended to send the painting back along with her reply. However, since they hadn't seen each other for so long, she couldn't remember what he looked like. So she just painted him wearing a straw hat, working with his head down. She had only finished half of the painting when Gu Huizheng returned. He excitedly carried a picture frame. He had specially gone to have it made that morning. Wife, are you painting again?
What are you painting this time?
Gu Huizheng leaned over and saw the portrait she casually placed on the table. Is this your own drawing of your wife? It's really beautiful. You should have told me earlier that you wanted to draw yourself. I would have had someone make an extra frame. But I don't want to show this to those noisy kids. Let's hang it in our own room so we can look at it every day. Shen Yitong rolled her eyes at him. Isn't looking at my face enough every day? Why look at a painting? Gu Huizheng was so touched by her look that his heart softened. Of course, it's not enough. If you drew a whole room full of pictures for me to look at every day, I'd be happy. Shen Yitong casually said, I didn't draw this. I can't capture that special charm myself. Just like the portrait she drew of Gu Huizheng this morning, though hurried, it felt right and looked very lively. Maybe she was a bit vain, because she always felt that no matter how she drew herself, she couldn't capture her own lively beauty. Instead, she only drew lifeless wooden figures. Even she didn't like her own drawings and would tear them up right away. If you didn't draw it, then who did? Is there another artist here? Shen Yitong kept drawing and casually replied, It's a friend of mine who draws. He sent it to me. What kind of friend? Male or female? When did he go to the beach with you? His tone was a bit sharp. Shen Yitong looked up at him in surprise. Just a normal friend, a guy. He hasn't been here. He just heard I came to the island and drew it based on his imagination. Imagination? Like you did this morning because you think of me, so you can draw without looking? At this point, Shen Yitong still didn't realize anything was wrong and simply said, yes. Gu Huijing didn't reply. His heart was storming, as if the world had turned upside down. He realized that the man in her heart also knew her well enough to remember every smile and frown, and could draw her so beautifully without ever seeing her in person. What was their relationship before? Gu Huijing suddenly realized he didn't really understand Shen Yitong before she came to the island. When she first arrived and was so resistant and disliked him, was it because she liked someone else in her heart? Gu Huijing hesitated before turning his gaze to the new painting made by Shen Yitong. The endless golden wheat waves stretched out, and a young man was depicted wearing a neat white shirt and a straw hat, with his face not visible. But Gu Huijing knew that wasn't him. His body under the white shirt was clearly much thinner, and his rolled-up sleeve revealed a very fair arm. The hand holding the wheat was slender and long, with distinct knuckles. It must be the hand of someone who paints. Yes, he almost forgot. What she liked was exactly this kind of man. Gu Huijing cursed silently. Knowing she came to the island to marry and follow her husband, and that she wrote letters, painted pictures, and associated with other women's husbands, what kind of good man could that be? Even though he felt extremely upset inside, holding on to a tiny bit of hope, Gu Huijing forced himself to speak awkwardly. Who is this painting of? If she said it was him, even if it was a lie, he wouldn't mind the fact that another man painted her. But Shen Yitong casually replied, it's a courtesy exchange. He said he's going to the countryside to farm, so I drew a picture of him going to the countryside. Gu Huijing turned and walked away. As he left, he kicked the stool loudly, making a big noise, but he didn't stop at all and continued walking quickly. He couldn't stay any longer. Even one more second might make him say something he couldn't take back or do something irreversible. He walked far from the house before stopping. He slammed his fist hard against a tree trunk, and warm, red blood flowed from his knuckles. Shen Yitong watched blankly as Gu Huijing's figure disappeared at the door, only then realizing he seemed angry. Why would he be angry for no reason? Could it be because she was busy painting and didn't pay attention to him? She looked at her portrait on the table and then at the painting she made.
Could it be that he
was jealous? He naturally wouldn't take the initiative to make peace. The two of them remained stubborn, staring each other down. They had a cold war for many days. Until one day, by chance, one of them casually said something, and suddenly they acted as if nothing had happened, restoring their friendship. Looking back now, it seems so childish and funny. Now, Shen Yitong is no longer the same person she was before, but Gu Huijing is still the same. Will he have a cold war with her again this time? Shen Yitong feels she can't take it anymore. Right now, when he is angry and ignoring her, she already feels so sad she wants to cry. Actually, between husband and wife, who lowers their pride first doesn't really matter. Since she was the one who made him upset this time because of her carelessness, she should apologize. Of course, an apology should be sincere. He hasn't eaten lunch yet, so he's probably not in the mood to eat either. Shen Yitong ran into the kitchen, found some dried fish and rice, and steamed them together. She also casually stir-fried some vegetables she bought that morning. What she ate didn't matter. What mattered was her sincerity. Then Shen Yitong saw Gu Huijing bring back a picture frame, leaning against the corner of the wall. Wasn't he going to show off the painting in his office? She decided to help him frame the painting, give it to him, and show respect for him. It's just framing a picture. Why is it so difficult? By accident, the sharp edges on the back of the frame cut her finger. Ouch! It hurt so much. Tears immediately welled up in Shen Yitong's eyes. She had never suffered so much pain before. She really wanted to give up and leave it. But she had already started, and it was almost finished. Giving up now felt wrong. She endured the pain, carefully disinfected her wound, and wrapped it with gauze and tape. Her sincerity in apologizing was truly enough. Raising one finger, enduring the pain, Shin Yitong finally finished framing the picture. But the frame was so heavy that she could hold it for a while, but if she had to carry it all the way to Gu Huijing's workplace, she would be exhausted. Forget it. She decided to carry it. Shin Yitong found a rope, tied the frame securely, and made a handle at the top. She packed the freshly cooked meal into a lunchbox, carried the lunchbox in one hand and the frame in the other, then left the house. Fortunately, it was lunchtime, so there weren't many people around. Otherwise, her messy appearance would have caused people to laugh at her. The picture frame was too heavy and large. She had to lean slightly and move forward little by little. After walking a few steps, she had to stop and rest. She wasn't sure if Gu Huijing would be moved, but Shin Yitong was definitely touched herself. There was no one else in this world worth her doing so much for. She was someone who didn't even like to be in the sun, yet she was willing to stand under the blazing midday sun just to walk this way for him. She didn't even have an umbrella to hold. At the camp entrance, there were guards, and military personnel couldn't enter or leave freely. Shin Yitong struggled to move closer. "Hello, I'm looking for Gu Huijing." The young soldier's eyes lit up. "Are you the wife of Commander Gu?" He had heard long ago that Commander Gu's wife was very beautiful, the most beautiful woman on the island. At first, he didn't believe it. There were many pretty female soldiers in the army. How could someone so beautiful be? Everyone has their own idea of beauty, and no one can say who is the most beautiful. But when he saw her in person for the first time, he was immediately convinced. Even though she was exhausted, panting, with a red face, and her hair stuck to her forehead with sweat, it didn't diminish her beauty at all. Her beauty was not just her appearance, but also the gentle, elegant, and confident aura she carried. Like flowing water, her feminine grace was truly captivating. The young soldier didn't understand all of this, but he could feel that she had a real charm that attracted people. However, she was quite delicate. Just carrying such a small load, she looked exhausted. The young soldier wished he could run over and help her carry it. But unfortunately, he couldn't leave his post. Just then, someone passing by called him over. "This is Commander Gu's wife. She's looking for him. Can you help carry her things and take her to him?" The simple-minded young soldier scratched his head. "Hello, sister-in-law." He took the things from Shin Yitong's hands and strode off quickly. Shin Yitong was stunned for a moment, but could only jog after him. The young soldier walked all the way to Gu Huijing's office. "Commander Gu, your wife is here to see you." Gu Huijing was surprised. Could something have happened at home? He suddenly stood up and saw the little soldier holding a picture frame and carrying a lunchbox coming in. He looked confused at Shin Yitong, who was behind him, exhausted and out of breath. Gu Huijing's expression was hard to describe. On one hand, he wanted to keep a cold, angry look. On the other hand, he couldn't hide his nervousness and worry. Shin Yitong said to the little soldier, "Thank you. You can go now," the little soldier said politely, and ran off quickly. Shin Yitong closed the office door casually. He said calmly, "You probably haven't eaten yet. I made some food and brought it to you. Also, I've prepared the picture you wanted and set it up." When Gu Huijing saw the picture, he already felt less angry inside. But he didn't want to lose face, so he kept a serious look, sat in his chair and said nothing. Shin Yitong was furious. She thought, "Fine, I gave you a way out, but you still don't get it." She walked over angrily, sat on his lap, and showed her fingers wrapped in bandages. "I hurt my hand while putting the picture frame together for you." Gu Huijing's icy expression instantly melted, and he looked at her with concern. "How did you get hurt?" "Does it hurt?" "Of course it hurts. It's very painful." "Humph, someone is being very petty. If I didn't come to comfort him, I probably wouldn't go home for days." Gu Huijing held her waist with both hands, lowered his head, and his voice was muffled. "That's not true." Actually, he had already made up his mind. What does it matter if he has male friends? Even if there was something before, it's all in the past. Now, she is with him. His anger and leaving only gave others a chance to take advantage. He wasn't that foolish. He just wanted to keep clinging to her, desperately pushing himself into her heart and pushing others out. Even if Shin Yitong didn't come to find him, he would go home casually after work in the evening. Shin Yitong took a piece of paper from her pocket and unfolded it in front of him. Look at this. Gu Huijing glanced with the corner of his eye and saw it was a painting she had done for some friend before. Still feeling a bit stubborn, he deliberately looked away. I won't look. You painted it for someone else. Why show it to me? Shin Yitong forcefully turned his face towards him and said, Look. Gu Huijing replied firmly, Yes, I see. So, do you want me to praise your drawing skills? Look at this person. Do you know why I didn't draw his face? Gu Huijing sneered. Because he's ugly? Shin Yitong rolled his eyes at him. Be serious. I didn't draw his face because I can't remember what he looks like anymore. Hearing this, Gu Huijing felt like music was playing in his ears. He was so happy he almost floated. He was so excited he didn't know what to say. Seeing that he didn't react, Shin Yitong thought he was still upset. She simply tore up the painting with both hands. If you don't like me drawing for others, I won't draw anymore. No, Gu Huijing tried to stop her, looking regretful. It's such a pity to tear it up. It's so well done. Actually, once she said she couldn't remember that person's face, he didn't care anymore. It turned out, she only had him in her heart now. She could draw him so well, without even looking. There was no one else. Also, this, Shin Yitong took out a portrait someone else had drawn of her. I don't want this either. She was about to tear it. Gu Huijing stopped her. It's so nice, why tear it? You want it, I don't. Shin Yitong asked. This was drawn by another man. Do you mind? He replied. As long as it's you. Who drew it doesn't matter. She then asked, by the way, give me his address. In a few days, I'll send him a letter with $10 inside, thanking him properly. Just consider it a thank you gift for his drawing. Fuming, Shin Yitong pushed him. That's going too far, Gu Huijing said. He knew you married me, yet he still drew such pictures of a married woman. Isn't that going too far? She wanted to tear the drawing, but he wouldn't let her. He put the drawing away and slipped it into his desk drawer. Anyway, this drawing is with me.
Don't worry about it.
Otherwise, you'll keep thinking about him every time you see it. He didn't want to part with the drawing, but it made him uncomfortable to keep it out. So he stored it away, occasionally taking it out to remind himself that besides himself, there was another man thinking of her. He had to stay alert and not let anyone take advantage of the situation. You really are hard to please, Shin Yitong complained. Others I can't say for sure, but as long as you're willing, I can always make you happy, Gu Huijing said, then leaned down and kissed her lips. Shin Yitong felt nervous. Don't mess around. We're in the office. She had just closed the door, but it wasn't locked, so anyone could push it open easily. If no one is coming, just a quick kiss, Gu Huijing said, holding a grudge from the whole afternoon. They had just made up and she was the one who initiated it. He felt so excited that he couldn't hold back. Darling, Tangdang, why do I like you so much? I really wish I could turn you into a small doll, keep you in my pocket, and take you everywhere, so no one could steal you. His excitement grew, and his actions started to become a bit too bold. His lips traced down her long, fair neck, and he unbuttoned 2 of her buttons. Shin Yitong felt dizzy and forgot where she was. Suddenly, she heard voices outside, and the office door was knocked twice. Gu Huijing knew these people's habits. Knocking was already polite. They wouldn't wait for him to open the door.
Soon someone was about to come in.
For some reason, he quickly pushed Shin Yitong under his desk. Just as he adjusted his collar, the office door was pushed open and the chief of staff entered. Little Gu, there's a document here for you to look at. Shin Yitong was stunned. What was he doing? Why didn't she just stand up earlier? Others probably wouldn't notice anything. Hiding here only made her look more suspicious. And with his messy desk, how could she hide? If the other person took a few steps forward, everything would be visible. Getting caught would be even more embarrassing. Shin Yitong covered her face with her hands. Forget it. Since she was in his office, even if she was embarrassed, he would be more embarrassed. Gu Huijing was reading a document, alert at all times, making sure the chief of staff didn't come too close. But the other person kept stepping forward almost to his side when suddenly he paused and said, Hey, this painting. The person in it looks so much like you. Gu Huijing quickly and warmly picked up the painting, then led the chief of staff to the other side of the reception sofa. Come, 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 take a look here. Isn't this a good painting? He untied the rope on top and placed the painting on the coffee table. Wow, this really looks like your work. You're quite talented. Where did you find such a good artist? Is she still around? Introduce her to me. I want to paint something like this too. You're quite the thinker. Gu Huijing couldn't help but smile with narrowed eyes. The painting is really good, isn't it?
My wife did it. The chief of staff was surprised.
Who painted it? My wife. I know you care about your wife, but you shouldn't be joking. Could she really have painted this? Look at what you're saying. These kinds of people from a young age are trained to be talented. Painting, dancing, playing the piano. They learn all that early on. It's not surprising she can paint like this. The other man nodded thoughtfully. That's true. By the way, you've protected your wife too well. We've been here for so long, but you haven't even taken us to your home to meet your family properly. Gu Huijing said, All right, if there's a chance, I'll invite you over for dinner. But as for introducing you to her so she can paint for you, forget it. You brat, you're getting too proud. Gu Huijing pretended to sigh. Sigh, I won't talk to you anymore. I haven't even had lunch yet. It's too busy at noon. No time to go home and eat. My wife made food at home and just brought it over. I haven't even eaten yet. He pointed at the lunchbox on the table. Shin Yitong, under the table, covered her face again. Sure enough, the chief of staff asked, Your sister-in-law came? Where is she? Gu Huijing replied. She just left. If you don't have anything urgent, you should go back to your place. I need to eat. All right, take your time. I'll go first. Just as Gu Huijing was about to call Shin Yitong to get up, the chief of staff suddenly turned back, looked at the painting several times, and clicked his tongue. This painting is really good. Once he was sure the others had left, Gu Huijing quickly went to close the door, even locking it this time. He hurried over to the table. They're gone. Come out now. Shin Yitong looked unhappy. My leg is numb. I can't stand up. Gu Huijing immediately reached out and picked her up, placing her on his lap. Let me massage it for you. Her legs felt like 1,000 ants were crawling on them, and she couldn't help but moan. This sound was very tempting. Gu Huijing's heart fluttered, but he quickly covered her mouth. Don't call out, or others might think we're doing something here. Shin Yitong pushed him away and jumped down. Hurry up and eat your meal. I have to go, but she suddenly paused, looking at his injured hand. What happened to your hand? It's nothing. I got a small cut during training. If it weren't for the fact that they often saw such scars on his hand after arguments in their past life, she wouldn't believe it. Humph, serves him right. Who told him to be so petty? Gu Huijing reluctantly held her hand and shook it. Wait for me to come home tonight. Shin Yitong opened the door and stepped out, but unexpectedly, she ran into the regimental officer returning home. Both were momentarily stunned. Shin Yitong spoke first. Hello. She hurriedly left. The regimental officer looked at Gu Huijing, who was sitting and eating inside. This is my wife. Then she just now. Gu Huijing looked serious. What do you want from me? Oh, about that document earlier. In the afternoon, Gu Huijing came back with a handcart, which he somehow found and filled with a large number of coconuts. And they weren't fresh coconuts for drinking coconut water, but old coconuts with brown fibers on the surface. Shin Yitong was surprised. Why did you bring so many coconuts back? You can't drink that much water from coconuts. Fresh coconut water is very tasty, sweet, and thirst-quenching. Shin Yitong liked drinking it when she first arrived. But after drinking so much, it became less interesting. However, she had never eaten old coconuts. She heard that old coconuts are for eating the meat, making coconut rice, coconut cakes, and so on, but they wouldn't need so many. Gu Huijing smiled mysteriously. I'll make something good for you. After dinner, he started working enthusiastically. First, he cracked open the coconuts and poured out the coconut water. The older coconut has less coconut water but a stronger flavor, and you can smell a rich coconut aroma from afar. Shin Yitong, can I drink this? Gu Huijing. Of course. This coconut water is much richer than young coconut water, and it even feels a little sticky when you taste it. It's also a bit sweeter than young coconut water, but it can also be easy to get tired of. Gu Huaijing digs out a piece of coconut and puts it in her mouth. Try this. It's a bit hard. It is a little tough, but once chewed, the fragrant coconut aroma and oiliness fill the mouth. It's delicious. Shin Yitong smiles happily. Gu Huaijing leaves half of the coconut meat, cuts it into small pieces, and puts them in a clean small bowl. I'll save these for you to enjoy slowly. The rest is thrown into a big bucket. Shen Yitong sits on a small stool, holding a bowl of coconut meat, slowly chewing and looking very satisfied. What exactly are you going to do with all this? It's too much to eat and it's a waste. It's not for eating, just to extract some coconut oil. Extract coconut oil? For cooking? Don't we already have peanut oil at home? Gu Huaijing's monthly oil ration is limited. They don't cook every day, so they never use it all. Gu Huaijing, you can eat it too, but the flavor is a bit strong, so it might not be good for cooking. I heard that coconut oil can be used to apply on the face and hair, and it works pretty well. Young women here can't afford face creams or hair oils, so they use this coconut oil instead. I'll make some for you to try. If it's good, you can keep using it. If not, forget it. You brought some face and body creams, but aren't they almost finished? And the shampoo and soap. You don't like regular soap, so I'll try making some coconut oil soap for you. Shin Yitong couldn't help but step forward and hug him. Thank you. You're so good to me. Whether or not the things he made for her are truly effective, he remembered last night when she mentioned running out of skincare products and being unable to buy more. He immediately thought of a solution and helped her. This kind of care is truly precious. Shen Yitong was also thinking about talking to him tonight about her friendship issues. Today, although he tore the drawing himself, she didn't want him to use jealousy as an excuse to limit her interactions with male friends in the future. This family is very important, and so is he, but she is still a free person with the right to make friends, regardless of gender. But right now, she didn't want to say anything. She just wanted to quietly lean on him and enjoy this rare warmth. Suddenly, Gu Huaijing stiffened and said in a patient tone, "Be good, don't bother me now. I need to get all this coconut meat out while the weather is cool and the oil is easy to extract. After I finish, I'll spend time with you properly, okay?" This time, Shen Yitong's body stiffened. Without asking, she knew exactly what this fool was thinking. Could she not simply want to hug him? Did her being close to him mean she wanted something more? Shen Yitong stood up and said, "I don't want to bother with you. Are these coconut juices even useful? If not, I'll take them to Sister Jiang and the others to drink." After getting a reply that they were not useful, Shen Yitong poured out 2 cups for them to drink themselves. The rest she took next door, knowing she couldn't finish it all herself, so she didn't want to waste it. Jiang Shuang heard that Gu Huaijing was planning to make coconut oil and was very curious. Can these coconuts be pressed for oil? Nearby, Director Liao proudly snorted. Of course. These coconuts are full of treasures. The juice can be drunk, the meat eaten, and the oil extracted. Even the shells can be polished and used as bowls. Jiang Shuang glared at him, talking big without doing anything. If these coconuts are so good, why haven't you ever made some coconut oil for me to use? Go on, hurry up and learn how to make coconut oil from Director Gu next door. Xiao Xin, we have so much coconut water at home. We can't finish it all. Let's take some to Sister Zhang too. Women, they stay at home all day doing nothing. If not chores, then what else? Finally, someone spoke honestly. It's not that we don't want you to do anything, but you do too much. Other women get jealous, and that puts us in a difficult spot. You don't know. Ever since your wife started hanging out with those women, my husband and I have argued more often. The biggest victim, Captain Liao, looked sad and complained. You all are better off. I'm just so unlucky to live right next door to him. It's all very bitter. Back then, before my wife followed the army, she was so kind and caring. Now, in the mornings, I see Xiao Gu watering the plants and scolding me. In the evenings, I see Xiao Gu washing clothes and scolding me again. You work happily, but I feel so sorry for myself, getting scolded every day. Gu Huaijing, calm as ever, said, "You don't understand, do you? A happy home means everything goes well. A wife is someone you love and care for. If you don't love your wife, why marry her? Besides, my wife's hands aren't just for working. They're for painting, you know?
Painting.
Understand? Anyway, you rough folks probably don't get it. Come to my office tomorrow and I'll show you what painting really is. He looked very regretful that they hadn't seen the world. He was so annoying. He was practically a traitor among men. A different kind. Shen Yitong and Jiang Shuang visited a few familiar sister-in-law's homes, bringing coconut juice. When they returned, Gu Huizheng had already scooped out all the coconut meat and pounded it into tiny pieces with a stone mortar. Then he wrapped it in clean cloth and squeezed out all the juice. The juice was white, thick, and looked just like milk, with a strong coconut aroma. Don't be fooled by all these coconuts. After working all evening, they only managed to make about half a barrel of coconut milk. There was quite a lot of leftover pulp after squeezing. Shen Yitong didn't know where Gu Huizheng got the bamboo tray from. His family didn't have such things before. He saw Gu Huizheng spread the pulp on the bamboo tray and left it outside to dry. As for the barrel of coconut milk, it was hung with a rope and suspended in the water well. Is this okay? Shen Yitong asked. Well, by tomorrow morning the coconut oil will be solidified. Go take a shower and rest first. I'll tidy up here. Let me do it. You've been busy all day. You should rest well, Shen Yitong said as she tidied up, but she didn't rush to get the broom. Instead, she tiptoed forward and massaged his shoulders with both hands. Thanks for your hard work. You did all this coconut work alone. That's really impressive. However, Gu Huizheng is very tall, so she raised her arms to massage, which was a bit tiring. She decided to massage his back instead, moving her hands down along his back. Her delicate fingers had no strength, but they were tempting. When her hands reached his waist, Gu Huizheng suddenly grabbed them and gently pulled her into his arms. Since you're in such a hurry, let's skip tidying up for now. He picked her up and headed toward the bathroom. Let's take a shower together. My wife is too enthusiastic. There's nothing I can do. Shen Yitong swung her legs and playfully scolded him. You're so energetic every day. Where do you get all this strength? He seemed like he never got tired. Gu Huizheng said, it's because your body is too weak, so sometimes you feel powerless. Starting tomorrow morning, come run with me. When did I ever feel powerless? Of course, it's in bed. You always start things with me, but then you complain you can't handle it. It's such a big misunderstanding. A simple move, an unintentional look, or a casual word. He sees all of these as teasing. Tonight, Shen Yitong proactively teased Gu Huizheng, so she naturally didn't get a good outcome. By the end, she was so tired, she couldn't even lift her fingers. Gu Huizheng didn't even know when he carried her to wash up. Just as she was about to fall asleep, she heard a gentle voice in her ear. Wife, Tang Tang, baby, wake up. The weather is nice today. Let's go for a run together. Get lost, you big troublemaker. Angrily, Shen Yitong pulled the blanket over her head to cover herself completely. Go away. Gu Huizheng smiled happily, but didn't force her to get up. He helped her pull the blanket down, tucked it under her neck, and then left. When Shen Yitong woke up, he had already cleaned the house and thrown away the trash. Only a few intact and nicely shaped coconut shells were left in the corner. He was pulling up the bucket that had been hanging in the well last night. Shen Yitong quickly moved closer to look, then softly exclaimed, Wow! He saw a layer of white, frost-like substance on the surface of the bucket, but it looked more oily and shiny than real frost. Is this coconut oil? Yes, Gu Huizheng replied. He carefully used a clean spatula to scoop the oil-like substance from the surface and placed it into a clean basin. It turned out that it wasn't all oil. Only the top layer had solidified, while the bottom was mostly water and impurities. Gu Huizheng carried the basin into the kitchen. I've made breakfast. Do you want to eat? Yes, Shen Yitong said casually. She usually couldn't get up early, and most of the breakfast at home was prepared by Gu Huizheng. Sometimes he bought it from the cafeteria, and when he's in a good mood, he even makes it himself. His cooking skills are not great, to be honest, but it's enough to eat. If it had been before, and a servant made breakfast like this, she would definitely have complained. But now, since she doesn't cook, she has no right to complain. As long as it fills her stomach, it's fine. However, when she opened the lid of the pot and saw the contents clearly, Shin Yitong frowned slightly. What is this? Glutinous rice balls. A pot of soup floated with round, plump, white objects. They looked like glutinous rice balls but were larger. And usually glutinous rice balls are made from rice flour, but these seem to be made from wheat flour. Gu Huaijing said, I just made it casually.
Try it.
If you don't like it, forget it. Is he being so modest? Shin Yitong scooped up one, smelled it first, and said, It has a coconut scent. While thinking about how to politely express himself, Gu Huaijing said in a dull voice, Got it, it's okay. You just relax. I'll eat, and you can have some peach cookies. I'll also make you a cup of milk. Shin Yitong felt a little shy and put down her spoon. Did you use the leftover coconut flakes from last night for the filling? The residue from squeezing coconut milk, after drying in the sun, becomes coconut flakes. Yes, Gu Huaijing replied, taking a bite and frowning. Not very tasty. Shin Yitong took a crunchy peach cookie and said, I remember eating baked snacks before, sprinkled with coconut flakes. They were really good. After baking, coconut flakes smell nice and are crispy. Maybe next time we can try that method. Unfortunately, we don't have an oven here, so we probably can't do it. Gu Huaijing said, That's okay. I'll find a way. Using coconut oil to knead the dough will make it more fragrant. If we can get an oven, let's make some baked bread. It's been a long time since I tasted the sweet, fragrant baked bread from a Western restaurant. Married life is like this. Shin Yitong never imagined that she, who used to be someone who never cooked and only talked about romance and poetry, would one day stand by the stove discussing how to make food taste better with her husband. Gu Huaijing also never thought that a rough man whose main goal was just to fill his stomach would be so concerned about getting an oven to bake bread for his wife. His coconut flakes dumplings weren't very tasty, but out of the principle of not wasting food, he still ate them eagerly. By the end, he was almost choking. Then, he quickly washed the pot, boiled some hot water, and placed the bowl containing coconut oil on top to melt the oil. Next, he filtered the melted coconut oil through a fine cloth to remove impurities, leaving pure coconut oil. He poured the coconut oil into a clean, dried canning jar. After all this effort, he only had 2.5 jars. Shin Yitong looked curiously at the clear, transparent liquid in the glass jar. Can we really use this? Let's try. If it doesn't work, we can still eat it. No waste. Gu Huaijing closed the jar with a lid. When I come back this afternoon, I'll try making soap with ash from wood. People say men need to be praised. The more you praise them, the more willing they are to do things for you. So Shin Yitong gently shook his arm and said, You're so amazing. How do you know everything? Seeing his eyes suddenly darken, Shin Yitong quickly let go and said, I just want to thank you. I didn't mean to provoke you. Please don't misunderstand. Gu Huaijing replied, It doesn't matter if you provoke me. I don't have time to stay with you now. Wait for me to come back tonight. He bit her neck playfully before leaving with a smile. Shin Yitong covered her neck and stomped her foot, saying, Are you a dog? She found him annoying. He knew her skin was delicate, but still liked to leave marks on her neck and shoulders. It was hot, and she couldn't wear heavy clothes all the time, so she was often laughed at when she went out. He didn't know that the women in the family, when talking about intimate topics, were very open. When he returned at night, Gu Huaijing was messing with some ash. He scooped the ash from the stove into a bucket, added hot water to cover the ash, and then found a rolling pin. After stirring it loudly for a while, he set it aside. The mixture needed to soak for more than a day so the alkaline ingredients could fully dissolve in the water. Shin Yitong frowned and said, You made the bucket and rolling pin dirty. How will we use them later? You're wrong. Ash is the cleanest thing. Think about it, burned with fire and sterilized, how could it not be clean? That makes sense, but it looks dirty and it makes me uncomfortable. Alright, then this will be kept just for stirring the ash water. I'll buy a new one tomorrow. Because she was very particular, the family had many special use items. Gu Huaijing thought, luckily, he had a high rank and a big enough house, or there wouldn't be enough space to store everything. Tonight, after washing her hair, Shin Yitong tried adding a few drops of coconut oil that Gu Huaijing made into the water during her final rinse. Right after washing, her hair felt very smooth and there was a coconut scent. She came out with her long hair wet, and Gu Huizheng naturally took a large dry towel to help. Shin Yitong sat down in front of him. Gu Huizheng wrapped her hair with the towel, gently squeezed to absorb the water. When one part was wet, he turned the towel and continued to absorb the moisture. Shin Yitong had told him that wet hair should not be rubbed or dried forcefully, as it can damage the strands and make the hair less shiny and smooth. Beauty is achieved through proper care. No matter how naturally beautiful someone is, if they treat themselves roughly all the time, their appearance will eventually fade.
People are quite strange.
If someone else were doing this, Gu Huizheng would probably find it annoying. But when it comes to Shin Yitong, he thinks it's normal. She should be like this, and he is happy to do it. Helping her dry her hair makes him feel happy too. When her hair was almost dry, Gu Huizheng took the towel to wash it and hung it up. Do you want to dry your hair? Her hair was still damp after drying, so it needed to be completely dry before sleeping. Otherwise, as she gets older, she might get headaches. Luckily, there is always wind by the seaside. Just standing outside in the yard, her hair dries quickly. Tonight, Gu Huizheng was especially interested. The weather is nice tonight. Do you want to go up to the roof and look at the moon? Shen Yitong glanced at him. If you can get me up there safely, I'll look. That's easy. Gu Huizheng looked around, even jumped up to peek into the neighboring yard. Then he said, "Wait for me." He ran up, pushed off with both hands, and surprisingly jumped over the wall into the next yard. Soon after, he carried a ladder back over the wall. Shin Yitong stared. If you take something without asking, it's considered stealing. If you want to borrow the ladder, why not knock on the door? They've already turned off the lights and are probably asleep. It wouldn't be polite to wake them up, he said, setting the ladder under the eaves, pushing it firmly, then turning to Shen Yitong and saying, "Climb up." Next door, Zhang Shuang had a strange hobby. She liked to lay out some foods that needed to be dried on bamboo trays, then put them on the roof to dry. She said that if she dried them in the yard, her little ones might sneak and eat them before they're ready. So Shen Yitong had seen Zhang Shuang climb her ladder to put bamboo trays on the roof more than once. The first time she saw it, she was so scared her legs went weak. This is a simple ladder made of 2 long bamboo poles with a few short bamboo pieces across the middle. It wobbles as people stand on it in midair, surrounded by emptiness. It feels very scary. "I can't do it," Shen Yitong said. "Don't be afraid. I'll be below to protect you." "You won't fall," Gu Huizheng said. "How do I get up?" "Just like this." Gu Huizheng held her hand and supported the bamboo poles. "Hold on, then step on each square and slowly climb up." He was very patient, like teaching a child. Shen Yitong hesitated and carefully stepped up. The moment she left the ground, the bamboo ladder shook a little. She was so scared she immediately jumped back down. "Don't be afraid. I'm holding you, it won't move," Gu Huizheng said. Then she carefully climbed a few more steps. Suddenly, she felt warmth behind her. Gu Huizheng was climbing up right behind her. "Don't come up. Stay down and hold the ladder, so it doesn't fall," she said. "Okay, I'll watch you from here," Gu Huizheng said and stepped back. After climbing a few more steps, Shin Yitong felt like she was in midair, alone and helpless. Her legs started to tremble uncontrollably, and she almost cried, "I can't do it, I'm scared." "Should I come up?" Gu Huizheng asked. "No, if you come up, who will hold the ladder?" Shin Yitong looked at him and at the ground, feeling stuck. "Wait a moment," Gu Huizheng said. Suddenly, he let go and turned around and walked away. "Hey!" Shin Yitong shouted, forgetting her fear and feeling angry enough to want to kick him. "Is this how you protect someone?" Fortunately, Gu Huizheng quickly moved a stone seat from the door area and placed it under the ladder. "Now you can rest assured. It won't slip," he said. He took a few steps forward and said, "Look, I'm behind you. Even if you fall, I will catch you." Shin Yitong reached out and pinched his arm. His muscles were too hard to pinch. Gu Huizheng pretended to cry out in pain, "Ouch, ouch," and made a move as if he was about to fall backward, causing the ladder to shake a little more. "Gu Huizheng, I'm really angry now." Gu Huizheng finally behaved and protected her. One hand held the ladder, and the other gently supported her waist, pushing upward slightly. This finally gave Shin Yitong a little sense of safety. The next step was to climb higher, but the hardest part was moving from the ladder onto the roof. Shin Yitong was too afraid to step forward. Gu Huaijing was breathing warm air near her ear and asked, "Would you dare to trust me with your life?" Before she could understand what he meant, he had already grabbed her waist with both hands and lifted her up with strength. Then, somehow, he turned around and sat steadily on the roof. Her heart skipped a beat, and she angrily hit him. "Are you trying to scare me to death?" Gu Huaijing pretended to fall to the side, which made her panic and quickly hold onto him again. Her heart was pounding loudly for a long time before calming down. She carefully adjusted her position to sit more comfortably. "Look over there," Gu Huaijing said, holding her hand with his, fingers intertwined, and pointed at the distant sea. The night sea looked completely different from during the day. The dark blue sky was like soft velvet, gently covering the whole sea. The noise of daytime was gone, leaving only calm, silky ripples. The moonlight cast a silver glow on the water, which shimmered with countless sparkling points that danced with the waves, then spread out again, gentle and beautiful. It was just like their feelings at this moment. Shin Yitong watched the sea, while Gu Huaijing looked at her. The salty sea breeze blew her hair, making it flutter in the wind. She couldn't help but reach out and gently touch it. Her hair was cool but heavy, like fine silk. But when her fingers tried to hold it, it slipped away like flowing water. It carried her unique scent and a faint coconut aroma. Shin Yitong also plucked a strand of hair and sniffed it, then smiled and said, "It smells so good. I feel like I've turned into a coconut." "Let me try," Gu Huaijing said. He gently supported her head with his big hand, making her tilt her head back slightly. Under the moonlight, her face looked like glowing warm jade, soft and radiant. Shin Yitong looked into his deep eyes, which held stars and the vast ocean. They seemed to swirl into a whirlpool, pulling her closer. A gentle kiss fell first, carefully nibbling on soft lips, then a tender back-and-forth exploration, and finally a deep, unforgettable moment of possession. Shin Yitong felt like she was floating on a sea shimmering with tiny silver lights. Gu Huaijing thought about those who blamed his family's strict rules. They were so pitiful. They had never touched such soft hair or kissed such sweet lips. How could they know that everything he did was so worthwhile? The next day, Shin Yitong slept until noon. Before getting up, she heard her neighbor, Zhang's wife, loudly scolding in the yard. "Who's that thief? They even stole my ladder." Shin Yitong. After washing up and having breakfast, Shin Yitong took most of the dried coconut shreds she had dried at home and brought them to Jiang Shuang's house. "Sister-in-law, these are for you. They're good for feeding chickens. My chickens really love them." Her family now fed the chicks with coconut shreds mixed with millet. Maybe someday, they'd raise chickens that smelled like coconut. Jiang Shuang found a basin to hold the coconut shreds. "Then I won't refuse. Thank you." She grabbed a handful of dried sweet potatoes from a basket and handed it to Shin Yitong. "Try some. It's only been dried for a day. I wonder which little thief stole my ladder. Now I can't go up to the roof, and I'm afraid the little ones will eat it all." The freshly dried sweet potatoes were sweet and soft, a bit sticky. Shin Yitong took one and ate it slowly, too shy to tell Jiang Shuang where her ladder was. It was hard to explain. She decided that tonight, Gu Huaijing could sneak it back like last night. Shin Yitong played at Jiang Shuang's house for a while, mainly eating sweet potatoes while watching her work and chatting casually. Then, through the open gate, she saw a man outside, carrying a big burlap sack, looking around. He looked a bit familiar. "Sister-in-law, who's that?" Jiang Shuang looked and exclaimed, "Oh, isn't that Li Kuling's man from the other day? What's his name, Chang?" Just then, Zhou Haqiang also turned his head and saw them. He happily walked over. "Hello, fellow soldiers' wives. We finally found you." Although they repeatedly said they wanted to thank her properly and mentioned repaying the money, neither of them paid much attention to it. When they left, they didn't leave their names or addresses, and the other side didn't ask. They both assumed that the other person wasn't truly interested in repaying the money. Unexpectedly, he actually came to their door. Jiang Shuang asked, "How are your wife and child doing?" The man gratefully replied, "Thanks to you, my wife is doing well and has been discharged from the hospital. Our baby is also healthy and chubby. You should know that both of our lovers are leaders, and we can't take even a single needle or a thread from the people. If you send us so many things and others find out or report us, it could cause us trouble. Do you understand?" Zhou Haiqiang was surprised and said hesitantly, "No, it's not." He truly wanted to thank them sincerely, but it sounded like he was doing something wrong. Unfortunately, he wasn't very smart and spoke awkwardly, so he didn't know what to say. Jiang Shuang said, "I know your heart is good, and you're just trying to thank us. But we're worried about good intentions going wrong. You don't want us to make mistakes, right? So, what should we do?" Zhou Haiqiang scratched his head. "Cooling told me I must thank you properly, but he couldn't give back these gifts. What should he do?" Jiang Shuang said, "I can tell you're sincere just by looking at these things. Look at these seafood. They are of very good quality, better than what you can buy outside. How about you sell these to us?" She then put the cloth bag back into his hands. "These are probably worth about 10 or so yuan. How about this? You take a small loss and we settle on 13 yuan and 2 cents. These are things we bought ourselves, so we won't make mistakes." Zhou Haiqiang was stunned, feeling something was off but not sure what. Jiang Shuang said, "You've been out for quite a while. Your wife and kids are waiting for you at home. Hurry back. When the kids grow up, bring them to show us." Zhou Haiqiang carried an empty sack and scratched his head as he left. Shen Yitong pinched her nose and looked at the pile of things. "What should we do with these?" Jiang Shuang asked. "Do you want them? If you do, keep them. Honestly, these are carefully chosen, the best quality. If you don't know how to use them, there's a recipe book I lent you that shows different ways to cook. When I learn, I'll teach you." Jiang Shuang held the recipe book like a treasure, daily flipping through it and asking Shen Yitong about the words. She had only attended a few days of literacy classes in the countryside and knew some simple characters. When she encountered complex words, she was at a loss. To help her, Shen Yitong even gave her a dictionary and taught her how to look up words. Now, Jiang Shuang was very eager to learn cooking. Shen Yitong said, "I don't want so many. The food is still tasty, but how long will I have to eat so much? And these things, when only a little is left, are fine to store sealed in the kitchen. But when they pile up like this, she can't stand the smell." Jiang Shuang, "It's okay. You can keep as much as you want. The rest is like selling to me. I'll pay you. Mid-Autumn Festival is coming soon. My old Liao will definitely send gifts to his family. I also need to send some things back home, or my mom will start nagging again. By the way, this year for Mid-Autumn, what do you plan to send to your family and Captain Gu's family?" Hearing this, Shen Yitong felt very guilty. In her past life, she was a spoiled child. She didn't understand social manners or relationships at all. Before her family was sent away, they tried every way to send her various things. The Gu family also regularly sent over daily necessities. She always thought it was natural. She believed she came to this remote, barren island to suffer, so she didn't pay attention to or understand this place, nor did she know what good things there were here. So she never thought she should send something back to both families. Now, hearing Jiang Shuang say this, she realized she was really ungrateful. Both sets of elders had spoiled her for nothing. "I also want to send some seafood to both families. Sister-in-law, how about this? We each take half of these things, and then you can take me to buy some other stuff." Jiang Shuang, "Sure." She carefully divided the things sent by Zhou Haiqiang into 2 parts, then took 6 yuan and 60 cents from inside the house and gave it to Shen Yitong, as if she had bought her half. "Let's go. I'll help you deliver it." Jiang Shuang picked up the pile of things. Shen Yitong felt like she had forgotten something, but couldn't remember what it was. Until Jiang Shuang circled around the ladder under the eaves and looked at it for a long time. "Xiao Shen, your ladder looks so familiar. It's like the one at my house. Even this notch here is the same." Shen Yitong could only pretend to be naive. "Really? I don't know. Maybe old Gu borrowed yours sometime." Jiang Shuang also looked confused. Really? But I remember he was at home last night before bed, and he didn't come this morning either. Shunitong. Oh, whatever. Since it's your ladder, you can take it back. Jiang Shuang didn't say a word and simply carried the ladder away. Shun Yitong also admired her small frame but great strength. Maybe Gu Huaijing was right. She just didn't exercise enough. But to get her to wake up early, he would have to stop bothering her at night. Clearly, that's impossible. As Jiang Shuang was about to leave with the ladder, she saw Feng Xiumei behind her, carrying a child and holding a basket. Shin Yitong really disliked uninvited visitors and immediately frowned. What are you here for? She was never polite to people she didn't like. Feng Xiumei had been living in this family compound for a while. She liked to go out and chat with others whenever she had the chance. Jiang Shuang naturally knew her too. Since she was on Shen Yitong's side, she also disliked Feng Xiumei and immediately started sarcastically. Oh, isn't this the little maid of Captain Feng's family? What wind blew you here today? She then turned to Shen Yitong and said, Little Shen, go get the broom and sweep the floor. Some people just step mud into others' yards without care. Not polite at all. Shen Yitong chuckled softly. Feng Xiumei was wearing plastic sandals bought for her by Feng Jianpain after she moved to the island. They weren't very dirty. She didn't need to work in the fields anymore, just walking around near the family compound. How could she get dirty? Her feet looked dark and dirty, but it was just because of her skin color. Jiang Shuang's words clearly mocked her. Feng Xiumei's face turned red, and she secretly clenched her teeth. What's so great about it? She would also be a military family member someday. I'm here to bring you wedding candies. Wedding candies? Whose wedding? Shen Yitong frowned again. Mine and old Feng's, Feng Xiumei said proudly. You and Feng Jianpain. Jiang Shuang's voice rose in surprise.
Yes.
Old Feng and his ex-wife are divorced. From now on, I will live with old Feng. He said, in response to the organization's call, we won't make a big fuss about the wedding, so I just told everyone and brought some candies. She just gave birth to her son recently, and how could he do such a thing? Has his conscience been eaten by a dog? Jiang Shuang angrily scolds. Shin Yitong also feels disgusted. Get lost, I don't want this kind of wedding candy. Don't step into my yard with your disgusting feet again. Feng Xiumei also stops pretending. Even if your husband is a squad leader, you don't need to look down on people like that. Who knows how long this squad leader's wife will keep her position? Someone like you, Brother Ajing, will eventually not want you. When that happens, you won't even have this yard. You, a rich young lady, might as well live in a cow shed. Shen Yitong, usually so gentle, is pushed to the limit and grabs a broom. Get out or don't blame me for being rude. Bah. She thinks I want to come here? I'm just an old hen that doesn't lay eggs. Feng Xiumei finishes speaking, turns around, and walks away with a sway. The child on her back is shaken so much that he starts crying loudly. Shen Yitong looks at Jiang Shuang in disbelief. What did she just say to me? Even if I don't have children, I'm better off than her rushing to be someone else's stepmother. Jiang Shuang coughs. Why bother arguing with such a person? She's just a third party ruining someone else's family. Just ignore what she says, it's all nonsense. But that squad leader's wife just had her month of confinement, right? Bah. Squad leader? No way. Men who change their minds easily abandon their original wives for new lovers. What right do they have to be squad leaders? Jiang Shuang is furious and suddenly comes up with an idea. Let's go report him to the army. Shen Yitong thinks for a moment. But we don't know anything yet. Maybe we should find out more first. You're right. I'll go ask around. Jiang Shuang says, tossing aside a ladder and heading out. Wait a moment, Shen Yitong says. This kind of thing, if you ask someone else, it's just hearsay. Better to ask the person involved directly. Who? Who is the person involved? Yes, the person involved, Feng Jianpain's ex-wife. If she was really driven out by those two, she must need our help now. We should go find her. Jiang Shuang nods. You're right. Let me think. Feng Jianpain's wife is named Xue Xilan, and she's a teacher at the elementary school on the island. Maybe we should go see her at school first. Xue Xilan is from the city. After being introduced to someone, She married Fong Jianping and then came to the island to join the military. She has a high school education, so she works as a teacher at the island's elementary school. She usually doesn't socialize much with other military families in the compound. According to Jiang Shuang, who heard from other sisters-in-law, she is very proud and looks down on those without education. At first, Jiang Shuang was nervous about approaching her, but seeing the people around her, she felt reassured. If anyone is proud and looks down on others, it's definitely the young lady beside her. But that was just a misunderstanding. The young lady is a bit pretentious, but she is actually kind, innocent, and pure-hearted. Shin Yitong noticed her constantly staring and asked, "Why do you keep looking at me? Is there something on my face?" Jiang Shuang smiled and said, "No, I just think you're very kind-hearted. You usually don't care about others, but you're willing to go find Xue Xiaolan yourself to help her." Shin Yitong snorted. "Whether I help or not depends on whether she's worth it." She then sighed. "You think I want to get involved?" If Fong Shumei hadn't come to us first and been blamed by Gu Huizheng and instead been sent to Fong Jianping's house, then Xue Xiaolan wouldn't be treated like this. "We also have some responsibility," Jiang Shuang said. "That's true. Honestly, Xue Xiaolan is suffering because of you. If Fong Shumei had stayed as a housekeeper at your home, you might have been the one suffering." Shin Yitong scoffed disdainfully. "Someone not even worthy of tying my shoes has no right to compare with me." Jiang Shuang stuck out her tongue and asked, "Did I say something wrong? Are you angry with me?" Shin Yitong glanced at her and said, "I don't bother with others' petty arguments." Jiang Shuang thought to herself, "Well, she must have misunderstood. The young lady naturally has her reasons to be proud." When they arrived at school, it was just after class. A group of children was running and shouting across the playground, making noise like a busy market. Shin Yitong frowned. Jiang Shuang asked around and found Xue Xiaolan, who was holding a book and a box of chalk. Xue Xiaolan looked a bit unwell. Her face was unusually pale, indicating she hadn't had an easy postpartum period. Her chest was swollen and bulging, with some damp spots that didn't look like sweat, which was somewhat unsightly. Xue Xiaolan noticed Shin Yitong's gaze and nervously looked down. "Sorry, I need to go back and change my clothes." Jiang Shuang quickly said, "Go ahead. We just want to talk to you. If you have time later, we'll wait for you." Xue Xiaolan nodded and kept walking. "I don't have class later. Come with me." Xue Xiaolan reached the end of the row of small school buildings. There was a locked little room here. When she opened the door, it was filled with all kinds of clutter. Only a narrow path was left for walking. If you looked carefully, you would see a small door at the end of the path. That was where Xue Xiaolan lived. She smiled apologetically at them. "The school felt sorry for me and cleared out half of the storage room for me. It's small, so I won't invite you in. I need to change my clothes first." The two of them hurriedly said, "Go ahead." In just a few steps, the wet mark on her chest had grown larger. Shin Yitong frowned as she looked around. Good heavens, compared to here, the conditions at the military district's family compound are much better. If she had to live here, it would be better to just let her die. Older sister-in-law, about Sister Xue's chest just now. Jiang Shuang sighed. Life as a woman is hard. Any woman who has had children has suffered this. You can't control it. When she hears a child crying, even if it's not her own, her milk starts to flow. Seeing Shin Yitong's expression turn unpleasant, she quickly patted her own lips. "Look at my bad mouth. Usually women who are breastfeeding don't do this. It's just that her child isn't with her, and she's been holding it in for too long, so she leaks. In a few days, once her milk supply is back, it will be fine." Good heavens, she probably scared the young lady again, didn't she? If that happened, the young lady might refuse to have children in the future, and Commander Gu would blame her again. Xue Xiaolan quickly changed her clothes and came out, but she still carried an unavoidable smell of milk. "Let's go outside for a walk." The three of them headed outside. Shin Yitong spoke directly. "Sister Xue, it's like this. Fong Xiaomei initially wanted to come find Gu Huizheng at our house. We understand her intentions. Later, they went to your house, which caused these consequences. Strictly speaking, we are also responsible for causing you so much trouble. We are truly sorry." If you need any help, just tell us. Gu Huaijing and I will do our best to support you. Jiang Shuang admires her honesty. She always speaks openly, never pretends or avoids responsibility. She fears that Xue Xiaolan might really blame them and turn against them. Unexpectedly, Xue Xiaolan shook her head and chuckled softly. This isn't your fault. Flies don't land on a clean surface. If Fong Jianpain were as firm as Captain Gu, nothing others did would matter. The reason for the current situation is partly because our marriage was already not very harmonious, and partly because he is easily tempted by outside influences. Even if it wasn't Fong Xiaomei this time, there will be others like Li Xiaomei or Zhao Xiaomei in the future. Recognizing Fong Xiaomei early helped me see who someone really is, which is a good thing. Jiang Shuang was angry and said, "That's easy to say, but you just had a baby. You're so fragile right now, and they kicked you out alone. That's really unkind. Your family lives far away and can't help you, but we can. Come with us. We'll talk to that Fong person properly. Does he really want his child to grow up without a mother?" Shin Yitong held her arm. "Wait a moment, Sister Xue. From what you're saying, do you actually want a divorce?" Xue Xiaolan nodded. "Yes, I want a divorce. Moving out was my decision. Staying there and facing those two people is just torment for me." Shen Yitong nodded in agreement. "That's right. There's no need to suffer in silence. If a man makes you unhappy, just leave him." If Xue Xiaolan cried and begged them to help her chase Fong Xiaomei away and let her go back, they might help. But inside, they would feel very uncomfortable. Fortunately, Xue Xiaolan is a clear-minded person, and she suits her well. But Jiang Shuang clearly didn't think the same way. "You're a woman who just had a baby. How can you divorce now? What will you do in the future? What about the child?" Xue Xiaolan. "I have a job and can support myself. If I meet the right person someday, we can be together. If not, living alone is also fine. As for children, isn't their father around?" Jiang Shuang disagreed. "Even if you don't want the child's father, you can't just abandon the child. The child is so young. Can you bear to let him lose his mother? If there's a stepmother, there will be a stepfather. Later, if Fong Xiaomei has her own children, she won't treat your child well." Xue Xiaolan was silent for a moment. "That's his fate. If I take care of him, I can't work or earn money, and I can't support him. It's a dead end. Since his father has someone willing to take care of him, isn't that just right?" Jiang Shuang opened her mouth to say more, but Xue Xiaolan said, "If you're trying to persuade me to go back, there's no need. Even if Fong's family is willing, I don't want to go. I gave him a chance. When they were sneaking around while I was pregnant, causing me to have a premature birth, I told Fong Jianpain to send the mother and daughter back to their hometown immediately, but he said I just had a baby and no one to take care of me. They could help with chores and caring for the child, so he kept them. At that time, I was helpless and had no choice but to endure it. But during my confinement, they still behaved improperly. I gave Fong Jianpain an ultimatum. That family, she was there, I was here. Since he chose to keep her, I definitely won't go back. Maybe I am a very selfish person. I don't want to ruin my life just for a child." Jiang Shuang. But Shen Yitong pulled her gently. "Sister Jiang, don't say more. I think Sister Xue is right. You shouldn't sacrifice yourself for anyone, especially when there are so many ungrateful children in this world." She suddenly changed how she addressed her, no longer calling her sister-in-law Jiang, but Sister Xue. Jiang Shuang. "No, I mean since you've already left. How can those two scoundrels live so freely? Anyway, you're not planning to go back. Why not report their inappropriate relationship and make sure they get what they deserve?" Shen Yitong. "Yes, we can help testify." Xue Xiaolan sighed. "Reporting them does feel satisfying, but if I really cause trouble for both of them, what will happen to my son? My family can't rely on them anymore. I still need them to help take care of the kids."